Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Ascension for All. Start with Sss-Level. Mechanical Heart. Chapter 61. Incredible. Are these mechanical octopuses? Ran Bing looked at the countless mechanical octopuses flying around with a shocked expression. Others were equally shocked and unbelievable. They are inspecting the spacecraft. Mo Cheng said with excitement. If they really repair the spaceship, can we leave this ghost place? Stop dreaming. Fei Shui wore a mask and said in a cold tone, we are prisoners now. Even if they repair the spaceship, it doesn't have much to do with us. The expressions of the others froze before they remembered that they were still prisoners. It's over. Erica grabbed her red hair and said distressedly, then aren't we in danger? Will they kill us? Probably not. Ran Bing looked thoughtfully at Yi Hang and Hong Hu, who were busy in front. She vaguely guessed in her heart that the two of them were the leaders of these black-armored people. Especially the man named Yi Hang as the real owner. Quote. At this time, the spacecraft suddenly shook. Immediately, countless lights were turned on, which shocked Mark and others again. Really, has it been repaired? Mo Cheng murmured with horror on his face. Mark looked at the black-armored people and mechanical sentries around him solemnly, feeling a little heavy and uneasy. He always felt that things were serious. Master, we have taken over the system of the spacecraft and have detected that the overall spacecraft is 60% damaged and the energy system is damaged, but it can be repaired. It's just that their energy system is a little behind, and they haven't mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology yet. The Red Queen checked the spacecraft system with some surprise and got all the data information in the core database above. In this way, we can learn about the human science and technology in this world before the disaster. Interstellar navigation is possible, but the energy system is not too advanced, and the complete artificial sun technology has not yet been truly mastered. Their energy is another new type of energy. It's a pity that unlimited energy is not possible. You must know that an artificial sun can theoretically supply unlimited energy consumption for a city. From the perspective of Hong Hu, the energy system of this spacecraft would definitely be more powerful and perfect if it was equipped with an artificial sun. Remodel and build a new energy system. Yi Hang made arrangements after some inspection. Repair this starship and obtain a large amount of technology from this world before the disaster. By the way, modify the spacecraft to obtain more complete experimental data to supplement the scientific and technological database. Master, the biological genetic technology in the old world is very advanced. They seem to have discovered some kind of plant, which looks like the Kabbalah tree of life. That is, the mana flower we just captured and studied, and extracted a drug suitable for modifying human genes. Unfortunately, an accident occurred in the biological experiment of the old world, resulting in disaster. Some humans fled the Earth in interstellar spaceships. The disaster spread quickly, and most humans died before they had time to escape. A small number of humans survived, including the lighthouse survivors. The Red Queen went through the information database and got some information about the old world. Yi Hang nodded slightly and directly absorbed the information in the spacecraft system database. A secret from the old world. Behind him, Mark, Zai Bing, Erica, Mo Cheng and others were all very shocked. They watched the operations of Yi Hang and Red Queen, restored the core system of the spacecraft, exported the database, and saw some secrets of the old world. Looking at this information and secrets, Mark and others were overwhelmed with emotions and could not calm down for a long time. Beep. At this time, a prompt sounded. The Red Queen's expression changed, and she said in surprise, Master, according to the communication from the hunting team, we have successfully located the location of the lighthouse and have found it. As soon as these words came out, Mark and others' hearts beat wildly. It's over. They looked at each other with a hint of bitterness, knowing in their hearts that the lighthouse was definitely doomed. After all, facing these black-armored men with mysterious origins, the armed strength of lighthouse is not worth mentioning at all. Lock them, start to invade the lighthouse, and take control of the lighthouse's core system. Yi Hang conveyed the instructions expressionlessly. Clear. The Red Queen took action immediately. The powerful program used the communication information of the hunting team and relied on the core information of the spacecraft to master the core system of the invasion of the lighthouse. In Beacon, there is a strong core system. Croto system, a synthetic semi-mechanical soundless brain, is the core system of the lighthouse. Master, I encountered a strong man's strange intelligence system. Soon, the Red Queen's invasion encountered some troubles and obstacles. There is a powerful intelligence system above the lighthouse. Even the Red Queen's invasion encountered obstacles. Oh, Yi Hang was immediately interested. The core system on the lighthouse seems to be an artificial mechanical biological system modified by a mysterious and powerful creature. Please give me flowers. It's like a brain. Unexpectedly, it was able to stop the Red Queen's invasion. It seemed to be quite capable. Do you need help? Yi Hang asked casually. The Red Queen immediately shook her head. Master, no need for the moment, I have invaded the core of the lighthouse. All the peripheral equipment of the lighthouse is under my control, and I am now invading the core system. Although there is some resistance, it can be controlled within a few minutes. The Red Queen is full of confidence and has become stronger since getting Yi Hang to help her upgrade and transform. What's more, the Red Queen has also integrated the source code of powerful artificial intelligence systems such as Skynet and Legion, and has already evolved to a very powerful point. They are invading the core system of the lighthouse. Behind me, Mark, I was frightened when I heard how much more ice there was. Everyone's faces were full of worry and their hearts were extremely anxious. It's a pity that it's useless, their communication equipment has been confiscated long ago. Now Yi Hang and the Red Queen connect to the hunting team's communication equipment through the starship's equipment to invade the core system of the lighthouse. Didi. In front of everyone, a huge virtual projection emerged. Lighthouse. Ran Bing exclaimed, looking at the projection in front of him in horror. Shown above is exactly what is happening with the lighthouse. At this time, there was chaos on the lighthouse. Lord City Lord, it's not good. The lighthouse system is out of control. A subordinate hurriedly reported the news. The City Lord of the lighthouse, Morgan, looked solemn. He stared at an electronic screen in front of him, which displayed numerous red alerts. Obviously, the lighthouse's system is experiencing some kind of intrusion. Let the technicians quickly check what the cause is. Morgan ordered nervously. The technical staff of the lighthouse were busy working nervously, but unfortunately to no avail. The entire lighthouse was extremely tense. Drop. The energy system is out of control, and the core system is out of control. Lighthouse Zhu Wei controls the second. Report, the lighthouse is turning. Soon, bad news came one after another, and everyone on the lighthouse panicked. Because they discovered something terrible. The lighthouse is really under control and moving in one direction. It's over. Morgan closed his eyes in pain. He knew in his heart that the lighthouse was completely out of control and completely finished. Starship. In the main control room, the Red Queen completed the invasion. Master, the invasion is complete and all systems of the lighthouse have been controlled. The Red Queen reported the news calmly. Yeah, well done. Yi Hang nodded. Control the lighthouse, move towards the base, and then prepare to take over the entire lighthouse. Yes, the Red Queen immediately operated and controlled the entire lighthouse to fly towards the base. It's over. Mark and others looked ashen after hearing this. Everyone knew that the lighthouse was finished and was controlled by others. It's all over now. Mo Cheng smiled bitterly and looked at each other with others. No one expected to encounter such a situation. The lighthouse was actually invaded and controlled. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the lighthouse would be invaded, and that it would be easily taken over and completely out of control. Captain, what should we do? Others looked at Captain Mark, 850. And Mark rolled his eyes. How do I know what to do? Now that the lighthouse is controlled by them, what else can I do? It's cool. He finished and shrugged to show that there was nothing he could do. Mark had given up struggling. He was completely hopeless and was still struggling. It's better to just wait for this group of people to deal with it. Whether to kill or keep him is up to him. Do you think these people will kill us? Erica asked worriedly. On the other hand, Fei Shui said calmly, our worries are unnecessary. Even if they clean up some of the lighthouse humans, at least some of them will remain. Human civilization needs to continue. As a woman, we should have the qualifications to live, but we don't know what the future will be like. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Even Mark had a speechless expression on his face and was completely silenced by Fei Shui's words. Mo Cheng said a little uneasily, you are women and it's easy to talk about it. Does this mean that we men will most likely be executed later? Ran Bing rolled her eyes at him and cursed. Stop talking nonsense, maybe it's just our guess. If people wanted to kill people, they would have dealt with us long ago. That's right. Everyone woke up one after another and thought about it carefully. They looked at Yi Hang and the Red Queen in front of them, feeling somewhat worried. At this time, the Red Queen opens a projection. Master, a large number of backbone beasts were found in the ruins of the starship, as well as a group of pole-devouring beasts. The Red Queen reported the news. When Mark and others heard this, their hearts tightened. I saw countless densely packed red dots displayed on the virtual projection, and the number was simply shocking. Almost all the starship ruins are covered. It's the spine beast, and there's the extreme devouring beast. Ran Bing's expression changed drastically, and he immediately reminded him, give us the gun quickly, or everyone will be dead. Yi Hang glanced back at her and ignored her. He looked at the countless red dots on the projection and expanded it to see that they were indeed countless backbone beasts. Among them, a large group of pole-devouring beasts have appeared. The order goes down and all the spine beasts and pole-devouring beasts are captured and brought back to the laboratory. Yi Hang gave an order in a calm tone. Capture them and bring them back to the laboratory. These words made Mark and others pale in horror. They were all stunned. Captain, listen, they actually said they would capture all the spine beasts and the extreme devouring beasts. Is this fanciful? Mo Chang, Erica and others all looked unbelieving, obviously thinking that these people were bragging. But Yi Hang and the Red Queen ignored these people. After the order is issued, soon the battle began. Boom, boom, there were sounds inside the spacecraft. A large number of spine beasts appeared and wanted to attack the black armored man, but unfortunately they were all cleaned up and captured into sealed boxes. Even those powerful pole-devouring beasts were unable to stop the attack of the black armored men. Clean up the spaceship and leave some to guard and repair and modify the spacecraft. The rest are going to go to the lighthouse with me. Yi Hang made arrangements. Starships can be repaired and modified. Next, we have to go to the lighthouse and take over everything on this lighthouse. Clear. The Red Queen quickly arranged for 10 Black Shen mechanical puppets to be cleared one after another. Dense infrastructure sentries repaired and modified the starship. Mark and others were escorted away from the starship together. Along the way, they saw an extremely shocking scene. I saw a large number of black armored men capturing the backbone beasts, and even saw huge pole-devouring beasts. Look, it's the devouring beast. Oh my god, are they really hunting the pole-devouring beast? Erica, Zai Bing, Mark, Mo Chang and others looked shocked, watching blankly as the black armored men captured the spine and the devouring beast. Ho! A pole-devouring beast was struggling and letting out a deafening roar. But under the suppression of the two men in black armor, there was no resistance at all. They were easily controlled and directly suppressed and locked. The hunter team members headed by Mark were all horrified. I witnessed with my own eyes that the powerful pole-devouring beast was easily suppressed and captured. No one would believe it if I didn't witness it with my own eyes and spread the news. These people are simply terrifying. Are they really human beings? Zibing's eyes widened as he looked at a man in black armor suppressing a pole-devouring beast in front of him. The pole-devouring beast was seen struggling hard, but was punched by the black-armored man until its head was dented, and a howling scream came from its mouth. Ahead, Mark and others once again saw a more terrifying scene. What is that? Erica asked dumbly. Others were equally dumbfounded. Boom. In front of them, a 5-meter-tall terrifying figure was holding the neck of a pole-devouring beast with one hand and slamming it onto the ground, causing it to shake. Scene. Everyone gasped and sweat broke out. A huge 5-meter-tall figure suppressed the devouring beast with one hand. Who are these people? Erica stuck out her sweet tongue and looked at Yi Hang and the Red Queen in horror. Seeing everyone's shocked looks, the Red Queen smiled slightly. These are our armed forces, what we call tyrants, she explained. Tyrant. The group of people looked at each other and felt extremely horrified. It's really violent. He deserves to be called a tyrant. Ran Bing said with a look of amazement. They were completely convinced. With such a powerful existence and armed force, it would be fine to just give up and surrender obediently. At least Yi Hang and Red Queen seem to be on the human side in 5.1, and everyone is of the same kind. Everyone board the plane and head to the lighthouse. When they came outside, Mark and others saw densely packed aircraft. Big and small landed here. They were taken aboard a huge aircraft and followed Yi Heng and the Red Queen on board this large aircraft. Boom! The aircraft took off and flew towards the direction of the lighthouse. Mark stood by the window of the aircraft, looking at the densely packed aircraft around him, each carrying 1,000 black armored soldiers. This made him feel helpless. What do you think will happen to the lighthouse next? Everyone was worried about what would happen to the lighthouse and their future. 10 minutes later, everyone saw a huge aircraft floating in the sky in the distance. That's the lighthouse. The lighthouse is about to welcome its new owner. Lighthouse. There was a great commotion among the people. Because everything in the lighthouse was out of control, a large number of residents panicked. Even the lowest level of ordinary people noticed that something was wrong. City Lord, what happened? Why did the lighthouse lose control? At this time, in the central command hall of the lighthouse, a group of lighthouse executives found the City Lord. It is a pity that Morgan, as the City Lord, also does not understand what is happening. Now the entire lighthouse is out of control, and they have no control over the major systems that come back to the lighthouse. Don't panic, everyone, the Lord of Light and Shadow will guide us. Charles walked up with a calm expression. He is like a magic stick, taking this opportunity to promote the Light and Shadow Society. This is a guide given to us by the Lord of Light and Shadow, and all things will be reborn. The people present watched Charles preaching about the Light and Shadow Society but paid no attention to it. They were all frightened and had an ominous premonition. Beep! Attention, fellow lighthouse citizens. At this moment, all the communication equipment in the lighthouse lit up at the same time. On the huge screen, projections appeared in front of everyone in the lighthouse. On the projection, the image of a girl appeared. My name is the Red Queen, and I will announce next that everything in the lighthouse will be taken over by my lord. All the people of the lighthouse will wait patiently. My lord will arrive at the lighthouse in 10 minutes and 31 seconds. I ask all the people in the lighthouse not to resist needlessly, give up their weapons and accept the incorporation, and do not make unnecessary sacrifices. Warning again. Anyone who resists will be cleared. The Red Queen gave a warning and quickly ended the notice. Looking at the disappearing projection screen, everyone in the lighthouse was boiling. What happened? The lighthouse is out of control and is controlled by someone. Let us accept the incorporation. The superiors were in confusion, and they all began to discuss with righteous indignation. As for those lowly people and ordinary people, they are all at a loss. Although there was some panic, it was mostly indifferent. Because they are originally the lowest common people, it doesn't really matter who controls the lighthouse. After all, the ordinary people who don't even have a name don't care at all about who rules the lighthouse. Instead, they worry a little about whether the new ruler will let them live. City Lord, what should I do? Jing Nan, the commander-in-chief of the control room, stepped forward and asked worriedly. Hateful, why did a group of people suddenly appear and invade our lighthouse? Where did these people come from? A group of superior citizens were panicked and in panic. Even the City Lord Morgan was a little flustered. After all, he had never seen these people before. I don't know how it came about, but he suddenly invaded and took control of the lighthouse. It's useless no matter how much you say, they already control everything about the lighthouse. So I can only wait obediently for their arrival. We cannot sit idly by. Charles suddenly stood up and said loudly, we must resist and we must not let Zunta fall into the hands of these outsiders. The Lord of Light and Shadow guides us, and the lighthouse is the hope for the future of mankind. Pick up weapons and destroy the invading enemies. Charles raised his hands in the air and shouted, Light conceives all living beings, and all living beings follow their shadow. The light cleanses my soul and my body. 1. As he read the slogan of the Light and Shadow Association, a large number of believers in the Light and Shadow Association prayed one after another. Resist and destroy the invaders. The Lord of Light and Shadow bless you. The shouts were louder than the others, and the believers were inspired to fight. Charles nodded with satisfaction and ordered loudly, put on the gravity body, pick up weapons, and let all the intruders get out. For a time, a large number of followers followed Charles and got ready. This is to prepare to resist to the end and eliminate the invaders. Morgan looked solemn and wanted to stop him several times, but after thinking about it, he decided that this would be a good idea. Let's see what kind of people those invaders are. What if there is a chance to eliminate them? In fact, he knew very well that this hope was slim. After all, no one even saw it, so the lighthouse just took control. How can we fight this? If the lighthouse does not lose control, there may be a chance to fight or even turn defeat into victory. Now, it's almost impossible. The lighthouse was in chaos. Both the superior people and the ordinary people were in panic. Time passed by minute by minute. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz. 10 minutes later, there was a roar outside the lighthouse. This attracted the attention of countless people at the lighthouse. At this moment, both Chenmin and Shengmin were stunned by the scene in front of them. Coming, Morgan stood on the edge of the lighthouse, looking at a large number of black spots appearing in the sky in the distance. These black spots were so densely packed that they arrived near the lighthouse in the blink of an eye. It was a flying machine. A large number of aircraft approached the lighthouse and soon surrounded the lighthouse. Everyone in the lighthouse fell into a huge panic. On the other side, Charles also saw the arrival of large and small aircraft. He looked solemn and announced loudly, "These are the culprits who invaded the lighthouse. Don't worry, wait for them to come down, and then another thief will capture the king first." Yes, a group of followers waited nervously. Everyone clenched their weapons and stared at the incoming large number of aircraft. As the aircraft approached, a pair of aircraft landed on the lighthouse. Soon, the aircraft's hatch opened. Groups of heavily armed black-armored soldiers slowly walked out from inside. These soldiers were numerous and began to control everyone in the lighthouse as soon as they entered. "Here we go, get ready." Charles's eyes sharpened and he stared at the aircraft. It was the largest aircraft. The door opened and a group of people stepped out from it. The leader was a young man, followed by the Red Queen who warned the lighthouse before. Behind him, Mark and others were also followed, and the entire hunter team was captured and brought back together. He is the leader of the invaders. Charles locked his eyes on Yi Hang and the Red Queen beside him. Ixity. He did not hesitate to order the attack. Naturally, the news here cannot be hidden from Yi Hang. He glanced over, his eyes unwavering. "It seems that there are still people on the lighthouse who want to resist. Since you resist, you must be prepared to die." 1. Yi Hang spoke and walked towards Charles. Step by step, Charles and others were greatly stressed and broke into cold sweats. "Fire! Fire quickly!" Charles shouted loudly with cold sweat on his head. Unfortunately, the group of followers and resistors beside him froze in place. They couldn't move, couldn't control their bodies at all, and were looking at Yi Hang who was walking towards him step by step with horror on their faces. "Destroy!" Yi Hang raised his hand and shook it gently. Bang bang bang. The next second, the bodies of the rebels led by Charles exploded one after another. They were crushed into powder by an invisible force and disappeared completely. The powerful and strange scene deeply stimulated all the people present at the lighthouse. Morgan looked at the dead Charles, with a hint of pain on his face, and finally lowered his head helplessly. "Morgan, on behalf of the owners of the lighthouse, I accept your rule. Please hold your hand high." After speaking, Morgan knelt down directly and announced that the lighthouse had surrendered. At this point, the lighthouse was completely under Yi Hang's control. "Master, the lighthouse is divided into 22 areas, with a total population of 12,631. All of them have been gathered. In the central hall, Yi Hang stands on the highest stage. The Red Queen beside her was giving a summary, telling all the information about the lighthouse in detail. Below, former City Lord Morgan, Commander-in-Chief Jing Nan, and the surviving light-bearer Fandy stood quietly below. Then there were Hunter Captains Mark, Ran Bing and other hunters standing there together. There were also a large number of high-ranking people and ordinary people gathered under the hall, tens of thousands of people gathered together in a dense crowd. Everyone looked quietly at the powerful and mysterious young City Lord sitting in the City Lord's seat. He is the new City Lord of the Lighthouse and the new leader of all Lighthouse humans. "Everyone, my name is Yi Hang." Yi Hang stood there and spoke slowly. "From now on, the Lighthouse will be ruled by me. I will become your new leader and lead you to a bright future. I will lead you to new life and reshape new hope for mankind. I declare that I will make fun of the 3 original laws of survival of the Lighthouse and promulgate new laws of human survival. Starting from tomorrow, the Lighthouse will be connected to the ground base and begin to expand, truly building an aerial fortress belonging to mankind and creating a real aerial home of hope for mankind. In the future, I will lead you back to the ground, take back everything that belongs to mankind, create a community with a shared future for mankind, and restore our homeland. For the great revival of mankind. Yi Hang raised his right hand and announced. For the great revival of mankind. Below, all the common people cheered loudly. Then one after another raised their right hands and shouted loudly, venting the countless anguish squeezed in their hearts. Countless people present watched in horror as Yi Hang's speech actually moved all the common people. Even most of the people started to join in, chanting slogans excitedly. For the great revival of mankind. Below, Mark looked confused and kept muttering this sentence in his heart. This sentence is full of incitement and can easily mobilize the people in the lighthouse who have been suppressed for a long time. For a time, the voices became louder and louder. As the former city lord, Morgan's expression changed, and he looked at Kai Hang on the high platform in shock. The mood of the entire lighthouse was inexplicably aroused, exuding waves of strong emotional fluctuations. Isn't this a huge signal source that attracts the attention of endless pole-devouring beasts? Trouble. Quote, Morgan smiled bitterly and was at a loss. For the great rejuvenation of mankind. Immediately afterwards, more and more people joined in. Including Ran Bing, Erica, Fei Shui, and Jing Nan couldn't help but feel excited, being stimulated by Yi Hang and unable to calm down. This is the result of Yi Hang quietly inspiring their spirits and secretly guiding them. Master, the lighthouse has arrived over the base. Do you want to land? The Red Queen suddenly spoke up and reminded her. Soon, a huge virtual projection light screen appeared over the hall. It shows a huge base below. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Oh my God, are you really building a base on the ground? Is there really any hope for humanity to take back the ground? But there are all kinds of monsters on the ground, is it really possible? The common people and the superior people are all talking about it without exception. They feel excited, yet uneasy, and confused about the uncertainty of the future. Morgan, as the former city lord, I have decided to appoint you as the deputy city lord, responsible for managing the people of the lighthouse and related government affairs. Yi Hang looked at Morgan below, who had a bitter look on his face, and asked. Morgan was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, City Lord, please take back your life. I am already old and I have only a few years to live. I am unable to handle this important task. Please leave it to someone else. He said it sincerely, because he was indeed old and had already made preparations and plans for his upcoming retirement. But I didn't expect Yi Hang to come out and directly take charge of everything in the lighthouse. It doesn't matter. Yi Hang waved his hand and reminded, it's just lifespan. I can restore your youth and even let you continue to work for the great rejuvenation of mankind for another 100 years, 200 years or even longer. I wonder if you are willing to continue to contribute to the revival of mankind. Yi Hang extended the invitation in a sincere tone. Everyone below was shocked after hearing this. Restore youth. Extend your life. Continue working for 200 years or more. A large number of civilians and the original lighthouse senior officials were all shocked. Morgan was even more stunned. He was shocked and said, City Lord, can you really do what you said? Of course, I ask you again, are you willing to continue fighting for the revival of mankind? Yi Hang asked again. This time, Morgan no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, stepped forward slowly, placed his right hand across his heart and solemnly knelt down on one knee. Morgan, you are willing to obey the City Lord's orders, and you are willing to dedicate everything you have to the great revival of mankind. Morgan finally chose to believe it. Very good. Next, you will be the deputy city of the lighthouse. Yi Hang nodded with satisfaction, very pleased with Morgan's choice. Immediately, he called a mechanical puppet and injected Morgan with AT1 potion. When the medicine was injected into his body, Morgan suddenly showed a horrified expression. 14. Others around him watched Morgan's body change, and his old face was quickly returning to a youthful state. It's incredible, really young again. Mark looked shocked. Ran Bing, Erica, Jing Nan, Fanti and others were all moved, looking at Morgan, who had regained his youth, in shock, as if it was unreal, as if he were in a dream. Am I really recovered? Morgan felt different. The whole person seemed to have endless power, and his powerful and young body filled him with shock, and he couldn't wake up for a while. More than 10,000 people present witnessed the old Morgan's rejuvenation with their own eyes, and everyone looked at it with fanatical faces. This is a genetic medicine we have developed. It can not only restore youth, but also extend lifespan for 100 years, and strengthen physical fitness 30 times. Yi Hang paused for a moment before continuing. In other words, people who have been injected with this genetic medicine can have a body that is 30 times stronger. Fighting with the devouring beast with bare hands is no longer a dream. The future of mankind will be in our hands. Yi Hang finished his words. The audience suddenly erupted in unparalleled cheers. Long live the City Lord. Humanity revive. Long live the City Lord. There were cheers one after another, and everyone's emotions reached their peak. The body will be strengthened 30 times and the lifespan will be extended by 100 years. Is this true? Zai Bing and others looked at each other in disbelief. Okay, everyone disperses, escorts. Queen Hong, take Mark to the laboratory. Yi Hang said something and turned around and left. Soon, 2 black armored soldiers came to Mark and took him away. What are you doing? Why were you taking Mark this away? Ran Bing and others immediately became anxious when they saw it. Don't resist, everyone, it'll be fine. Mark hurriedly stopped the agitated crowd. Then he left with the 2 black armored soldiers, leaving only the people in the hunting team running around anxiously. No, I have to ask Shiromu. Ran Bing couldn't sit still anymore and hurried towards the central city main hall. Lighthouse, the deepest part of the core database. There is such a secret room, which contains the core system of the lighthouse. Clodo system, a cyborg brain. Is this the core system of the lighthouse? At this time, Yi Hang was in front of a cylindrical transparent device. He looked at a huge semi-mechanical transformation core system stored in the device. The appearance is very much like a brain-shaped, semi-mechanical state. It was covered with dense currents, which looked mysterious and weird. Interesting stuff. Yi Hang's eyes flickered, and he raised his hand and pressed it on the transparent device. I saw nanoparticles pouring into it quickly, constantly invading the semi-mechanically modified biological brain. ZZ. The arc flashed, and bursts of electric current appeared on the semi-mechanical brain. It seemed to be aware of Yi Hang's invasion and launched a strong resistance. Unfortunately, it was impossible to stop Yi Hang's invasion. It was defeated step by step, and the core was invaded in the blink of an eye. Snapped. The cyborg brain shook slightly, as if something had broken. Then a huge flow of information came. Stop, stop. An intermittent signal came over, very anxious. Yi Hang remained unmoved and continued to invade and plunder all data information in the core data system, including a sole information about the existence of this system itself. This is a mysterious creature. It was originally an unknown mysterious species, but was transformed into a mechanical life form by humans. It serves as the core system of the lighthouse. To be honest, Yi Hang is very interested in the origin of this thing. And its ability is very powerful. At least Yi Hang knew that the Red Queen's invasion was blocked by it. If the Red Queen wasn't powerful enough, it might really be impossible to invade. Now the Red Queen has sealed its core here, unable to control the lighthouse, and only then did Yi Hang seize control. Yi Hang is solving the final threat of this mysterious creature. Kai, as the semi-mechanical brain made a sound, the electric light flashed and a plume of smoke rose. Then the last resistance disappeared. Yi Hang completely invaded the core of this mysterious creature and obtained countless knowledge and data inside. The scientific and technological knowledge about human civilization in the old world was very complete, which even surprised Yi Hang. It turns out that its internal core stores all human knowledge, including humanities, technology, etc., and even includes the complete human gene pool. What a good guy. He actually has the complete gene bank of humans in the old world, and even the biological gene bank of the Earth to store information. Yi Hang was amazed after inspection. BFDC. There is even some curiosity about the origin and purpose of this mysterious creature. Unfortunately, no information and origins about this mysterious creature were found during the search for information. This made Yi Hang a little confused, and he vaguely guessed that this thing must have eliminated the relevant information to prevent it from being discovered. What a great research material. Yi Hang showed a smile. Someone is coming. He gave the order and saw a mechanical puppet stepping forward, followed by a large group of infrastructure sentries, flying in densely. Tear this thing apart and send it to the laboratory for research. Yi Hang directly ordered that this thing be dismantled and sent to the laboratory for further study. After all, a mysterious creature has great research value. He suspected that this thing was not the original creature of the Earth, but most likely an alien creature from outer space. Regardless, it must be studied thoroughly. Based on the information database obtained, Yi Hang even felt that the mechanical heart had been greatly improved and gained. Kakaka. Soon, the mysterious mechanical biological brain was disassembled and transported to the laboratory. Yi Hang followed him to the laboratory. Owner. As soon as he entered the laboratory, he saw Hong Hu and stepped forward to salute. What's wrong? Yi Hang nodded and asked about the situation. The Red Queen pointed at Mark in the laboratory and said, Master, we just checked and compared Mark's body genes and found that there is an abnormality in his genes. Oh, Yi Hang nodded slightly and looked at Mark in the laboratory. Mark also saw Yi Hang and nodded slightly as a greeting. Mark didn't care too much about being directly used as a test subject for experiments, and he didn't refuse. He knew that he did not have the right or ability to refuse, so he was very obedient and followed the Red Queen's instructions to become a test subject. After examination and research, we found that his genetic cells had abnormal telomeres, and we concluded that he was not a normal human being. Queen Hong opened a virtual projection, which displayed Mark's body details. There are also genetic cells in his body. Various comparisons show that Mark is not a real human being. According to calculations, there is an 80% chance that he is a clone. Hong Hu gave the results of the experiment. What about the other 20% chance? Yi Hang nodded clearly and then asked again. The Red Queen hesitated for a moment before saying, according to our research data on the flower of mana, there is a 20% chance that he is a product of the flower of mana. And we found some abnormalities in his genetic map. His genes contain some kind of abnormal genetic information. Once these genes are activated, some kind of mutation may occur. The Red Queen gave her own research and calculation results. Mark contains some secrets and his identity is a mystery. Is it a human clone, or a humanoid creature bred from the flower of mana? Are his genes of value to us? Yi Hang only cares about this. The Red Queen explained. Master, Mark's special genes are of great help to us and can promote our research progress on the flower of mana. If we can thoroughly study the special genes in him, we may be able to produce second-generation genetic medicines that will have a huge effect. After listening to Hong Hu's introduction, Yi Hang silently looked at Mark in the laboratory. He thought for a while and said, let him come out, I need to talk to him. Okay. The Red Queen immediately executed it, and soon Mark in the laboratory received the notice. After putting on his clothes, he walked out of the laboratory and came to Yi Hang. City Lord, do you have any other instructions? Mark bowed his head respectfully. Yi Hang stepped forward and handed him a research information report. You can read this research information yourself. Mark took the information and looked through it with a puzzled look. It was nothing at first, but soon his expression gradually changed. When he finished reading, he stayed where he was. The research report clearly states that his genetic information is different from that of normal humans. The result is that he is not human in the normal sense. You mean, I'm not human? Mark was a little shaken inside. The news was so exciting that it was difficult for him to calm down. Yi Hang stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, and asked, what is the definition of human beings? Are humanoids that are naturally reproduced by humans, or cloned from humans, or humanoids bred by other creatures, are they considered humans? Quote. Mark opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. What is the definition of human being? Master, Zai Bing is looking for you outside. At this moment, the Red Queen stepped forward to report the news. Yi Hang's expression changed and he glanced at Mark, who was on insurance. You should think carefully first and think clearly. There will be a genetic enhancement experiment that requires your cooperation. After he finished speaking, he patted Mark on the shoulder and turned to leave the laboratory. Yi Hang wanted to see why Zabing came to him. Central Command Room. In the restroom, Yi Hang saw Zai Bing, who had been waiting for a long time. She has short white hair, a pretty face, and a graceful figure that looks energetic. Zai Bing, What's the matter with you and me? Yi Hang sat there, looking at Zai Bing calmly. When Zai Bing saw Yi Hang, he was inexplicably nervous. He hesitated several times before taking a few steps forward. City Lord, can you let Mark go? Zai Bing mustered up the courage to plead. Oh, Yi Hang looked at her thoughtfully, and his guess was right. Ran Bing came here just for Mark. Perhaps he came to plead for mercy because he was so courageous after seeing Mark being taken away. If that's why you came here, then there's no need. Yi Hang waved his hand and said casually, Mark is fine, I just took him to the laboratory to do some inspections and experiments. There is another experiment that requires his cooperation. You can go back. Check, experiment. Zabing was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then his expression changed drastically. What good things can come out of being taken to the laboratory? Could it be that the City Lord wants to directly slice Captain Mark for study? Zabing became anxious when he thought of this. City Lord, please let our captain go. Ran Bing begged sadly. She begged bitterly. He is the captain of our hunting team, he has made extremely great contributions to the lighthouse, and he plays an indispensable role. Please, be noble and let him go. The more she spoke, the more outrageous she became. Ran Bing was anxious. Yi Hang looked at her with a strange expression, feeling somewhat speechless. We didn't say we were going to kill Mark, we were just studying his genetic status. Why are you in such a hurry? Yi Hang was about to speak, but Zai Bing said anxiously, City Lord, please let Mark go. As long as we let our captain go, I can help you complete the experiment on his behalf. Ran Bing begged bitterly. As long as you let the captain go, I will do anything you want, even if it is slice research. Yi Hang was silent and looked at Zai Bing with strange eyes. This look made Zai Bing feel uncomfortable all over, as if his whole body was being seen through. Are you sure that you are willing to do anything? He asked slowly. Yes, City Lord, as long as you let Mark go, I will do anything you want. Ran Bing gritted his teeth and took the risk. Very well, this is what you said. Yi Hang nodded slightly, stood up and came to Zai Bing. He gently lifted Zai Bing's chin and said softly, Zai Bing, let me ask you again, this last chance, don't you regret it? Ran Bing's face changed slightly, and he was a little scared, but he soon became determined. I don't regret it, as long as you spare Captain Mark. After Ran Bing finished speaking, he slowly lowered his head. Okay, I'll make it happen for you. Yi Hang smiled and gently pinched her beautiful face. I didn't originally plan to do anything, but you brought it to your door yourself, so why should you turn me away? You brought this to me on your own initiative, and it has nothing to do with me. Bang! As soon as the door closed, Zai Bing inside the room trembled violently. The other side. In the laboratory, Mark lay in a petri dish and started the next experiment. This experiment is to study whether a special substance in mana ecology can bring genetic upgrades and enhancements to humans. Just like the ancestral virus can be made into various genetic medicines, the special viral substances in the mana ecology in front of us can also be made into genetic medicines. And Mark is a good test subject. After all, as a clone, it is possible that it is a humanoid life born from the flower of mana. It was of great help to Yi Hang's experiments in making the mana series of potions. I'm ready, let's get started. In the petri dish, Mark was naked and said to the outside. I saw a few scientific researchers in white coats stepping forward and plugging in various auxiliary instruments and equipment in preparation for Mark's energy supply. These white coats are all mechanical puppets, and they are only used to subsidize research. Ready, inspection completed, no problems found. You can start the experiment. Inject the ancestor virus, inject the mana substance. The Red Queen gave the experiment order with a cold face. The first step of injecting the ancestral substance is to provide a comprehensive protection for Mark's body, so that he will not be unable to withstand the erosion of the mana substance and die on the spot. The ancestral substance is a beneficial substance extracted from the ancestral virus, which can well protect the body's genetic cells and brain consciousness. As for the mana substance, it is actually a special substance just extracted from the embryo of the mana flower. This stuff is a main substance in making the mana series of potions. Therefore, an experimental subject is needed to complete the last step, and Mark is this experimental subject. Dot 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 dot. Buzz. In the petri dish, Mark felt a strange substance being injected into his body and suddenly became stiff. Then the heartbeat accelerated, as if a huge inflator was constantly beating, making a deafening heartbeat. The ancestral substance worked and was integrated into every genetic cell of Mark's body, including the brain. Immediately afterwards, the second brand new red substance was injected into the body. Mark's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly his whole body became cold. His brain seemed to have been hit hard, and his consciousness became blurred for a while. OBB. Immediately afterwards, a wave of boundless pain hit, making a tough guy like Mark couldn't help but scream in agony. It's a pity that he couldn't move his body and could only make wailing sounds in the petri dish. Filled square. In the body, two terrible substances are constantly colliding, resisting each other, and fighting each other. It was like two hostile legions fighting, using Mark's body as a battlefield to produce fierce fighting and conflict. DD. Experimental subject reacted violently. It was detected that the mana substance was attacking his genetic cells. Initiate intervention and activate the potential ability of the ancestor material in genes. The Red Queen calmly gave orders again and again. She controlled the entire experiment and arranged everything down to the smallest detail. Under her powerful and almost perfect control, the data of Mark's body appeared in front of her eyes, including the situation of cells at the genetic level. Seeing the genetic mutation in Mark's body, the Red Queen opened up the potential ability of the ancestral substance and launched the final stage of testing on the mana substance. As long as the ancestor substance can be successfully integrated with the mana substance, the second generation of more powerful ancestor potions can be created. Time passed by minute by minute. Mark's body reacted violently. Half of it sprouted countless black blood vessels, and the other half was red with traces of scarlet pigment. He began to mutate. However, it was still within the controllable range, and was precisely controlled by the Red Queen, who fine-tuned his genes to produce greater fusion and absorb the mana substance bit by bit. DD. It's starting to merge. Soon, the Red Queen was surprised to find that the two different substances in Mark's body were finally merging. Under the coordination of Mark's body's special genes, the two substances showed signs of perfect integration. This is a good news. The experiment was successful. Long time. 2 hours later, Yi Heng came to the laboratory. As for Ran Bing, maybe he was tired from crying and hadn't woken up yet. Master, the experiment was successful. As soon as he arrived, he saw Hongo reporting the news with an excited face. Did you make it? Yi Heng nodded, not surprised. The success of the experiment had long been expected. After all, with the powerful genetic technology and the Red Queen's powerful and subtle control, it was impossible to fail. What's more, it has been calculated countless times. How's Mark? Yi Heng asked casually while standing outside the laboratory. The Red Queen immediately reported. Master, Mark is now adapting to the enhanced and transformed body, and has made amazing improvements in all aspects. What she said was astonishing. It must be extraordinary. Yi Heng saw Mark in the laboratory. His overall figure looked a bit bigger and his muscles looked full of explosive power. The 2-meter-tall body, with muscles stacked on top of each other, stretched with its back to Yi Heng, and immediately revealed a grimace. What a ghost. 207. When the turtle's back is opened, women don't like it. Yi Heng murmured, very pleased with Mark's change. This guy exudes a fierce aura, as if a humanoid beast is releasing a terrifying aura all the time. City Lord. Seeing Yi Heng, Mark quickly turned around and bowed low. His eyes were full of excitement, and there was also a hint of strong gratitude. After the experiment was completed, Mark clearly felt that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. As soon as he woke up, he felt that he had inexhaustible power. A slight movement can unleash terrifying power, a gentle grip can crush steel metal, and a casual punch can blast alloy steel plates. This shows how powerful he is now. That's right, come with me and go to the training room to try your current abilities. Yi Heng nodded with satisfaction, said hello and led Mark to the training room. It has been renovated, the interior is empty, and a large amount of training equipment has been built. One of the alloy pillars with a diameter of 3 meters stands in front of you. Mark, I'm going to give it a try. Yi Hang pointed to the alloy pillar to indicate. This is asking Mark to roll iron. The huge alloy pillar 3 meters away is enough to test Mark's current strength attributes. Good. Mark looked excited, clenched his fists and walked up. Boom. He went up and punched the pillar, causing a slight vibration around him. Then there was a fist mark dented on the pillar, which looked 3 inches deep. An ordinary punch has a power of 30 tons. The Red Queen looked at the row of red data displayed on the pillar. Yi Hang nodded slightly. Mark, explode and try where your strongest strength is. Yes, City Lord. Mark nodded excitedly and took a deep breath. The muscles all over his body were bulging, and a huge ghost's back immediately appeared behind his bare upper body. As Mark gained momentum, he punched out. Boom! The entire alloy pillar suddenly broke and turned into countless pieces of iron that fell apart. When the terrifying power was released, the metal alloy pillars exploded. Mark himself was stunned. DD. Explosive power. Over 100 tons, muscle strength is comparable to steel, and bone hardness is as high as alloy. The overall genetic enhancement is perfect, cell activity is enhanced 100 times, and the lifespan is at least 1,000 years. Red Queen 1510 recorded in detail the accurate data of all aspects of Mark's current body. This is simply an amazing humanoid beast. After calculating this, the Red Queen said excitedly, Master, we can make the second-generation Ancestor Potion. The second-generation Ancestral Potion, which incorporates a special substance from Mana's ecology, is 50% more powerful than the first-generation Ancestral Potion. Look at the detailed test data information obtained. Yi Hang was very satisfied. Red Queen, you have done a good job. Continue research and fully control the fetus of life technology as soon as possible. Next, I need to use the fetus of life to perfect and adjust my genes. Yes, Master, I promise to complete the mission. The Red Queen looked solemn and hurriedly assured. Yi Hang needs to use the fetus of life, which is the embryo condensed on the flower of mana, a mysterious and powerful pregnancy technology. As long as he masters the technology of this embryo of life, Yi Hang can use this embryo of life to readjust and strengthen his body genes and upgrade his life level. This is the charm of technology, and it uses the power of machinery to achieve its goal of ascension. Mark, we need to have a real battle next. Your opponent is the devouring beast. Yi Hang mentioned this to the excited Mark. After hearing this, Mark immediately saluted. Don't worry, City Lord, with my current strength, I can defeat the devouring beasts with my bare hands. Don't be careless, let alone be complacent. Humanity needs to keep moving forward step by step, rather than being arrogant and complacent. Yi Hang stepped forward and patted Mark, pressing his chest lightly. Bang! Mark flew backwards, crashed into the metal wall and hung there. He looked at Yi Hang in astonishment. The light palm just now looked light and fluffy, but the power contained in it made Mark, who was just bursting with confidence, unstoppable. Truly unstoppable. The City Lord's strength is really terrifying. Only Mark himself understands that his current strength is simply not comparable to that of City Lord Yi Hang. The two are not on the same level. At this time, Mark was completely convinced by Yi Hang. Go, gather everyone, let them witness the miracle, and see with their own eyes the hope brought by Mark's powerful power. Yi Hang ordered to the Red Queen on the side. Next, let Mark give you a shocking encouragement. Human beings need a refreshing visual impact to inspire inner hope. Understood. The Red Queen immediately went to make arrangements. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout the lighthouse. Everyone inside the lighthouse received the message. 20 minutes later, Mark and the devouring beast started a life or death showdown. Everyone was shocked, filled with anxiety and fear, and gathered on a newly built aerial battlefield. Here is a new arena just built by Infrastructure Sentinel according to Yi Hang's design. The entire arena is divided into 9 floors and can accommodate tens of thousands of people. It was divided from the original structure of the lighthouse and rebuilt to become a huge symbol of the future of the lighthouse. It is also an area for venting and fighting. In the arena, tens of thousands of people gathered in the lighthouse, and they all came. What happened? What a big arena. I didn't expect it to be built in such a short period of time. Incredible. Everyone who comes here is deeply shocked by the arena in front of them. Because it didn't exist before, it was built in a blink of an eye. It can be seen that the ability of Infrastructure Sentinel is very leveraged. I heard on the radio that Captain Mark is going to have a life and death fight with the devouring beast. True or false? What happened? Upon hearing the news, all the members of the hunting team who came over looked ugly. Everyone sat there worriedly, 0.3 looking at a huge arena below. Roar. Suddenly, a roar sounded. Everyone looked with horror on their faces and saw a huge monster appearing in the arena. That's the devouring beast. It's the devouring beast. More than 10,000 people present screamed in horror. The instinctive fear of seeing the devouring beast cannot be concealed. What exactly does the city lord want to do? You actually asked Captain Mark to deal with the extreme devouring beast. Isn't this going to end in death? Erica, Penny, Mo Chang, Fei Shui and others all became frightened. Mark, it's your turn. Go, crush people's fears, and bring absolutely strong hope to everyone. On the high platform, Yi Hang gave instructions to Mark beside him. Clear. Mark nodded deeply and saluted solemnly. Then he looked at the arena below and jumped down neatly. Boom. There was a loud noise, and Mark made a shocking appearance. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the scene was in an uproar. Mark, oh my god, Captain Mark is okay after jumping from a height of tens of meters. What a powerful momentum. I'm so scared that I'm going to pee. Tens of thousands of spectators at the scene all exclaimed and looked at Mark, who jumped down in shock. His appearance was extremely shocking. After jumping from a height of tens of meters, he was still intact, and a depression was left in the metal ground. In the smoke and dust, Mark stood tall and straight, with his upper body bare, and the muscles exposed were exciting and full of explosive power. Roar. On the opposite side, the pole-devouring beast stared at Mark with vigilance and roared. The devouring beast seemed to be wary of Mark, and even retreated slightly, sensing a crisis in this human being. Look. The devouring beast seems to be afraid. Mo Chang stood up and looked at the west side of the field. The other team members clenched their fists and looked at Mark nervously. Team leader, come on, nothing will happen to you. Erica, Penny, Fei Shui and other teammates were all worried about Mark. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense. Mark actually faced a pole-devouring beast with his bare hands, without any laces or weapons. If it hadn't been for Mark's shocking appearance, everyone might have been unable to help but close their eyes, afraid to look at the bloody scene that followed. Everyone, please witness the miracle next. The miracle that belongs to mankind is about to come. Mark fights against the pole-devouring beast with his bare hands. As the Red Queen's voice sounded, everyone at the scene fell silent. Deputy City Lord, do you think Mark can really deal with the devouring beast with his bare hands? On the high platform, as the Deputy City Lord, Morgan looked calm. Obviously, he had long sensed the unparalleled terrifying aura in Mark. No need to guess, Mark must have been injected with the same genetic medicine as him, or a similar medicine. In short, Morgan was very confident now and said, Jing Nan, watch with peace of mind, Mark can definitely create miracles. In other words, believe in our great city lord, he has brought us hope and miracles. Morgan has a deep fear and admiration for Yi Hang. It can restore his youth and even strengthen all aspects of his body by 30 times. You can imagine how much he is in awe of Yi Hang. Could it be that Mark was injected with the same genetic medicine as you? Fanti, the bearer of light, glanced thoughtfully at Yi Hang, who was sitting in the city lord's position on the high platform. She already guessed the answer. Roar. At this time, the devouring beast roared. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly when they saw Mark taking the initiative to walk towards the devouring beast step by step, causing a strong reaction from the devouring beast. It was retreating, roaring in warning, but fearful of Mark. This is a powerful deterrent from the genetic level, a danger induction in the biological field. City Lord, didn't you say you would let Mark go? On the high platform, Zai Bing staggered over and looked at the arena with an ugly expression. She never expected that Mark would actually fight against the devouring beast with his bare hands. Is Yi Hang determined to kill Mark? Watch with peace of mind. Yi Hang gently held her in his arms. He comforted him calmly. Mark is no longer what he used to be. I will not break my promise to you. Yi Hang didn't lie. He had no intention of doing anything to Mark. Instead, he allowed Mark to gain genetic evolution and upgrade. Therefore, he does not break his promise. Ran Bing was hugged and did not resist. Instead, He looked at the court with a complicated expression, his eyes full of worry. "Captain, I hope you're okay." She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Moved. Suddenly, the devouring beast withstood the pressure and launched an attack directly. It rushed towards Mark first. "Captain, be careful. Get out of the way." Outside the court, Mo Chang and others who were concerned about Mark all exclaimed. The scene was filled with exclamations. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in horror. A few people could not help but close their eyes and did not dare to watch. Ran Bing's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but squeeze Yi Hang's hand, feeling very nervous inside. Too slow. On the field, Mark looked at the rushing beast and felt slow. Instead of retreating, he advanced, and an accelerating figure suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. It was so fast that it caused hallucinations, and it was impossible to catch it with the naked eye, so it felt like it had disappeared. When he appeared again, Mark was already in the sky above the devouring beast. Boom! With one step, the head of the pole-devouring beast roared, and its huge body was directly hit to the ground. The huge force made the ground dent, and the head of the pole-devouring beast exploded with a click. With just one blow, the devouring beast's head was trampled to pieces and he hated the Northwest immediately. There was dead silence. Tens of thousands of people stared blankly at the scene in the arena, unable to wake up for a while. It was too shocking, too unexpected, too fast. Before it even had time to react, the devouring beast was crushed to death by Mark's foot. Hiss. For a long time, there were bursts of breathing sounds. Many people looked at Mark on the field in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. "It's over, it's over. Instant kill. Am I dreaming?" At the scene, a large number of people seemed to be in a dream, and it felt very unreal. "This is too fake." They all suspected that the devouring beast was playing fake punches. You are a beast that devours extremes. You throw yourself into the street when you meet someone, and you still have no shame in spreading the word. "Captain is mighty. Mark, Mark." After a period of silence, bursts of cheers erupted from the scene. Everyone was in high spirits, and they were deeply stimulated by the shock brought by Mark's crisp and clear expression. Excited and excited, cheers resounded throughout the arena. Tens of thousands of people watched with excitement, their eyes were blazing, and they were full of hope. Yes, Mark ignited the passion and hope of everyone present. Let everyone see the real hope of mankind defeating monsters. Killing a pole-devouring beast with bare hands is undoubtedly a huge shock. The place almost exploded. Seeing this result, Morgan showed a smile. "You see, this is hope." As he spoke, he looked towards where Yi Hang was, with deep awe in his eyes. Jingnan and Fanti looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Then the two of them looked at Yi Hang, with a fiery light shining in their eyes. This man really brought an unparalleled shock to everyone in the lighthouse and ignited everyone's hope for the future. At this moment, roars sounded again in the arena. Everyone woke up and wanted to go. I saw the devouring beast appearing again in the arena. But this time, not one, but several pole-devouring beasts appeared together. A whole 9-headed pole-devouring beast appeared together, bringing a strong pressure and impact that made people's scalp numb. Nine pole-devouring beasts. Oh my God. Ran Bing also woke up from the shock and became nervous when he saw the 9 pole-devouring beasts that appeared again. However, being hugged by Yi Hang didn't make her develop any better. She noticed that many people were paying attention to her, and a blush quickly appeared on her cheeks. "Don't panic, just 9 pole-devouring beasts are a piece of cake for Mark. Take a good look, Mark's next performance is a symbol of strength." Yi Hang spoke calmly. Whizzing. As soon as he finished speaking, the devouring beast moved. The 9 pole-devouring beasts launched an attack and rushed toward Mark from all directions. Ran Bing's heart trembled. With 1 against 9, is Mark really good enough to defeat the ultimate beast? 9 pole-devouring beasts launched a surprise attack and pounced on Mark one after another. One of them attacked from the front, opening its big mouth, as if it wanted to swallow Mark directly. The audience present could not help but feel their hearts trembling, and they all looked nervously at the scene below. Too weak. In the field, Mark looked sharply and raised a hand while muttering to himself. I saw his fingers spread out, and he instantly grasped a pole-devouring beast that jumped in front of him. He blocked the pole-devouring beast with one hand and pinched it. Bang! The next second, Mark grabbed the head of the devouring beast and swung it hard, hitting another devouring beast rushing from the side. The two pole devouring beasts were thrown away directly. Ouch! Other pole devouring beasts came and made terrifying roars. Mark's figure flickered and he dodged the attacks of one pole-eating beast after another. Soon he struck back. Bang! He turned around and punched a pole-devouring beast in the head. I saw the head of the pole-devouring beast exploded instantly, turning into a ball of flesh and splattering. The headless corpse collapsed in the distance, twitched twice and then stopped moving. Roar! Immediately afterwards, Mark's figure flashed continuously, so fast that it left afterimages. Everyone was shocked to find that Mark punched and kicked the two pole-devouring beasts and sent them flying, screaming in pain in the air. Boom! Boom! The arena shook slightly. Mark punched hard one after another, making the beast howl and scream. It was completely a one-sided crushing. With one person's strength, he could resist the devouring beast, but he suppressed the devouring beast and beat him violently. Everyone was stunned. Is this still a human being? Can human beings really possess such incredible power? More monster than monster. Who is the monster? And this is the kind of evolution and improvement brought about by science and technology and genetic technology, which truly sets mankind on a path to strength. Bang! Mark crushed one of the pole-devouring beasts with his foot, and held the other pole-devouring beast with his other hand and smashed it to the ground. Immediately afterwards, 3 strikes, 5 strikes, and 2 strikes were carried out, and a small monster was punched with 1 punch, leaving the 9 pole-devouring beasts unable to fight back. In just a few minutes, all 9 pole-devouring beasts were beaten to the ground. 5 of them died, and the remaining 4 were all disabled, with half of their bodies blown apart. The scene was bloody, but it deeply stimulated everyone's blood and ignited the fire of hope in their hearts. Did you see it? Yi Hang smiled slightly, patted Ran Bing and said, I told you, Mark will be fine. Instead, he has become more powerful than the devouring beast. Are you satisfied with this? When he asked, Zabing woke up. She looked at Mark, who was like a god of war in the field, feeling happy from the bottom of her heart. Ran Bing looked at Yi Hang with a complicated expression and said softly, Thank you, you did what you promised, and I will do the same. Having said this, Zai Bing's face turned a little red and he quickly stood up and stood beside him. Everyone, in this contest between humans and pole-devouring beasts, the humans will win completely. As a soft voice sounded, a burst of more violent cheers suddenly erupted from the scene. Mark, Mark, Mark. The cheers at the scene became louder and louder, and the atmosphere was enthusiastic. It can be said that it was completely explosive. The cheers stimulated everyone's eardrums and made people's blood boil. Mark looked at the tens of thousands of people around him, feeling proud in his heart. He enjoyed the cheers of countless people and felt an indescribable touch in his heart. This is the hope, Yi Hang said, and it is even more a miracle. Humanity will win. Mark raised his arms and roared loudly. Must win, must win. For a time, the atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. Everyone shouted excitedly and fanatically, wishing that they were one of them. The shock of Mark's arrival completely ignited the fire in people's hearts. Let people see the hope of defeating monsters and defeating the pole-devouring beast. He also saw a bright future for mankind. The whole cheering process lasted for a full 10 minutes before gradually fading. Next, Hong Miao was beaten by Yi Hang and did not go to the high platform. As soon as she appeared, the scene immediately became quiet. Everyone, the city lord has an order. From now on, everyone in the lighthouse will be vaccinated with scarlatin immunity for free, so they can enter life on the ground with peace of mind. Next, we will open up an ecological area and start planting and cultivating all the fruits, vegetables and other food on the earth before the disaster. A breeding farm will also be open to cultivate various animals that existed on the earth before the disaster, and humans will officially begin to restore the past ecology and life. At that time, everyone will have access to fresh vegetables, fruits, and fresh meat, and they will be able to live freely on this land that originally belonged to humans. In the future, a meritorious service system will be implemented. Anyone who has made contributions to mankind, whether they are a superior citizen or a commoner, will be able to apply for injection of genetic medicine for genetic optimization. In the future, everyone will have the opportunity to become a superhuman like Captain Mark, who can fight the extreme beast with bare hands. Everyone will have the opportunity to become a superhuman. The Red Queen's words instantly stimulated everyone present. No one doesn't want to become a powerful superhuman like Mark. Everything is for the great rejuvenation of mankind. Yi Hang stood up slowly, raised his right hand and announced loudly. Quote, for the revival of mankind. Long live the City Lord. Long live the City Lord. In an instant, the scene was boiling again, with tens of thousands of people raising their right hands and shouting loudly. Even Deputy City Lord Morgan, Commander-in-Chief Jing Nan, and Lord of Light Vatican stood up and showed a gesture of admiration towards Yi Hang. Perhaps he is God, the incarnation of light. Fanti, the bearer of light, looked at Yi Hang as if he had seen divine brilliance, and his eyes were filled with the brilliance of fanatical faith for a moment. Ran Bing looked at the man in front of him with a complex expression, mysterious, powerful, full of unknown and brilliance. For the revival of humanity. She raised her right hand high and looked at Yi Hang again with eyes full of determination and a hint of tenderness. With this shocking performance of Mark, it has brought an unparalleled boost to the people of the lighthouse. In a true sense, the lighthouse awakens mankind's desire and hope for the future. Everyone worships Yi Hang as a god. What is a person who can make them superhuman if not a god? Therefore, now Yi Hang is the leader supported by everyone in the entire lighthouse. Definitely, because he brings hope and dawn. Next, the lighthouse will usher in a brand new change. The first is the lighthouse renovation plan, replacing the energy core, and creating a total of 9 cores of energy on the lighthouse. 9 artificial suns serve as the core energy source of the lighthouse, which can supply the energy consumption of the lighthouse indefinitely. There are also plans for the research and development of various new weapons and equipment, the construction and development of new areas, and so on. This series of plans were completely abandoned after Yi Hang handed them over to Queen Hong and Morgan. Next, Yi Hang's main focus was on the development of nanobiological mechas. On this day, Yi Hang is going to the core warehouse of the lighthouse to unblock a secret weapon belonging to the lighthouse. That was a mecha, the core of the Linyuan plan. Master, Fanti wants to see you. Just as he was about to go out, he received a message from the Red Queen. Fanti, the bearer of light, has arrived. Fanti, let her in. In the central command room, Yi Hang agreed to meet the light bearer after receiving the news. Central command room. A graceful figure walked in. Vanti, see my lord. As soon as Fanti came in, she saluted Yi Hang. This kind of etiquette is like a believer meeting the Lord of Faith. She was wearing a visor and her chin was exposed, making it difficult to see her true appearance. Stand up. Yi Hang nodded slightly and looked at Fanti, who stood up. What brought you here? He had a guess in his mind, but he still asked casually. Vatican bowed respectfully and said, I beg the Lord to give me the opportunity to become a superhuman being. Fan Nangxia will dedicate everything to our Lord. Are you willing to give everything? Yi Hang looked at her deeply. I have to say that Fanti, the light bearer, is really smart. Yes, Vatican is willing to dedicate everything, loyalty, body, including soul and faith. Fanti's tone was solemn, like a fanatical believer. She now regards Yi Hang as the only god she believes in and regards him as the incarnation of light. She is a member of the Light and Shadow Society and believes in the Lord of Light and Shadow. But now I believe in Yi Hang directly as the Lord of Light and Shadow. Take off your helmet. Yi Hang walked up to her and gently lifted her chin. As soon as he finished speaking, Fanti took off the helmet he was wearing without hesitation. Taking off her mask revealed her true face. Seeing her true appearance, Yi Hang's eyes lit up slightly and he nodded with satisfaction. As the light bearer, Fanti does have a beautiful appearance that she can be proud of, and her genes are excellent enough. Yes, your request is difficult. Yi Hang held her delicate chin and agreed with a smile. If someone offers it to you, how can you not agree? He wasn't in the habit of turning away people. Thank you, my lord. Fanti was excited in her heart, with a fiery look shining in her eyes. She stepped forward gently and slowly leaned against Yi Hang. The next day, in the early morning, Yi Hang left refreshed. He came to Dr. Carey's laboratory at the lighthouse. City Lord, seeing Yi Hang coming, Dr. Jiali immediately came forward to greet him. In this laboratory, there is a secret about the lighthouse. Those who come to the abyss. Dr. Carey, open the cold room in the laboratory. Yi Hang stood in the laboratory and said to Dr. Jiali. Yes, City Lord. Dr. Carey responded obediently. Then she opened a sealed refrigerator door. Click. There was a crisp sound and the door slowly opened. I saw a blast of cold air coming from inside. The cold room was completely cold, and the internal temperature was extremely low. A huge black mecha was refrigerated inside. This mecha is the secret of the lighthouse and the core of the Abyssalist plan. Yi Hang looked at the black mecha in front of him, which was the key core of the lighthouse's Abyssalist plan. A mysterious mecha, a black gravity body. Where did Morgan get this black mecha? It is obviously related to the human survivors on the ground. Once upon a time, it was said that the pilot of this black mecha was driven by a young silver-haired woman. As for why it fell into the hands of the lighthouse, Yi Hang didn't care about it. It doesn't matter where this mecha comes from or what secrets it hides. He now wants to unblock this mecha and study the mecha technology of this world to improve his nanomecha plan. City Lord, this mecha has been hidden for many years. Dr. Carey looked emotional. She said slowly, no one on the lighthouse can control this mecha, so it is permanently sealed. Can no one control it? Yi Hang was thoughtful and stepped forward to gently stroke the surface of the mecha. The black mecha is filled with a cold touch. The moment he touched the mecha, he clearly noticed the difference in the mecha. This is a living mecha. Yi Hang's eyes lit up. It's actually a biological mecha. It's really interesting. This discovery greatly interested him. The biological mecha is not an ordinary mecha. It can be said that it is a living mecha. A person who can control this mecha must have a special kind of energy in his body due to his own strength and genetic level. The source of life, or bioenergy. For example, Yi Hang thought of a person, the representative of human beings on the ground, Bai Yuekui. Maybe this black biological mecha originally belonged to BFEF Bai Yuekui. The white-haired woman in the past was most likely Bai Yuekui. After all, this girl is already dozens of years old, and her age is astonishing. There is a high possibility that the pilot of the black mecha is Bai Yuekui. Buzz. Yi Hang pressed on the surface of the mecha, and a large number of nanoparticles emerged from his hand and quickly covered the mecha. Soon, Yi Hang obtained all the secrets of the mecha, including its internal structure, and obtained all the data and parameters of the mecha. In this way, he can use this as a basis and combine his vast knowledge to create his own mecha series. He himself has a nanobiological mecha. The two technologies are different, but he can learn from them to improve his own mecha. Yi Hang's mecha has incorporated a large number of merit points, and it is no longer an ordinary thing. It's almost time to start the mecha plan. Yi Hang took back his hand and silently thought about his next plan. Mecha series. First, create the first biological mecha. Red Queen, launch the 12 Zodiac Mecha Series manufacturing plan. Yi Hang turned around and began to contact the Red Queen to arrange the mecha manufacturing plan. Good master. The response came from the Red Queen. As the order was passed on, plans for the mecha series began to be launched in the base. The first is the Zodiac Mecha. This is the first generation of biological mecha created by Yi Hang based on the 12 zodiac signs. It just so happened that various technologies such as the manufacturing of experimental mechas were completely perfected in this world. Okay, let's unblock this mecha and place it in the mecha's gravity body warehouse. Yi Hang looked at the black mecha in front of him and made arrangements. Yes, City Lord. Dr. Carey nodded slightly and accepted the order. As for what the mayor wants to do, she doesn't know or dare to ask. All you need to do is follow the City Lord's orders honestly. That, Dr. Jiali looked hesitant as Yi Hang was about to leave. Yi Hang glanced at her and asked, Dr. Jiali, do you have anything else? City Lord, can you give me a genetic potion? I want to participate in the research and development of genetic potion. Dr. Jiali asked with a look of apprehension and nervousness. This is very simple, just tell the Red Queen and then take your research team into the research institution of the base. Yi Hang waved his hand and didn't care, and arranged it directly. Thank you City Lord. Dr. Carey thanked her with excitement. Go ahead. Yi Hang smiled, turned and left the laboratory. Beep. At this moment, a harsh warning sounded. Master, we found a large number of pole-devouring beasts approaching the base. The Red Queen reported the news. There are a large number of pole-devouring beasts approaching the base. Come here as soon as you come. Let Mark go out with a group of black armored soldiers to take care of it. Yi Heng took a look and then issued the order. As you command. The Red Queen disappeared at the sound and immediately conveyed his order. As the order was conveyed, Mark, who was training, immediately put on the special armor and set off carrying a sword weighing 1 ton. Chapter 71. Outside the base. A large group of snakes and dogs followed dozens of pole-devouring beasts in a mighty attack. Perhaps it was sensed that a large number of humans gathered here, because the powerful emotions released previously attracted a large number of pole-devouring beasts. I don't know which batch this is. Boom. The heavy base door slowly opened. I saw a 2-meter tall man striding out carrying a huge sword, followed by a group of black armored soldiers. He was none other than Mark, holding a sword in his hand and looking at the large number of beasts and snake dogs outside with high spirits. Roar. As soon as Mark appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the snake dog and the pole-eating beast, and they all let out deafening roars. Among the beasts that came this time, there was one that was particularly huge and powerful. It is obviously a high-level pole-devouring beast. Scumbags, come on! Mark shouted and rushed forward with a knife. He accelerated with a run-up, like a sharp arrow heading towards the devouring beast. When he was tens of meters close to the devouring beast, Mark suddenly jumped up high, wielding 10 tons of combat power in midair and slashed directly into the forehead of the devouring beast. The huge sword broke through the air, causing the air to explode, and there were bursts of roaring sounds. Ouch! The pole-devouring beast roared and swung its tail. Just hearing a clang sound, the sword struck the tail, bursting out with brilliant sparks. However, Mark's sword was so powerful and heavy that it could not be stopped by the tail of the devouring beast. With a clicking sound, the tail of the devouring beast was severed, and the sword was placed on its head like a sword. Puff! The light of the sword passed by, and the head of the pole-devouring beast fell down, and its body and head were separated on the spot. Kill! Mark rushed into the herd of beasts with one knife and started killing them. Snakes and dogs are one sword at a time and unstoppable. Even the dozens of pole-devouring beasts were no match for Mark. Mark is too strong now, like a humanoid ferocious beast, even more terrifying than the devouring beast. Roar! The beasts roared continuously. Each snake and dog died tragically, and the pole-eating beast was beaten until it howled wildly. The advanced pole-devouring beast headed by it could barely compete with the monster Mark. The scene in front of them deeply shocked everyone in the base and on the lighthouse. Too strong. The captain is simply scarier than those monsters. I really envy the captain. I also want to fight head-on with the gnawing beast like the captain. In front of the fence of the lighthouse, the original hunting team looked at Mackin, who was killing everyone, in shock and envy. They were all moved by this, and even showed deep envy. Do you think we can become as powerful as Captain Mark? Erica asked with longing. Beside her, Fei Shui was silent, and she looked very cold with her mask on. However, Penny said thoughtfully, Yes, you have forgotten that Zabing seems to have obtained genetic enhancement and upgrade. She noticed the changes in Ran Bing, and had noticed long ago that Ran Bing seemed to have a very close relationship with the new city lord. Petunia saw with her own eyes that Zai Bing was almost attached to the new city lord. Sister Zai Bing. Erica's eyes lit up, and her thoughts moved. I saw Sister Zai Bing going to the city lord before, could it be? Fei Shui, Sister Petunia, how about we go to my city lord too? Erica said excitedly with her big eyes open. Penny looked at her speechlessly. You are a real tiger, don't you know the secret? Why Ran Bing was strengthened? He could think with his toes that he must have followed the new city lord. I also want to become as powerful as Captain Mark. Mo Cheng looked enviously at Mark, who was killing everyone outside, not to mention how excited he was. Like him, the other members of the wilderness hunting team were all excited and wanted to pick up their knives and have a hand-to-hand fight with the devouring beast like Mark. It was really enjoyable and made their blood boil. No, I can't help it anymore. Erica yelled, waking the others. I saw her shouting loudly, I want to become stronger, let's go to the city lord together. After saying that, she turned around and ran away in a rage. Erica. Penny's face changed slightly. She called Joe and showed a wry smile when the other party ignored her. She and Fei Shui looked at each other and nodded. let's go together, lest Erica makes any jokes. Good, Fei Shui responded, and the two immediately caught up with Erica. Hey, wait, underscore. We'll go too. Mo Cheng couldn't sit still at this sight and hurriedly ran up to follow. For a time, every member of the hunting team saw this scene and followed them one after another. They all want to obtain genetic enhancements and upgrades, and want to have the same strength as Mark to be able to fight the devouring beast. On the upper level of the lighthouse, Yi Hang was standing in front of the glass watching Mark kill everyone. City Lord, is it too little to have only Mark? On the side, the Deputy City Lord looked at it for a while and suddenly asked slowly. Yi Hang smiled and said harmoniously, of course it can't be done by Mark alone. Now I'm just letting Mark stimulate the others. That's right, Yi Hang just asked Mark to stimulate others first, thus arousing everyone's desire for genetic enhancement and strength. ... Look, aren't they here? After he finished speaking, he smiled and turned around. Morgan turned around in surprise and saw Erica, Penny, Fei Shui, Mo Cheng and other members of the hunting team walking in together. Meet the City Lord, Deputy City Lord. A group of people walked in uneasily and hurriedly saluted respectfully. On the way here, I was full of excitement and anticipation, but when I arrived, I was filled with apprehension and uneasiness. No need to be polite. Yi Hang gently raised his hand to signal. Morgan nodded in response. Why are you here? He asked knowingly. Of course he was just pretending. Erica couldn't help but spoke first. Brother City Lord, we also want to become as powerful as Captain Mark, gain the strength to protect the lighthouse, and contribute our own strength to the great rejuvenation of mankind. ... Oh, Yi Hang came over with a smile. Penny, Fei Shui and others were shocked when they heard Erica calling the City Lord brother. They looked at Yi Hang with some fear, secretly worried about Erica. You little girl, you are so ignorant. What are you calling me? You must call me Brother City Lord, because it is disrespectful. Your name is Erica. Yi Hang came to her, smiled and rubbed her short red hair, which was very smooth. Brother City Lord, my name is Erica. Erica was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Brother City Lord to be so friendly. This intimate touch made her heart beat wildly. What should I do if my ears are red and swollen? Erica felt that her cheeks were about to burn, and she lowered her head shyly. Everyone is eager to become stronger. I understand your mood very well. Yi Hang spoke slowly and said with a smile, I have approved your request, and I will optimize and upgrade your genes next. Go ahead and I'll make arrangements. After speaking, he patted Erica and said with a smile. Thank you, Brother City Lord. Long live the City Lord brother. Erica was overjoyed and jumped up for joy. Thank you City Lord. Penny, Fei Shui, Mo Cheng and others were also ecstatic, and they all bowed respectfully and thanked them. Thank you City Lord for bringing hope. Morgan bowed meticulously. Yi Hang shook his head. Morgan, go and do your work. You will have a lot of work next. Happy to oblige. On the contrary, Morgan saluted with a happy expression. Yi Hang turned around and left here, passing by the lighthouse navigation control room and stopped. His thoughts moved. He saw a mature and graceful figure in the command room and suddenly walked in. Lighthouse. Navigation control room. Jing Nan sat blankly in his seat, not knowing what he was thinking. She is the only one here, and none of her other original colleagues are here. Because the lighthouse had stopped, she became leisurely, even a little idle. This left Jing Nan at a loss as to what to do and somewhat difficult to adapt to. She stared at a screen in front of her in a daze, which showed the areas being renovated by the lighthouse. Nowadays, the lighthouse has more than doubled in size and is still being expanded, as if it is building a real aerial fortress. Who is the new City Lord? Why haven't we seen each other in so many years? Jing Nan thought about this blankly, and Yi Hang flashed in his mind. She has always been curious about the origin of Yi Hang, the new City Lord. Some people don't understand why they have never seen it before, and there is not even a trace of information recorded. Jing Nan. At this time, a voice woke up Jing Nan. She looked back and stood up in panic. City Lord. Jing Nan stood aside respectfully, a little surprised that Yi Hang came here. Sitting where she just sat, Yi Hang could still feel a trace of residual warmth, and could smell a lingering aroma on the tip of her nose. Jing Nan, I just saw you alone in a daze. Is there something on your mind? He sat there, looking calmly at Jingnan. The latter lowered his head in embarrassment, a little embarrassed. Because she was really in a daze just now, thinking about the city lord. After thinking about it, people came, and I was a little nervous. No, it's nothing, Jingnan replied inexplicably nervously. Yi Hang smiled and held her little hand naturally. Jingnan, the lighthouse is under renovation now, so there is no need to sail. Are you, the commander-in-chief of lighthouse navigation, a little unaccustomed to being so leisurely? Ah, Jingnan was a little overwhelmed when his hand was suddenly grabbed. Her cheeks turned red quickly, her heart beat faster, and she looked at the young and handsome city lord in front of her in confusion. He has an indescribable and mysterious temperament about him, which makes people want to explore more and more, and before they know it, they will be immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. Come, sit down and talk. Yi Hang pulled her to sit aside, the two of them almost touching each other. Smelling the breath emanating from Yi Hang's body, Jingnan's cheeks turned red, and her body was a little stiff as she sat there, not daring to move. This is the first time I have been so close to a man, and my brain is in a mess. Jingnan, next I will form a brand new hunting team, which lacks a combat commander. Yi Hang paused here and glanced at Jingnan beside him. He said slowly, I think you are very good. Are you willing to serve as the operational commander of the hunting team? Ah, me? Jingnan asked with a confused look on his face. She had not yet woken up from the tense atmosphere, and suddenly she looked confused when she heard this. Yes, at present, no one else is qualified except you. Yi Hang nodded affirmatively. In fact, before the lighthouse, there was a hunter commander, Hong Ko. Unfortunately, he came late. Hong Ko, the hunter commander, is long gone. However, there is a storage of her genetic cells in the lighthouse, so one can be cloned. Come and see, Yi Hang said and opened a projection screen. That's a laboratory. I saw Mo Chang, Downey and other members of the hunting team undergoing genetic enhancement. In another laboratory, Fei Shui, Penny, Erica and other female members were undergoing genetic enhancement. The one who helped them strengthen was personally presided over by the Red Queen. Seeing them lying in the petri dish one by one in the laboratory undergoing genetic enhancement, Jingnan blushed and looked at Yi Hang. Because they have nothing to wear. Yi Hang looked at it calmly and said, when the genetic enhancement is completed, these people will form the first brand new hunting team, and are you willing to be the combat commander of the hunting team? Where's Mark? Jingnan asked hesitantly. Yi Hang smiled. Mark is the captain of the hunting team. He is responsible for leading the entire hunting team to charge into battle. And you, as the commander, naturally provide behind-the-scenes support and command for the team, and are responsible for issuing combat orders. He explained everything in detail. Jingnan understood. In fact, she also understood this truth. It's just that I was a little nervous with Yi Hang holding my hand and sitting next to me, which caused my brain to become dull. Are you nervous? Yi Hang leaned over and asked with a smile. Jingnan's body froze, his face suddenly turned a little redder, his eyes were extremely dizzy, and his brain was in a blur, and he had no idea what to do next. It was too close and she was going to faint. Tisk, tisk, it's so cute. Yi Hang lifted Jingnan's chin and joked with a smile. I have to say, teasing the imperial sister Jingnan is really fun. Think about it carefully, and come to me if you think about it clearly. Yi Hang let go of Jingnan, stood up and left after speaking. Ha, Jingnan breathed a sigh of relief and slumped in his seat. She sat there alone in a daze, her face changing from red to dark, then dark to red. You actually teased me. Jingnan also reacted at this time. She was teased by Yi Hang, and she felt ashamed and annoyed, but there was nothing she could do about it. Because he is the city lord, she can't resist. What's more, she felt like she had no intention of resisting and didn't seem to reject it. How can it be? Jingnan patted his somewhat hot face, revealing a hint of bitterness. She felt that she was probably sick, and the illness was not serious. The other side. After leaving Jingnan, Yi Hang came to the gravity body and mecha area of the lighthouse. City Lord, you are here. As soon as I arrived, I saw a beautiful woman with long red hair running over in a hurry. She is Jessica, a beautiful engineer at the lighthouse. Jessica is an engineer and an expert in gravity body and mechanical maintenance. Let me know about the planning process of the new mecha. Yi Hang directly explained his purpose. Jessica understood and hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way. City Lord, please follow me. Ever since the City Lord issued the new Mecha Plan 443, we have been planning and building new electromechanical manufacturing and have never stopped. Currently, we have remodeled a mecha production line and are starting to manufacture the 12 Zodiac mechas you designed. Jessica introduced the current situation in detail. The production line has been set up and renovated, and the production of the 12 Zodiac series of mechas has begun. City Lord, we are currently the first to build the mechas Zishu, Chunyu, Yinhu, Maotu, Qianlong, and Sish, and the remaining ones are Wuma, Weiyang, Shenhou, Yuchi, Zugo, and Heizu. These mechas haven't started yet. Jessica pointed to the production line ahead. We have already started to build some of the 12 Zodiac mechas. Under Hong Hu's main control over the deployment and design, the production process went smoothly. Yes, you will be responsible for the manufacturing of the mecha. Later, you will go to the Red Queen for a genetic optimization and upgrade. Yi Hang nodded with satisfaction, patted Jessica on the shoulder and turned around to leave. Yes, Lord, the City Lord is so kind. Jessica was pleasantly surprised after hearing this, and screamed one after another to vent her inner joy. Yi Hang left the mecha area and returned to his City Lord's central command room. As soon as he came back, he saw Ran Bing sitting there angrily, like a little doormat. Snort. Seeing Yi Hang coming back, Zabing snorted and turned away angrily. Yi Hang was surprised at first, then smiled dumbly, stepped forward and hugged her. Who made our Bing Bing angry? Yi Hang hugged Zai Bing and asked with a smile. Snort. Ran Bing twisted around without breaking free and couldn't help but snorted. She was so angry that Yi Hang couldn't help but pinch her bulging cheeks. Tisk, you look so cute when you're angry. Yi Hang teased her with a smile. Ran Bing glared at him angrily, pointed to the room inside and asked, why is she here? Why is that emotionless woman in there? Oh, you said her. Yi Hang understood. It turns out that he was angry because of the matter of Vatican, the bearer of light. After a second thought, I understood. Well, why does it smell sour? Yi Hang pinched her cheek and even sniffed her. I understand, are you jealous? He asked with a surprised look on his face. This action and tone made him even more angry. She was furious. Who is jealous? Only snakes and dogs are jealous. You can do whatever you like. It's none of my business. After saying that, she struggled to remember, but unfortunately she couldn't break free. Yi Hang smiled and said, look at you, even if you say no, you have knocked over the little vinegar jar, and the whole room is filled with a sour smell. Vanti, the bearer of light, worships me as her lord. You know that I am very soft-hearted and can't bear to refuse. He explained softly. Ran Bing turned red with anger after hearing this. She stared at Yi Hang, almost furious. At this moment, she wanted to curse. She had never seen such a shameless person. Ran Bing's heart was filled with bitterness. She felt very complicated. She wanted to be angry, but she didn't know how to be angry. Originally, she had a good impression of Mark in her heart. But unexpectedly, Yi Hang suddenly appeared and directly captured them. Not only did they hunt her, but also directly controlled everything in the lighthouse. Later, she was worried that Mark would come to her door, so she fell in love with Yi Hang without knowing what she was thinking. Ever since the two had close contact, her heart had completely changed. Now she was completely confused, and she couldn't help but wonder who she really liked. The shadow of Yi Hang kept flashing in his mind, and there was no trace of Mark. I just came over to find him, and I was in a good mood, but when I saw Fanti resting in the house, I was immediately confused. You could say she was blown away. You won't explain? Ran Bing asked angrily. Yi Hang smiled, hugged her and said, are you sure you really want me to explain? Don't regret it. What? Before Ran Bing could react, he was pulled in by Yi Hang. She suddenly woke up and immediately panicked. No, I don't want your explanation, let me go. Ran Bing panicked and struggled but failed to break free. Yi Hang grabbed her and lifted her up, smiling and saying, don't worry, I will explain it to you later. No, I won't listen anymore, let me go, really, I won't be angry anymore. Ran Bing begged for mercy in a panic. It's a pity that Yi Hang didn't give her a chance at all and carried her into the house. Inside the house, Fanti, who was resting, heard the noise and was awakened. She looked blankly at Yi Hang, who suddenly walked in, and then she was shocked when she saw Zibingdun in his hand. There was an ominous premonition in Fanti's heart. But not yet waiting for her to leave. Bang! Once the door is closed, the world becomes pure. The lighthouse is undergoing renovation in an orderly manner. At the ground base, a large number of civilians are working in Japanese agricultural areas. They were cultivating new land with joy on their faces. You think, when can we eat fresh vegetables and fruits? I heard that you can eat all kinds of vegetables and fruits from the old world if you want. There is also a variety of meat supplies, and the resources are unimaginably rich. Some ordinary people chatted with each other while working, full of longing. One of the commoners said with a smile, "Don't worry, everyone, I believe it won't take long for this dream to come true." "That's right," another person hurriedly responded. "Under the leadership of the new city lord, we will soon be able to achieve the freedom of all kinds of vegetables, fruits and meat." "That's right, I just saw it in the vegetable area next to it. A large number of vegetables and fruits have been cultivated there. Just the smell makes people want to leave. Also, the livestock area on the other side is terrible. You haven't seen it. There are all kinds of animals raised there, including cows, sheep, big fat pigs, and all kinds of chickens, ducks, geese and other old-world poultry." My mouth is watering. Everyone's words to each other are all about the longing and expectation for a better life. This is not a dream, but something that can really be seen. Is real hope. For example, the various fields they cultivated are used to grow various vegetables, fruits and grains. In fact, they are not needed at all, robots can complete these tasks perfectly. It's just that Yi Hang doesn't want these people to be idle. Once they are idle, they will become a pain in the ass. Therefore, they must be allowed to work to stimulate the hope of human survival. Everyone, please stop chatting. Work hard and accumulate enough merit points, then you can apply for genetic optimization and transformation to become a superhuman. An old dustman reminded with a smile. Originally, once the old people on the lighthouse got old, they would be ruthlessly abandoned and thrown to the ground to fend for themselves. But now it has been abolished after Yi Hang took over the lighthouse. There are only about 10,000 human beings left at present. If more humans are not reproduced, the human race may destroy itself. Therefore, the first element of the current lighthouse is to obtain food and start to reproduce. One is natural reproduction, and the other is artificially cultivated clones. Intercept some excellent genes in the human gene pool to create a cloned baby. The next step is to be responsible for raising these babies and integrating them into the human group one by one. The superposition of appearances will quickly expand the human group until a certain base of human beings is restored to be positive. A few hours later, Yi Hang inspected various areas of the lighthouse and inspected each area that was under construction or had been completed. Along the way, everyone who saw him, whether they were superior citizens or ordinary people, saluted with respect without exception. It is a kind of respect and support from the heart. After all, it was Yi Hang who brought new hope, real hope. At this time, the center refers to the room of the military room. Ran Bingsheng slumped there helplessly, not wanting to move or even open his eyes. "It's all your fault." Fanti, the bearer of light on the side, wanted to cry but had no tears. She had already rested and was about to leave for work Delise. But things turned out to be bad as soon as Ran Bing arrived. Well now, both of them have become difficult sisters. How can you blame me? Zabing was a little embarrassed, with a trace of lingering fear on his red face. After experiencing this, she was really scared. "I'm going to work." Fanti took a rest, struggled to get up, and left unsteadily. Zibing was left alone to worry. This fool doesn't know how to show mercy to others. Ran Bing cursed angrily, and finally fell asleep due to exhaustion. Yi Hang took a tour and came to the laboratory at the base to learn about the research progress of the mother nest of life. "Master, you are here." Seeing Yi Hang, the Red Queen hurriedly came up to him. "Master, we have just detected a large number of polar beasts gathered around the starship base." She reported the unexpected news directly. "Heard." Yi Hang was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then seemed to think of something. "Master, please look. Main control room." Hong Hu opened a surveillance screen. What I saw on the screen was a desert filled with yellow sand. In the desert, a large group of pole-devouring beasts gathered together, densely packed and numerous. Suddenly, a beast roar sounded, shaking the earth and the earth. The sound waves rolled and stirred up, rolling up heavy smoke and dust. As this beast roar came, a large number of pole-devouring beasts lay on the ground and shivered. It seemed as if he had encountered something terrible. Yi Hang narrowed his eyes and looked at the overhead picture in front of him in surprise. These pole-devouring beasts were suddenly worshipping a super-large mutated pole-devouring beast. That body like a building is full of domineering power and momentum. Monarch-level pole-devouring beast. Seeing this huge creature, Yi Hang nodded in understanding. It was a monarch-level pole-devouring beast, extremely powerful, far superior to ordinary pole-devouring beasts. It's like another type of pole-devouring beast bred by the mana ecology. This pole-devouring beast is quite strong. Yi Hang just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. Whether it is a monarch level or a higher level pole-devouring beast, it actually doesn't mean much to him. It's all the same to him, he can suppress it easily. It's an excellent research material. Yi Hang immediately had an idea. After finally encountering a monarch level pole-devouring beast, he naturally wanted to capture it and use it as research material. Master, these pole-devouring beasts seem to be circling and converging around the ruins of the starship. In the scene monitored by Red Queen, these pole-devouring beasts gathered around the starship. Yi Hang was surprised when he heard this. Oh, maybe these pole-eating beasts want to destroy the starship. After all, except for the infrastructure sentries repairing the spaceship, the rest are guarded by a group of mechanical puppets. Under such circumstances, how did you attract so many pole-devouring beasts? Master, please take a look. The Red Queen opens a screen. I saw a person standing on top of the monarch-level pole-devouring beast. When Yi Hang saw this person, his eyes lit up. That's a woman. He has short white hair, wears a plush coat, and carries a tang dao on his back. He looks handsome and dashing. Bai Yuekui. Yi Hang suddenly realized and recognized this person's identity. It was Bai Yuekui. Good guy, it's actually on the body of a monarch-level pole-devouring beast. It seems that she is controlling this monarch-level pole-devouring beast. Actually no, it's just that Bai Yuekui has entered BFEC, the return to origin state through cultivation, so that the devouring beast cannot find her. Finally found you. Seeing Bai Yuekui, Yi Hang smiled. In fact, he has sent reconnaissance machinery to search for it for a long time. I didn't expect to find this woman Bai Yuekui today. At this time, in the picture, Ryuekui was staring intently at the ruins of the interstellar spacecraft. She was a little surprised to find that there were a large number of soldiers wearing black armor guarding the ruins of the interstellar spacecraft. And depending on the situation, there is no life fluctuation in these black armored warriors. There was no life essence, which surprised her greatly. It's like a group of machines without any life at all. Who are these people? Bai Yuekui looked puzzled and secretly guessed. A large number of pole-devouring beasts gathered here, obviously wanting to attack the ruins of the interstellar spacecraft. This caught Bai Yuekui's attention, so he came to check the situation. I didn't expect to see such a shocking scene. The original starship ruins were in tatters, but now they have changed dramatically. They seem to have been repaired, at least it looks generally repaired. The outline of the entire starship has been revealed. Bai Yuekui had to be shocked as to who had the ability to repair the interstellar immigration spacecraft of the old world. Roar. At this time, the monarch-level pole-devouring beast roared. Then countless densely packed pole-devouring beasts launched an attack and rushed toward the starship in a mighty manner. This is about to attack. Bai Yuekui looked at the attack of the beasts in front of him with an expressionless face, and his heart remained calm. She really wants to see who this force is. Lighthouse. It can't be them. Bai Yuekui had an idea in his mind and abandoned it immediately. She is very familiar with lighthouses, and she also knows that they cannot be lighthouses. There is only one possibility. The forces currently repairing the interstellar spacecraft are another human force. Besides the lighthouse, is there another surviving human force that she doesn't know about? Woo! At this time, a harsh alarm sounded from the starship base. The herd was discovered early upon its arrival. Now, as soon as the herd moved, they were immediately hit by a fierce counterattack. Protect the ship. Destroy the herd. Soon, the security order was conveyed. More than 10,000 black armored mechanical puppets guarding this place launched a counterattack. Da. Immediately afterwards, a 5-meter-tall giant came out of the spaceship base furiously. These huge figures are exactly tyrants. A full 1,000 tyrants appeared and attacked the ministers of the beast group of the devouring beast in a mighty manner. Boom! The two torrents collided together, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Hundreds of them were killed in one encounter, and they almost collapsed. It was a completely one-sided massacre, and the devouring beast was defeated and suffered heavy casualties. Bai Yuekui was very surprised. Especially the powerful combat power displayed by those 1,000 tyrants has attracted Bai Yuekui's attention. Mechanical body, gravity body, transformation of people. One thought after another flashed through Bai Yuekui's mind. Watching 1,000 tyrants start killing, the black armored puppets behind them are equally powerful. Tens of thousands of black armored puppets are constantly killing these pole-devouring beasts. And what surprised Bai Yuekui was that these black armored soldiers seemed to know the weakness of the devouring beast, and after killing it, they actually dug out the core of the devouring beast. Roar! A beast roared. The monarch-level pole-devouring beast moved. It let out a deafening roar, and its huge body rushed towards the starship. The ground roared wherever he went. Some buildings and ruins collapsed and fell, and even Yamamoto was smashed to pieces. It roared in with billowing smoke and dust, and it was so menacing and terrifying. Time to go. Bai Yuekui saw the monarch-level devouring beast attacking, turned around and walked down step by step, and finally jumped from the devouring beast and landed on a mountain peak. She stood there, watching the monarch-level pole-devouring beast rampage all the way, knocking dozens of tyrants away with its unstoppable appearance. Master, the tyrant is no match for me. Let me go. Seeing the surveillance situation, the Red Queen hurriedly informed. Yi Hang nodded. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Just in time to capture this monarch-level pole-devouring beast as research material. Yes, the Red Queen was so happy that she didn't do anything for a long time. Just in time to see this monarch-level pole-devouring beast have thoughts and ideas about activities. As for Yi Hang, I can't even arouse the slightest interest. Perhaps the more advanced king-level pole-devouring beast can arouse some interest. Master, that woman is leaving. The Red Queen warned. Yi Hang glanced at the surveillance screen, and Bai Yuekui suddenly raised his head and looked over thoughtfully. It was as if he noticed a prying gaze. Interesting, just right, I'll go meet you for a while. Yi Hang showed a smile, grabbed the Red Queen beside him, and the two figures suddenly disappeared from the place. Rumble. The earth trembled and smoke and dust raged. The monarch-level pole-devouring beast is domineering and invincible. Neither the mechanical puppet nor the tyrant can stop it. It looks like a powerful move. Its size and tonnage are too large. However, 1,000 tyrants still blocked its path. Roar. The monarch-level pole-devouring beast roared angrily. The tyrants were fearless, and the powerful virus genes in their bodies quickly split, and their bodies began to swell. Whoosh! At this moment, the Japanese man and woman quietly appeared on the battlefield. The visitors were none other than Yi Hang and the Red Queen. As soon as he arrived, he saw the monarch-level pole-devouring beast crashing directly into him. Roll! Yi Hang raised his hand and slapped it away, as if swatting a fly. With a bang, the mountain-like body of the extreme devouring beast was blown away like a rag and smashed into the ruins thousands of meters away. The sudden change surprised Bai Yuekui, who was originally watching the show. She stared intently at Yi Hang and the Red Queen who suddenly appeared. Especially Yi Hang, who actually slapped the monarch-level pole-devouring beast away. Who is this person? He is so powerful. Bai Yuekui had to admit the power of the visitor. It was a monarch-level pole-devouring beast, and it was slapped away by this mysterious man. It's like swatting a fly. Incredible. Red Queen, I leave that monarch-level monster to you. Capture it and study it. Yi Hang slapped the monster away and confessed. Master, please rest assured. The corner of the Red Queen's mouth twitched, and she couldn't calm down for a moment as she looked at the pole-devouring beast lying in the ruins. Her figure flashed over the ruins. Rise! The Red Queen let out a sweet shout, raised her hands, and the ruins suddenly shook with a rumble. A powerful invisible force pressed on the body of the devouring beast, causing it to wake up in pain. The extremely intelligent monarch-level pole devouring beast roared and struggled to get up. HMPH. The Red Queen snorted as she looked at the struggling extreme devouring beast. Her body swayed and she was instantly covered by a set of red biological mecha. Lie down. The Red Queen, who was wearing a biological mecha, punched out 3 of the devouring beast's brains. In an instant, the sound of landslides and ground cracks was heard. Ouch! The pole devouring beast screamed, and its huge body was knocked down again. His head even smashed into the ruins, setting off bursts of smoke and dust. This scene deeply stimulated by Yuekui himself. She stood looking from a distance, with a hint of strangeness flashing in her eyes. The powerful strength shown by the Red Queen was beyond her expectation. Boom boom. I saw the Red Queen punching one after another, causing the monarch-level pole devouring beast to wail incessantly. Its body trembled again and again, and its head cracked. It was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back, and it tried to struggle to get up, but was imprisoned by an invisible force. This is a powerful ability developed by the Red Queen, electromagnetic force. That's right, after the Red Queen's body genes were strengthened and adjusted, the electromagnetic power was awakened. In other words, her body and consciousness have evolved, and she has a powerful magnetic field composed of powerful electromagnetic force that suppresses the pole-devouring beast. Confinement. The Red Queen raised her hand, and countless metals and steels burst out of the ruins and flew towards her. Numerous densely packed metals were controlled, and the giant pole-eating beast was wrapped up and imprisoned, unable to move. Roar. The devouring beast struggled hard and let out bursts of roars. Quack quack. The steel cage on his body made a loud noise, as if it couldn't bear it and was about to break apart. However, suppressed by the magnetic field composed of the Red Queen's electromagnetic force, it was unable to resist in the end, and was eventually imprisoned on the ground and lost its ability to resist. The powerful monarch-level monster was suppressed by the Red Queen. It's really unexpected. Bai Yuekui took a deep look at the Red Queen. Witnessed the monarch-level monster being defeated and imprisoned, and saw countless aircraft flying in densely. Immediately afterwards, the hill-like monarch-level pole-devouring beast was captured. Do these people want to take it back and study it? Bai Yuekui was shocked and guessed the other party's purpose. It's hard to believe that a monarch-level pole-devouring beast has been captured and taken back for study. Aren't these people afraid of problems? But when I thought that these people had the strength to easily suppress the monarch-level monsters, I figured it out. Where's the other person? Suddenly, Bai Yuekui's expression became serious and he looked around. She found that Yi Hang was missing. She had been paying attention just now. But in a blink of an eye, he disappeared. Are you looking for me? At this time, a voice came from behind. Bai Yuekui's body trembled and he suddenly looked back. I saw Yi Hang standing behind her at some point. If the other party had attacked her just now, she might have been in danger. This shocked Bai Yuekui that someone could approach quietly without even noticing. How can that be possible? Bai Yuekui's heart was in turmoil, but on the surface he remained as calm and indifferent as ever. Especially that pair of eyes, with a hint of scrutiny in their coldness, constantly looking at the person in front of them. Are you the leader of these people? Bai Yuekui identified Yi Hang as the leader of this mysterious force at a glance. Good, Yi Hang admitted generously. He was also sizing up the white-haired woman in front of him. Rumor has it that she is already 80 years old, but she maintains her youthful appearance because she is a genetically optimized advanced human. A beautiful 80-year-old woman still looks young and looks extremely attractive. What's going on? Yi Hang's mind was racing, and there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. My name is Yi Hang, first time meeting me. He stepped forward and extended his hand generously. 0. Bai Yuekui looked at the palm he extended and was stunned for a moment, obviously knowing that this was a kind of handshake etiquette for people in the old world. Hello, my name is Bai Yuekui. She paused, stretched out her hand and shook it. In the moment of shaking hands, Yi Hang scanned Bai Yuekui's body genes several times, and even clearly obtained the secrets of the other person's body genes. Your body's genetic cells seem to be decaying. Yi Hang showed a hint of surprise, and Taguchi raised the question. Bai Yuekui's eyes flashed and he stared at the other person without blinking. How did you know? This is her biggest secret. Did the person in front of me see through her secret just after they met? You are squeezing your genetic potential and causing genetic decay. Yi Hang said thoughtfully. It was obvious that Bai Yuekui noticed a flow of energy in her body, which was the life source energy she had cultivated. Also called the source of life. The way to return to the origin. A thought flashed through Yi Hang's mind. Where are you from and why have I never seen you before? Also, you are trying to repair the interstellar spacecraft. Do you want to escape from the Earth? Bai Yuekui looked at Yi Hang and asked the question in his heart. Yi Hang smiled and extended an invitation. This is not the place for conversation. I wonder if Ms. Bai is interested in having a cup of tea together and chatting by the way. Would you like tea? Bai Yuekui, an expert in art, was bold and nodded thoughtfully. She followed Yi Hang without saying a word, and the two of them walked towards the starship one after another. She was just trying to find out what the secret meaning of this person or this mysterious force that suddenly appeared was. Starship. In the main control room, Yi Hang and Bai Yuekui sat opposite each other. Please. Yi Hang made a pot of tea and a cup for Bai Yuekui. Thanks. Bai Yuekui took it with both hands and took a sip. Her eyes lit up and she said in surprise, this tea looks like the Wei Mountain Dahongpao from the old world. Oh, do you know him? Yi Hang smiled and said nothing. It was indeed the Dahongpao of Wei Mountain. More than one. He collected a lot of other expensive teas and the like, and only brewed them occasionally. I drank a few times before the disaster. Bai Yuekui looked emotional and fell into memories. She sipped the tea silently, her eyes full of strange light. Although Yi Hang only needed a thought to know what she was thinking, he did not do so out of respect. The two of them drank tea by themselves, and no one spoke. The atmosphere was a little weird for a while. 980-old. Bai Yuekui's qi nurturing skills are very good, otherwise he would not have achieved what he has achieved now. It's just that her body cells are decaying and her genes are showing signs of collapse. It is obviously caused by genetic decay caused by excessive use of squeezing the source of life. It's such a good tea, it reminds me of a lot of things. After a long time, Ryuekui put down his tea and sighed. She looked at Yi Hang in front of her with a complicated expression, unable to see through him at all. This person was like a mist, hazy and unreal, and had a feeling of being out of place. Who are you? Bai Yuekui asked solemnly, staring straight at him. Yi Hang chuckled and put down his cup. I come from the lighthouse, and I am the ruler of the lighthouse, managing everything in the entire lighthouse. Impossible. Bai Yuekui directly denied it. She said, I know the city lord of the lighthouse. He is Morgan. How could you be the city lord of the lighthouse? You're talking about Morgan. He is now the deputy city lord and is responsible for managing some of the daily affairs of the people of the lighthouse. Yi Hang explained slowly and logically. Now, I am the ruler of the lighthouse. His words frightened Bai Yuekui. If it was Morgan, she hadn't taken it seriously yet, or even cared about it at all. But now the lighthouse has a new ruler. The person in front of him has mysterious origins and unpredictable strength. There is no way to know how huge the power he controls is. Is it good or bad that he is in charge of the lighthouse? But what does the quality of the lighthouse have to do with me? Bai Yuekui had so many thoughts in his heart that he finally regained his composure. She said coldly, Mr. Yi Hang, congratulations on becoming the ruler of Lighthouse. I hope that under your leadership, the people of Lighthouse can usher in a new life. How many humans are there in the world? Yi Hang suddenly asked an inexplicable question. Bai Yuekui was stunned for a moment and replied casually, besides your lighthouse, how many humans do you think can survive on the ground? Aren't you? Yi Hang asked with a smile. He looked at Bai Yuekui and smiled. I guess you must have a team of survivors. There are very few human survivors on the ground. You are able to survive because you definitely have unknown strength and abilities. Yi Hang paused for a moment before continuing. Now, I control the lighthouse, and I am building a ground base to open up an ecological zone to lay the foundation for mankind. Ms. Bai, why don't you help me? You and I represent the lighthouse and humans on the ground uniting to achieve the great rejuvenation of mankind. Bai Yuekui looked at Yi Hang speechlessly. I always feel that the other party is like a politician, very good at deceiving and trying to make big pie. Ha ha, Bai Yuekui smiled and said slowly, Why, your lighthouse is not going to fly anymore, is it going to stop and lay eggs? You can understand it that way. Yi Hang nodded slightly and opened a virtual projection. He pointed at the picture above and introduced, "Look, this is the current lighthouse. It is currently being upgraded and will become an aerial fortress for mankind in the future. I call it a lighthouse because it shoulders the responsibility of carrying the fire of mankind and passing it on from generation to generation. Human beings cannot live in the sky forever, they must return to the earth. After all, the earth is the place that gave birth to human beings, and we will eventually return to the embrace of Mother Earth." Yi Hang explained while opening the projections one by one. It lists the current huge areas of the lighthouse, as well as the expansion of the ground base. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuekui was shocked and showed a shocked face for the first time. "You black armored soldiers." Bai Yuekui remained silent and suddenly glanced at the black guards outside. Yi Hang smiled and said, "You guessed it right, they are not living creatures, they are just a group of mechanical puppets, they are also called robots." "Robot." Bai Yuekui nodded suddenly, just as she guessed. After all, there is no trace of life essence at all, and it is not a living creature at all. It turns out to be a group of robots. "Where's the girl next to you?" Bai Yuekui thought of Queen Hong again and asked. Yi Hang explained, "You are asking about the Red Queen. You can think of her as a high-level AI intelligence, artificial intelligence." "AI, artificial intelligence." Bai Yuekui changed his expression and asked in surprise, "How is it possible that you actually have powerful machine AI technology? And you said that the Red Queen is an AI, an artificial intelligence, but why do I feel a source of life in her?" Bai Yuekui asked with a look of shock and confusion. Yi Hang smiled and said nothing. "This involves my secrets. I'm sorry, only the closest people can know these secrets." Bai Yuekui's expression changed and he didn't ask any more questions. There are not many humans left. There are only over 10,000 people in the lighthouse. With your power, I think you only have a few hundred people at most. Before the disaster, there should have been more than 100 batches of humans who immigrated to Earth. In addition to the Earth, there are probably humans who have immigrated before in the solar system. Yi Hang sighed and suggested, "I know that you control a group of human survivors on the ground. I formally extend an invitation to join the lighthouse and revive human civilization together. We have more complete genetic biotechnology, have developed drugs that can optimize and upgrade genes, and are currently repairing interstellar spacecraft to prepare for interstellar navigation in the future. 1. As for your gene cell decay problem, it can actually be easily solved. Moreover, 1.1 can strengthen your strength by at least 50 times and extend your lifespan by at least hundreds of years. I can provide you and your team members with free genetic optimization upgrades." Yi Hang extended the invitation in a sincere tone. He wanted to reveal some secrets directly to Bai Yuekui, just to attract him. "Have you mastered complete genetic biotechnology?" Bai Yuekui's pupils shrank and he stared at Yi Hang. Genetic technology. Her family was engaged in this before the disaster, and it was precisely because of this that the disaster came to the Earth. Nowadays, some people say that they have mastered more complete genetic biotechnology and can create a drug that can strengthen human genes. How can we not be alarmed? Would you like to try? Yi Hang smiled and took out an Ancestor 1 potion and handed it to Bai Yuekui. "I wonder if a potion can put her in my pocket. Is this the genetic medicine you're talking about?" Bai Yuekui took the potion and looked at it curiously. It seems to be the same thing, and there is a vague feeling that this thing is dangerous. It seems that this potion really contains an unknown powerful energy. Are you sure it can really strengthen a person's genes 50 times and increase their lifespan by hundreds of years? Bai Yuekui stared at him with a hint of suspicion. After all, her family was engaged in genetic research before the end of the world, and she believed that no one knew the secret of genetic enhancement better than she did. After all, she is a genetically enhanced advanced human being. The civilians on the lighthouse were also genetically optimized, but their skills were too poor. Yi Hang smiled slightly and explained, "The potion you are holding in your hand is the most advanced genetic potion we can currently produce. I call it the Ancestor 1 drug. It is developed from the ancestor virus extracted from the sunstep flower. After injection, you can get 100 times genetic enhancement, restore youth, and extend your lifespan to 1,000 years. The characteristic of Max 15 is that it can allow people to awaken certain special abilities, such as superpowers. After Yi Hang finished speaking, he turned his palm and a ball of flame came out. Zzz. The next second, the flame disappeared, and dense lightning gathered in the palm of his hand. Bai Yuekui's pupils shrank and he looked at Yi Hang in surprise, feeling a little unbelievable. Superpower. She was shocked. It could be said that she was moved by Yi Hang's words. She knew about the Sun Staircase flower, but she had never heard of the progenitor virus. Does this potion really have the amazing effects Yi Hang said? But Yi Hang personally performed some special abilities. He could control fire and thunder and lightning, which was simply unbelievable. Human beings can really awaken so-called superpowers. How about, do you want to join forces? Yi Hang asked with a smile. He believed Bai Yuekui was already moved. With a little more fire, he might be able to capture this 80-year-old woman who is still young. As an advanced human, Bai Yuekui's genes have been optimized and modified so that he will not age, but his cells will decay and his genes will collapse and die. Now there is a solution, which is to inject the ancestral potion given by Yi Hang and directly resurrect with full health. Not only that, but you can also strengthen your physical fitness 100 times on the spot, gain a lifespan of 1,000 years, and have a high chance of awakening 1 or even 2 or more superpowers. This is simply a pie delivered to your door and fed to your mouth. The pie is so tempting. So much so that Bai Yuekui fell into a long silence while holding it in his hand. Is this potion really as magical and powerful as you say? She asked, staring at Yi Hang solemnly. That's right, you'll know after you try it. Yi Hang replied in the affirmative. Bai Yuekui took a breath. I want to ask, how much of this medicine can you produce? Is it enough for mass production? The ancestral potion in your hand is currently the most powerful one. As for the output, it is not high. It can even be said to be very rare. On the other hand, the other 2 low-level potions have extremely high yields. The lowest T1 potion is 10 times stronger, and the other G1 potion can be strengthened 30 times. Yi Hang gave a brief introduction. Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered, staring at the injured ancestral potion, unable to make a decision. To use it or not to use it? What should I do if I get an injection and am cheated? Can I inject anywhere? Bai Yuekui took a deep breath and looked at him coldly. Yes. Yi Hang nodded and looked at her. Bai Yuekui closed and opened his eyes, and then without hesitation, he injected the Ancestor 1 potion in his hand directly into his arm. I have to say that she was really decisive. Even though she had doubts in her heart, she still dared to try. Maybe it's her confidence. The next second, Bai Yuekui's expression changed drastically. There was an expression of pain on her face, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Sorry, forgot to remind you. Yi Hang spoke softly. When injected with the Ancestor potion, the body will break down the original gene cells and recombine in all aspects to gain strength. There will be some pain in the process. Just bear with it and you'll be fine. I didn't tell you earlier. Bai Yuekui gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. It really hurt too much, the pain coming from the genetic level, even she couldn't bear it and cried out. Not to mention that the ancestral potion also had a huge spiritual improvement, so Bai Yuekui felt a soul-rending sting. Hiss. As she screamed, the clothes on her body suddenly fell apart. Yi Hang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly stepped forward and put a coat on her. I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, he walked out naturally. Bai Yuekui was left alone to bear the pain caused by genetic recombination and soul tearing. Time passed minute by minute. When the pain receded like a tide, a strange feeling surged into my heart. Bai Yuekui was stunned for a moment, and then silently used Gui Yuan. In an instant, an indescribable feeling surged into his heart. She discovered in a trance that an unparalleled and huge source of life burst out of her body at some point. This source of life is too huge, more than 100 times more than before, and it has truly achieved the evolution of the life level. She clearly felt that her body had been strengthened like never before, that the originally decayed genes had been perfectly restored, and that she still possessed majestic vitality. Ping! She raised her hand, and a group of ice crystals condensed in her palm and began to rotate, releasing strong cold air and freezing the air. Bai Yuekui's eyes lit up, showing a hint of joy. This is the awakening of a special ability, a kind of ice power. Congratulations, you have awakened the special power of ice. Yi Hang walked in and congratulated with a smile. Bai Yuekui woke up instantly, withdrew the power of ice, and straightened his torn clothes. Because of the changes brought about by genetic enhancement, her height has been improved, and her figure has become more perfect, natural and unparalleled in charm. Now that you have been strengthened, do you want us to have a fight with 507? Yi Hang suggested with some enthusiasm. Bai Yuekui paused, looked at him deeply, and simply refused. No, I can't beat you, I refuse to fight with you. No, you don't dare to fight the dignified boss Bai. Yi Hang stared, feeling incredible. Bai Yuekui rolled his eyes at him. I'm not mentally retarded. After my body's genes were strengthened 100 times, I felt a life-level depression and fear from you. If I fight you, I will either die or be injured. I'm not that stupid. After she finished speaking, she felt a sense of wonder in her heart. The guy in front of her was so powerful that even though she had just been strengthened 100 times, she could only feel the terror of him. Thank you for providing me with the genetic medicine. Bai Yuekui bowed his hands solemnly. You just say thank you and that's it. Yi Hang asked a little funny. Bai Yuekui tilted his head. Then what do you want? Let me pledge myself to you. You know I'm over 80 years old and you don't mind. No, I don't mind. Yi Hang took a step forward, gently lifted her chin and kissed her directly. This is the reward. Yi Hang left after the kiss, waved and said, let's go, take me to your base. Bai Yuekui stood there blankly, his eyes dull, never thinking that the other party would actually attack her. I'll chop you down. She suddenly woke up, drew her sword and rushed towards Yi Hang's back. Ding ding ding. Outside the spaceship, a man and a woman were walking out in the wind and sand. Bai Yuekui's face was filled with frost, and he kept slashing at Yi Hang's body with his sword, but it made a clanging sound. Clang. She struck with dozens of knives per second, but stopped within 3 inches of Yi Hang's body, and brilliant sparks burst out. This made her shocked and angry, and she was shocked. In the end, he simply used all his strength, and the tang sword flashed with dim light and struck Yi Hang. Boom! The sword slashed down, the sword energy roared, and a huge knife mark was cut on the ground. In the smoke and dust, Yi Hang walked step by step without being affected at all. Why are you so hard? Bai Yuekui was extremely angry and struck at him again and again with his sword. Originally she just wanted to take revenge, but she didn't expect that Yi Hang didn't even dodge when she struck Yi Hang, and there was no harm at all. His body was so powerful that even the blade of the blade did not touch the opponent's body. Instead, it stopped within 3 inches and was unable to continue cutting. It's like Yi Hang's body has a layer of invisible power to protect itself. I don't believe I can't break through your defense. Bai Yuekui knew that Yi Hang was very strong, but he didn't expect that he couldn't break through the defense and felt very unconvinced. She circulated the life essence in her body, and the tang sword in her hand suddenly glowed with blue light, and she swung the sword again with murderous intent. When there was another loud noise, and smoke and dust stirred up. Bai Yuekui's pupils shrank, and he watched in shock as Yi Hang easily held her knife between 2 fingers without moving at all. Okay, I'll just let you vent for a while, don't push yourself too far. Yi Hang was a little helpless. I kissed him soon. Is it necessary to do this? You are already several decades old, but you have such a big reaction to a kiss. Hateful. Bai Yuekui's expression changed, and he suddenly aroused a special power in his body. Buzz. The next second, a cold air burst out from her body, and the ground quickly froze. Yi Hang raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, you are here again, you actually want to freeze me. Kakaka. Bai Yuekui released powerful ice power and attacked Yi Hang. This is to freeze him. Although I know it may be useless, I still give it a try. Oh, why bother? Yi Hang shook his head slightly and raised his hand. Boom! I saw a huge burst of flames, instantly hitting the force of ice. One ice and one fire, as the saying goes, 2 heavens of ice and fire. The 2 extreme forces collided, the ice melted, and the cold air was burned by the flames and dispersed on the spot. I'll teach you a little lesson. As soon as Yi Hang finished speaking, a trace of electric arc appeared from his body and disappeared. Bai Yuekui's heart tightened, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. But before she could react, her body felt numb, and then her vision went dark and she lost consciousness. Before she passed out, she saw a large arc of electricity coming out of her body. Needless to say, it must be Yi Hang's fault. The power of thunder is really easy to use. Yi Hang looked at the unconscious Bai Yuekui and smiled. This girl has such a bad temper. Just let her calm down. Sizzling. Withdrawing the power of thunder, Yi Hang carried the unconscious Bai Yuekui on his shoulders and strode towards the distant desert. Along the way, I didn't encounter a few pole-devouring beasts. It seems that the area has been cleared. The reason is that the monarch-level pole-devouring beast was captured and a large area of the beast group was killed. Almost all of them were killed. A few minutes later, Bai Yuekui woke up. Put me down. When she woke up and saw herself being carried on her shoulders, she felt a little embarrassed. Yi Hang put her down and looked at her holding the handle of the knife and had to remind her, "You'd better think clearly before taking action, otherwise you may be unconscious for a while. I don't mind carrying you, or holding you." After he finished speaking with a smile, he looked at Bai Yuekui in front of him. She was so angry that her face turned red and black, and finally Guiyuan returned to her previous calm state. "You are indeed very powerful, I can't defeat you." Bai Yuekui looked at him deeply, then turned and left. Yi Hang shrugged and followed. As he walked, Bai Yuekui noticed something was wrong. She paused and looked at Yi Hang's feet in astonishment, with a trace of surprise in her eyes. Your feet don't touch the ground." She was surprised to find that Yi Hang's feet did not touch the ground. "Did you just find out?" Yi Hang replied with a smile. His body floated slowly, and indeed his feet did not touch the ground. Seeing this, Bai Yuekui was surprised and delighted. "You can actually fly. How is that possible? How can humans fly? As long as your body is strong enough, isn't it normal for your consciousness to control your own life magnetic field to offset gravity and gravity?" Yi Hang explained casually. He was floating aside, 3 feet above the ground, and Bai Yuekui felt itchy in his heart. "Can you teach me?" She was moved. Flying is every human being's dream. Now that I see that Yi Hang has mastered the ability to fly, I naturally want to ask for advice. "I can teach you, but what's the benefit?" Yi Hang spread his hands and asked with a smile. Bai Yuekui offered his fragrant lips without saying a word. "Bah, instantly separate." Bai Yuekui asked bluntly, "Is this okay?" Yi Hang touched his lips and said with a smile, "I don't feel it. This is obviously not enough. You have to pay more." "Then what do you want?" Bai Yuekui was on fire. Yi Hang thought for a while and stepped forward to whisper. "You think beautifully." Bai Yuekui's cheeks were slightly red. He said something arrogantly and turned around to leave. She jumped up and jumped away extremely fast. He can't fly, but with his current strength, it doesn't matter whether he can fly or not. Yi Hang followed her slowly and even cheered her up. Bai Yuekui was so angry that he wanted to draw his sword, but unfortunately it was of no use even if he drew his sword. "Shall Bai?" Yi Hang just spoke. Clang. Bai Yuekui immediately drew his sword. A knife struck him in the face. Yi Hang pushed away her knife without caring and said with a smile, "You see, you have a bad temper and your cells will age easily. You should smile more so that you can maintain a young mind." Seeing him flying beside him with endless butterflies in his mouth, Bai Yuekui was so angry that he gritted his teeth but was helpless. This guy, not only powerful, but also very shameless. Bang bang. On the way, Bai Yuekui tried again and again to see if he could fly. But the results were all failures. After stumbling and falling several times, I felt very embarrassed. "Teach me to fly, and I will be yours, good Li Jiao." Finally, Bai Yuekui couldn't bear it anymore and jumped out. "Okay, this is what you said, keep your word." Yi Hang's eyes lit up, and of course he couldn't miss such a good thing. Bai Yuekui rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "I'm afraid of you, you are very shameless, you can't be beaten again and again, and you are so thick-skinned that you will eat him up sooner or later. Now, teach me to fly." She stared at Yi Hang with a serious face. Bai Yuekui could tell that Yi Hang was interested in her, which meant he was greedy for her body. "In this case, let's simply do it. Don't worry, I'll teach you right now." Yi Hang smiled, hugged her slender waist and flew up instantly. "Next, I'll teach you how to fly, and you can feel it yourself." In the air, after Yi Hang finished speaking, he took Bai Yuekui to the high altitude, and then personally demonstrated and guided her on how to offset gravity, and other factors when flying. In this way, one teaches seriously and the other studies seriously. Soon, Bai Yuekui initially mastered the flying skills. In the air, a beautiful figure flew past. She was still unable to maintain her balance and almost hit the ruins of the sand dunes several times. Fortunately, Yi Hang resolved them in time and took her into the air. After Yi Hang's guidance and even helping her experience it himself, Bai Yuekui finally managed to master it. Not bad, you have initially mastered flying skills. Yi Hang looked at Bai Yuekui flying swaying and smiled. This woman is indeed extremely talented. She can master flying skills in a blink of an eye. In fact, to be precise, it was Bai Yuekui who used the ancestral potion and strengthened his body 100 times in all aspects, so that he had the slightest possibility of flying. If it were her before, she wouldn't even think about it. Bai Yuekui can now use the majestic life essence in his body to fly with his heightened mental power. I did what I promised you, and I hope you don't break your promise. Yi Hang followed with a smile and reminded him. Bai Yuekui snorted coldly. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised. If you say yes, you won't regret it. After she finished speaking, she flew over and stood in front of Yi Hang. If you want it now, I'll give it to you. She spoke bluntly and expressionlessly. Yi Hang shook his head. There's no rush, let's cultivate our relationship first. It's up to you. Bai Yuekui snorted and continued flying forward. She warned. You'd better make it clear that there is only transaction between us, there is no emotion, don't mix it up. Remember, you 220 and I only have transactions, no feelings. Just tell me when you want it, and I will fulfill my promise. Bai Yuekui looked calm and spoke in a cold tone. Yi Hang looked at her strangely and didn't answer. What you said makes people speechless. There is no transaction, there is no emotion. Emotions can be cultivated slowly. Yi Hang leaned forward with a smile. Unfortunately, Bai Yuekui was unmoved and said coldly, I have no feelings. I just saw that you don't hate me, so I agreed to trade with you. Don't be sentimental. Yi Hang opened his mouth, but finally smiled helplessly and said nothing more. This girl is a bit arrogant. She has no feelings and is a liar. Okay, it's a deal, then you can fulfill your promise first at night. Yi Hang smiled and didn't care too much. If you say trade, just trade. He believes that love lasts forever. Sooner or later, she will realize her mistake. Along the way, Bai Yuekui became more and more proficient in flying skills. Her speed became faster and faster, and the two of them flew over 10 meters above the ground. After an hour, Bai Yuekui took Yi Hang to a mountain range. She took Yi Hang to an extremely secret door. This is our base. She glanced at Yi Hang and pointed to the closed iron door in front of her. Boom! As she stepped forward and pressed lightly, the door rumbled up. Come with me. After Bai Yuekui finished speaking, he walked in first. Yi Hang hurriedly followed, passed through the gate, and came to a platform. Looking down from here, it is a huge underground space. This is the underground base where Bai Yuekui is located, and many human survivors gather here to live. Ding 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 ding. Below, a large group of people are digging some kind of blue ore. There was a glow of hope on their faces. Below, a large number of children gathered together to play, with bright smiles on their faces. Unlike the original lighthouse, the former lighthouse had no smiles, no emotions, and suppressed their own emotions. There is a fundamental difference from here. It seems that you have adapted to the rules of doomsday survival, found a way to integrate into the mana ecology, and survived in the doomsday very well. After Yi Hang observed it for a while, he showed a hint of admiration. I have to commend those who developed this method for providing an evolutionary direction for mankind. Although it is said to be a long time, at least there is hope, right? However, this evolutionary method integrated into the mana ecology is still too rough and too slow, and cannot keep up with the pace of the mana ecology. Yi Hang then shook his head and pointed out the shortcomings and flaws. Mana's ecological evolution is very fast, and it has given birth to a variety of creatures. For example, there are countless alienated creatures in the ocean, a dragon-shaped creature bred from the flower of mana, and other powerful species. Human beings simply cannot keep up with this speed of evolution, and they will be wiped out sooner or later. You're right. Bai Yuekui nodded slightly, looking at the underground base in front of him inexplicably. She said quietly, but this is the only way we can find a way to fight against Mana's ecology and survive. You can't escape, the only thing you can do is blend in and become a part of it. Speaking of this, Bai Yuekui's eyes darkened and he didn't know what he was thinking of. Yi Hang nodded thoughtfully, looking at the elephant in front of him with emotion. In the face of disasters and doomsday, human beings still find a glimmer of hope and hope for survival despite the desperate situation. Can I study your way of cultivation and evolution? Yi Hang thought for a while and asked. Okay, I'll teach you. Bai Yuekui nodded and agreed without any hesitation. After all, the other party has complete advanced biological genetic technology. You can understand it by looking at the powerful effect of the genetic medicine he created. The other party is only studying the mystery of returning to the Yuan, and may even look down on it. Let's go and take you to meet my companions. The corners of Bai Yuekui's mouth curled up slightly, and he jumped forward first. Yi Hang shook his head with a smile, jumped up, and his body floated down with her. The boss is back. As Bai Yuekui appeared, the surrounding crowd cheered with joy. Everyone respects her very much, no matter men, women, old or young, everyone respects her. If Bai Yuekui was allowed to take charge of the lighthouse, perhaps humanity would be in a different situation. It's a pity that it's not as picturesque. Who is this? Very strange. So hot. Could it be that the boss hid the man outside and brought him back now? Many people talked in low voices and looked at the stranger Yi Hang curiously. For people here, Yi Hang is unfamiliar. Boss, who is he? Could he be the boss's man? I saw a petite girl running over and looking at him with surprise on her face. Hello, I have severe acne. She took the initiative to say hello. Yi Hang responded with a smile. Hello, my name is Yi Hang, this beautiful girl, nice to meet you. Hee, you are so interesting. Let's play games together when we have time. Shadow stepped back with a smile. Let's go and take you to meet someone. Bai Yuekui waved and led Yi Hang towards the depths of the base. Who are you going to meet? The parents. Yi Hang followed up with a smile and asked curiously. Lusuo, you'll know when we get there. Bai Yuekui led the way silently without explaining much. Hey, who is he? Behind them, Shadow and other team members gathered together, all looking at their backs with strange eyes. Well, I guess he must be the boss's man. Shadow spoke directly. Why do I feel like my boss has become different? Dashin scratched his head and said a little strangely. Stop guessing, just ask the boss in person later. Broken Star mentioned casually. Yeah too. After hearing this, several people shut up and said no more. Underground base. Turning left and right, Yi Hang followed Bai Yuekui to a secret place. Who are you here to meet? Yi Hang had some guesses in his mind, but still looked at Bai Yuekui. She stopped and replied in a cold voice, I will bring you to see Master Lai. As expected, Yi Hang nodded clearly, smiling secretly in his heart. In fact, he had already guessed that Bai Yuekui would bring him here to meet Master Lai. He was also quite curious about what abilities Master Lai had and what his identity was. Let's go. Bai Yuekui opened the door, greeted Zhou and walked in first. Yi Hang naturally had nothing to fear and followed him into the room. The two saw a person in the room. Master Lai, a man full of mysteries. As soon as they met, Yi Hang scanned the other person directly, looking thoughtful. Yu Kui, you go out first and I'll have a chat with him. Master Lai looked at Yi Hang and felt uncomfortable. It was as if all his secrets were seen clearly by Yi Hang's eyes at this moment. Seeing through it at a glance made Master Lai extremely reluctant to meet Yi Hang. But I've seen it all, so let's find out what the secrets of this unknown person are. I'll wait for you outside. Bai Yuekui glanced at Yi Hang, then turned and left. In the room, only Yi Hang and Master Lai sat down with different thoughts. Yi Hang's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he had clearly scanned and calculated Master Lai's genetic profile. Even the other party's brain memory was browsed silently by Yi Hang. Although it's rude, there's nothing I can do about it. Who wants this guy to pretend to be mysterious? I see. Yi Hang understood, but Master Lai looked confused. He couldn't see through Yi Hang at all, and he even felt a shiver all over his body and a cold swishing at his back. Master Lai, don't you say something. Yi Hang asked with a smile while drinking tea. Master Lai was silent for a while. It is unclear what the two exchanged in the room. At least Bai Yuekui, who was guarding the door, didn't know what the two talked about. It wasn't until half an hour later that Yi Hang came out. How? What did you talk about? As soon as he saw Yi Hang come out, Bai Yuekui asked casually. Yi Hang smiled, came up and said softly, Master Lai saw my talent and prowess, so he decided to entrust you to me. He asked me to take good care of you, and also asked me to have 10 or 8 children with you as soon as possible, so as to contribute to the continuation of human civilization. He talks a lot about the train. You are so shameless. Bai Yuekui stared at him expressionlessly and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This man is so shameless and shameless. Inside the room, Master Lai was stunned when he heard what Yi Hang said. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. He slandered me. Master Lai couldn't help but roar in his heart. He shook his head with a dumbfounded look on his face, sighed, and finally said nothing. Yi Hang and Bai Yuekui left playing around. Gather. As soon as Bai Yuekui came out, he shouted. Several team members were seen arriving in front of them as quickly as possible. Boss, we're here. 5 people, Sha Do, Broken Star, Dashan, Wu Yan, and Shu Tong, stood in front of them together. These 5 people are members of Bai Yuekui's team. Sha Do is the cute girl who can roar like a cute tiger, she is cute and cute. Next to her is another girl, Broken Star, a beautiful sister with excellent archery skills. Dashan, a shield warrior, charges fiercely. Boss, what's your mission? Sha Do spoke first, looking at his boss Bai Yuekui curiously. She looked at Yi Hang next to Bai Yuekui from time to time, with a deep curiosity in her eyes. I just got a piece of news from Master Lai. Bai Yuekui spoke calmly. She glanced at everyone before saying, in the northwest, a flower of mana was found. There were a large number of pole-devouring beasts nearby, including a dragon-shaped creature. Our mission this time is to investigate the dragon-shaped creature. Quote, dragon-like creature. Sha Do and others were stunned for a moment, and their expressions became a little solemn. No way. Boss, why did a dragon-like creature appear again? Yes, the dragon-shaped creature we encountered before was terrifyingly powerful, and now this dragon-shaped creature appears again. The team members were talking all over the place, and they all felt a little frightened. Because they had encountered a dragon-shaped creature a long time ago, and only after some investigation and even contact did they understand how powerful this creature was. Strictly speaking, it is a mutated pole-devouring beast. Everyone, go get ready and we'll set off later. Bai Yuekui conveyed the order calmly. Yes, boss. The 5 team members all took orders and went down to prepare. Only Yi Hang and Bai Yuekui were left standing on the stage, waiting quietly. Is the dragon-shaped creature you just mentioned another variant of the devouring beast? Yi Hang asked thoughtfully. Bai Yuekui nodded. Yes, we once saw a dragon-shaped pole-devouring beast creature, which was very powerful. Recently, this dragon-shaped creature has appeared again. A dragon-shaped creature. Just go back and study it. Yi Hang nodded thoughtfully. As soon as these words came out, Bai Yuekui was speechless. Can you be serious? Can you study this kind of thing casually? Bai Yuekui reminded helplessly. Yi Hang shrugged. What can't be studied? Isn't it just a mutated pole-devouring beast? It's not like I haven't studied it before. You forgot that the Song Dynasty monarch-level crocodile beast was captured and studied by me. When Bai Yuekui thought about it carefully, it was true, and his expression suddenly froze. It seems as if Yi Hang is really capable of doing this. Do you really want to capture dragon-shaped creatures for study? Bai Yuekui looked at him seriously. Yi Hang nodded. That's right. It's so easy to meet some variants of the devouring beast. How could you miss it? Not only the devouring beast is mentioned in my research base, even the flower of mana has been poached for research. What? You even dug up a mana flower to study it? Aren't you afraid of something happening? Bai Yuekui's expression changed slightly after hearing this, and he looked at him in surprise. This man is so bold. He even dares to dig up the flower of mana and study it. Isn't he afraid that problems will cause irreparable disasters and losses? It's just a flower. I'm almost done researching it now. I've basically figured out the secret of the flower of mana. Yi Hang waved his hand nonchalantly. He reminded, for the next mission, if I really see the dragon-shaped creature you mentioned, I will definitely capture it and study its genes. All right. Bai Yuekui looked at him deeply and finally nodded in agreement. Boss, you're ready. Soon, Sha Do, Broken Star, Dashin and others were ready to set off. Set off. Bai Yuekui waved his hand and everyone got on two huge heavy armored vehicles. Boom. Yi Hang, Bai Yuekui, Sha Do and Sui Xing drove one, and Dashin, Shu Tong, and Wei Yan drove another. Two large vehicles roared out of the underground base. Chapter 81. Northwest. Linan Canyon. Bai Yuekui and his party arrived at the top of the canyon. Boss, this is the area. Wuyan is operating a tablet-like device. These data and signals are shown above. According to Master Lai's information, there is a dragon-shaped creature hidden in the canyon. I suspect that this is most likely a beast's nest. Bai Yuekui looked around first, and then focused on the canyon. Her expression became solemn. I sensed a large number of pole-devouring beasts in the canyon. It is even possible that there are one or more mana flowers inside. This is a den. As soon as he finished speaking, the other team members became serious. Sha Do said seriously, Boss, if it is really a beast's nest, looking at the size of this canyon, there will be at least tens of thousands of pole-devouring beasts gathered together. What's more, the dragon-shaped creature is probably a special species bred by the mana flower in this beast's nest. It's possible. We must be careful. Others also agreed with this guess and began to discuss how to carry out the task. Broken Star on the side suddenly said, Boss, didn't he say before he came that he wanted to capture dragon-shaped creatures and bring them back for experiments? Can you open our eyes? The royal sister stared at Yi Hang with a hint of smile in her eyes. Obviously, they don't believe Yi Hang and think he is bragging. Yes, I also want to open my eyes, Dashin said with an honest smile. Although he is simple and honest, this guy is a thief. Shu Tong and Wuyan also looked at Yi Hang, the mysterious man brought back by the boss. He had brazenly said before that he wanted to capture dragon-shaped creatures, which almost made them laugh. Brother Yi Hang, I want to see you catch the dragon. Sha Do looked at him expectantly. Bai Yuekui rolled his eyes and said coldly, Shut up, all of you. If you keep chirping, I will throw you back to the base. Everyone immediately shut up and said nothing. But Yi Hang smiled, his eyes calmly scanning the entire gorge. At a glance, he could see the densely packed pole-devouring beasts gathered in the canyon, and the number was extremely large. Everything in the canyon was clear just by looking at it. Tens of thousands of pole-devouring beasts gathered together to form a beast's nest, guarding and supporting a huge mana flower. There is also a special species in the beast's nest. The terrifying creature that looks like a dragon is a special species bred by the flower of mana. Different from other types of polar beasts, it belongs to a rarer and more powerful mutant type. Since you want to see it, I'll let you take a good look. After Yi Hang finished speaking, he took a step forward and walked out from above the canyon. He walked through the air step by step, shocking Sha Do, Broken Star, Dashin and others behind him. Trough. Dashin's eyes widened and he was dumbfounded. He, Shu Tong looked at Yi Hang walking in the air with a shocked expression. Wuyan was stunned, with his mouth wide open for a long time without regaining consciousness. Wow, Sha Do's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Boss, how did he manage to walk in the air without falling? Can't understand. Broken Star stared at Yi Hang walking through the air with burning eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. Bai Yuekui was very calm. Don't make a fuss, it's just flying, I can do it too. What, boss, too, how can it be? When, after hearing this, Sha Do, Sui Xing and other team members looked at their boss in shock. From her tone, it sounds like the boss can fly, but he has never seen it before. Follow me, let's broaden our horizons later. Bai Yuekui didn't explain and hurriedly flew into the air. She flew at a low altitude over the canyon, and the team members behind her almost had their eyes popping out when they saw her. Can it really fly? How did the boss do it? The team members were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Sha Do rolled his eyes. Oh, I understand, it must be Brother Yi Hang who taught the boss, it must be the other way around. No, I will learn it when I get back. When she said that, her eyes immediately lit up. The others' eyes lit up after hearing this, and they all looked excitedly at Yi Hang flying into the canyon. Follow me quickly. The group of people hurriedly followed. Soon, several people arrived at the top of the deepest part of the canyon, and each of them restrained their emotions and breath and entered a state of return. Yi Hang was floating in the sky at the deepest part of the canyon, looking down at the densely packed pole beasts below. Tens of thousands of pole-devouring beasts gathered below, surrounding a huge pit. There were faint flashes of red light inside, exuding a strong aura. I'll give you a thunderstorm first. Yi Hang took a breath, and then a dense electric current suddenly appeared in his body. Sizzling. Boom. The next second, bursts of thunder sounded over the canyon. The others were shocked, except Ryuikui, who didn't change much. Wow! Everyone saw in horror that Yi Hang released endless electric light from his body, turning into thunder and blasting towards the bottom of the canyon. Dense thunder and lightning fell down, like a sea of thunder coming. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder raged and the earth shook. The entire canyon trembled and shook, with soil avalanches and landslides. Ouch! Roar! There were screams in the canyon, and tens of thousands of pole-devouring beasts were drowned by the thunder, with smoke rising from their bodies. Some were charred black by the electricity on the spot and turned into corpses in an instant. In almost an instant, Yi Hang destroyed more than half of the pole-devouring beasts. Half of the pole-devouring beasts were struggling and screaming in the thunder, gradually losing their vitality. Fire! Yi Hang raised his hand, and flames swept down from the sky. Thunder and flames intertwined, instantly forming a blue thunder fire. This thunderous fire exploded with incomparable force and surged towards the pit under the control of Yi Hang. Boom! There was a loud noise, accompanied by a shocking roar of beasts. Ang! A series of beast roars sounded. Like a dragon's roar, it shook the entire canyon. Coming! Bai Yuekui's expression was shocked, and he stared at the big pit deep in the canyon with burning eyes. The others were attentive and watching with excitement. Shadow, Broken Star, Dashin and others had no idea that Yi Hang would be so incredibly powerful. Tens of thousands of devouring beasts were directly destroyed in just one encounter. The terrifying scene of controlling thunder with one hand is like the arrival of the god of thunder, which is shocking. Is he the god of thunder? Shadow looked at Yi Hang with admiration. Boom! There was an explosion below, followed by flames shooting into the sky. 2.7. The lightning fire that had just been struck was directly dispersed by a force. Ang! Another dragon-like roar sounded. Shadow and others' faces were pale, and they felt that their souls and consciousness had almost collapsed. Rumble! There was a rumbling vibration under the pit. The next second, a huge black creature rushed out from under the pit. The huge head is like a dragon's head, roaring angrily and exuding a frightening aura. Its huge body is hundreds of meters long and dozens of meters high. It looks like a mythical dragon and looks ferocious and terrifying. Dragon-like creature. Yi Hang stared at this huge dragon-shaped creature with burning eyes. Hold head high. Suddenly, the dragon-shaped creature roared, and a terrifying energy wave suddenly gathered in its open mouth and was aimed at Yi Hang. Be careful, get out of the way. Bai Yuekui's exclamation came from above. Boom boom, a pillar of energy hit Yi Hang's body. His whole body was submerged in the vast light of energy amidst everyone's exclamations. Beep, beep, beep. What a strong energy. Shadow couldn't help but exclaimed, and a rapid alarm sounded from the testing equipment nearby. This energy was so powerful that the instruments set off alarms. Is he going to be okay? Broken Star looked at the terrifying energy spewed out by the dragon-shaped pole-devouring beast. Like a breath of dragon's breath, it destroys everything. Rumble. The energy column gradually extinguished, and an endless ravine was carved out on the ground. In the smoke, a vague figure stood looming in the air. It's brother Yi Hang. Is he okay? Very good. When they saw the figure clearly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shadow cheered even more excitedly. Bai Yuekui let go of his worries for a moment, and then had a deeper understanding of Yi Hang's strength. It's okay to resist dragon breath. She muttered something to herself. Ouch! At this time, the dragon 15-shaped pole-devouring beast realized that Yi Hang was fine, and immediately let out an angry roar. The huge body jumped and flew out of the pit, with huge and terrifying dragon claws on its body. But this dragon claw is a bit weird. It looks like a human hand, but it is covered with dense black scales. It shot up to the sky and opened its huge mouth to bite Yi Hang, but he swallowed it whole. Roll. Yi Hang raised his hand and clapped it, and the powerful force hit the dragon-shaped creature like an overwhelming force. With a boom sound, the dragon-shaped creature's head exploded, and its body smashed into a large valley area. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky, and howls reached the sky. Ouch! The dragon roared in waves, with a trace of anger and pain. The dragon-shaped creature suffered heavy injuries, and a large piece of its head was smashed into pieces by Yi Hang. It's not dead yet, it's still roaring and flying towards me. The speed was faster than before, and a terrifying energy light was once again condensed in his mouth. Are you coming? Yi Hang snorted coldly, and a ball of lightning condensed in his palm and instantly hit the dragon-shaped creature's mouth. Thunderbolt. A bolt of thunder struck down, hitting the dragon-shaped creature in the mouth. Thunder exploded in its mouth, accidentally exploding its condensed energy point. Boom! A ball of blazing light erupted from its mouth, like a sun, piercing everyone's eyes. After the intense light burst out, it turned into a terrifying energy shock and swallowed up the dragon-shaped dimensional thing. Its head vaporized the moment it exploded. Only the bombed and tattered body fell to the ground, still twisting and rolling slightly and not completely dead. Moreover, Yi Hang knew that this dragon-shaped creature was not dead yet and could continue to recover while its core was still there. Sizzling. Yi Hang dodged and came to the headless body of the animal. He condensed a ball of lightning and penetrated it into the body at the right location, directly imprisoning its core. This is to prevent the dragon-shaped creature from recovering. The core must be imprisoned first and then brought back to the laboratory for further study. Dip. Red Queen, send someone to this location to pull the body of this dragon-shaped creature back to the laboratory. After solving the dragon-shaped creature, Yi Hang directly contacted the Red Queen. Okay, Master, come up. The red projection responded respectfully. She immediately sent someone over to pull back the dragon-shaped creature that could recover at any time after losing its head. Just after the call ended, Bai Yuekui brought someone down. You're not hurt, are you? She gently landed next to Yi Hang and looked at him worriedly. Yi Hang shook his head. It's okay. How could a mere devouring beast hurt me? Don't worry. That's good. Bai Yuekui put aside his worries and said nothing more. Sha Do on the side touched the body of the dragon-shaped creature excitedly. It's really an incredible thing, just like a dragon in mythology. Be careful, it's not dead yet. Bai Yuekui stepped forward to remind him. She warned. These pole-devouring beasts have a kind of core in their bodies. As long as the core is not destroyed, they can be resurrected again and again. Do you want me to help you? After Bai Yuekui finished speaking, he looked to Yi Hang and asked for his opinion. Yi Hang waved his hand. Don't be nervous. I have sealed its core and it will not be restored for the time being. I have contacted the base and sent someone to bring it back to the laboratory. Are you serious? Dashan and others were shocked after hearing this. You actually want to study this dragon? Shu Tong looked shocked and felt incredible. A huge dragon-shaped creature that is several hundred meters long and tens of meters high actually pulls it back for study. Are you not afraid of something going wrong? Aren't you afraid something will go wrong? Broken Star looked at him curiously. Sha Do also nodded. Yes, Brother Yi Hang, if you dare to study like this, are you really not afraid of accidents causing disasters and losses? Just take good protection. Since it has become a real product, you can't let it tumble. Yi Hang smiled confidently and didn't care at all. What kind of dragon-shaped creature is just a pole-devouring beast that looks like a dragon? It's just a genetically mutated monster bred by the mana ecology. It might be possible to extract the dragon genetic information and study the mythical dragons. Buzz buzz. Just as he was talking, there were bursts of roaring sounds in the sky. Soon, everyone saw several huge aircraft flying over the canyon. Okay, let them handle this thing. Seeing the Red Queen sending people, Yi Hang turned around and walked towards the core pit. There is still a threat inside, a huge mana flower. The flower of mana down here is very dangerous and must be dealt with. Bai Yuekui reminded him as he walked. After all, it is not easy for a mana flower to give birth to a dragon-shaped creature. Gangan _ Temple. While walking, Yi Hang suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand to block everyone. What? Sha Do was about to ask. Bai Yuekui's expression suddenly changed. Retreat, she shouted in surprise, and Yi Hang and her teamed up to throw everyone away and retreat. Boom. The next second, the ground exploded 203. A huge black shadow rushed out from the ground, lifting up the surrounding soil and gravel. There was more than one, and the ground shook. Soon, one after another black shadows emerged from the ground. Boom 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 too. Several terrifying black shadows burst out of the ground, opening their ferocious mouthparts and letting out waves of terrifying roars. What the hell? Dashan and others looked shocked, it was so sudden. If Yi Hang and Bai Yuekui hadn't reacted in time and even noticed something was wrong, everything might have been over. Yi Hang looked at the 5 huge things that appeared in front of him in surprise, stretching out from the ground like vines and waving in the air. Ground vine. Bai Yuekui's face changed slightly, and he looked at the huge vines in front of him in surprise. It is the ground vine that is the culprit of Mana's ecology. I didn't expect that there was a ground vine hidden here. Bai Yuekui's face was serious, and he was preparing to attack with Tang Dao in his hand. Ground vine. Yi Hang's eyes lit up, and his eyes looking at the ground vines became a little fiery. This is the creator of Mana ecology. How could we not study it carefully after meeting him? You guys step back and I'll take care of this vine. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed into the air, and his whole body was ignited with a raging flame. As soon as the flame came out, it immediately attracted the attention and alertness of the ground vine. Because Di Mantang sensed the crisis. Whoosh! The vine suddenly opened several huge mouthparts and sprayed out streams of dark green venom at Yi Hang. Boom! Flames swept across the sky and hit streaks of dark green venom. The two forces collided. In an instant, the venom exploded in the air, and was then burned into black smoke by high-temperature flames. If I don't give you some color, you won't know the pain. Yi Hang snorted coldly, raised his hand slightly, and flashes of electric light gathered in his palm. Hiss, accompanied by a flash of lightning. With a bang, the ground vine was electrified so much that it smoked, the lightning flashed, and the electric current covered the whole body of the ground vine. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning was injected, causing the ground vines to smoke, twisting wildly and slapping the ground and surrounding areas to relieve the pain. It's just that Yi Hang didn't give it a chance. Clang! A sonorous sound came. Bai Yuekui narrowed his eyes and was surprised to see Yi Hang slashing through a section of the ground vine with a tang knife. With a click, the ground vine was cut directly in half. And the severed section was still twisting on the ground and not dead. Yi Hang went up and blocked the vines directly, and then condensed a powerful flame. Boom! Flames swept across the sky, like a fireball exploding with mighty force. In an instant, the ground vines were submerged. Scene. In the sea of fire, the ground vines twisted crazily, and bursts of terrifying hissing sounds came from their mouths. It wailed in pain, struggled, and twisted, trying to avoid being burned by the sea of fire. But there was a lightning attack, which made its body stiff and smoking, and finally it was gradually reduced to ashes under the intertwining of thunder and fire. A powerful mutated vine was easily defeated by Yi Hang. It was burned to the point where there was no residue left. Of course, there is still a section of the vine's body still alive. As long as you let go of it, you can recover with this section of the body. It's just that Yi Hang intercepted this section of vines for research purposes, and of course he couldn't restore it. Solved. Sha Do looked at it blankly. Several other people looked at each other, feeling like they were just going through a formality. I came here to see a show and watch Yi Hang perform by himself. Originally they couldn't help but want to help, but in the end they didn't have any chance. Awesome. Dashan looked amazed and his eyes were full of admiration. One person is fighting against a dragon-shaped creature, as well as ground vines and tens of thousands of polar-eating beasts. It's simply inhuman. After being silent for a long time, Shuyan suddenly said something. He is like a god, so powerful, Shu Tong said with emotion. Bai Yuekui looked calm and said coldly, it's normal. With my current strength, I can also face these powerful species alone. She also felt a lot of emotion in her heart, and estimated that she was capable of fighting these species alone. Because of the powerful genetic medicine injected into her, she felt like she was getting stronger all the time, but it was just not very obvious. According to Yi Hang, after being injected with the ancestor potion, one can theoretically evolve infinitely. Boss, who are these people? Why is there no breath of life? At this time, Shadow and others looked at a group of black-armored soldiers descending from the huge aircraft in amazement. They were shocked to find that these black-armored soldiers had no life at all. There is no life, like a group of robots. Bai Yuekui explained casually. These are robots, no need to make a fuss. Let's go, he's going to fall into a trap. She reminded a few people. Everyone discovered that Yi Hang was preparing to enter the pit after destroying the vines. This pit is a bit deep and has no bottom. Is it dangerous to continue like this? Shadow looked at Yi Hang and was about to jump down and hurriedly reminded him. It's okay, there is no danger below. Yi Hang waved his hand and had already explored the situation below. With the dragon-shaped creature eliminated and the ground vines killed, there is no other danger below. There are only a few huge mana flowers, all of which are used to support the growth and evolution of a ground vine here. Unfortunately, it was eliminated by Yi Hang. There are still a few mana flowers left below, and they are extremely large. One of the largest mana flowers has a vague feeling of evolving into a ground vine, as if there is a strange connection between the two. Could it be that the flower of mana will eventually evolve into a ground vine? What a huge mana flower! As soon as everyone came down, they were shocked by the scene in front of them as soon as they reached the bottom. At the bottom of the pit, there is a huge underground space. As soon as I saw it, I saw a huge plant growing in the center of the underground space. 9 mana flowers guard a giant mana flower in the center. The huge rhizomes are like huge vines climbing up. They are covered with huge embryos, and you can faintly feel the breath of life bred inside. Incredible. Shadow held the detector for testing with a shocked expression on his face. This mana flower is divided into 9 sub-bodies, and the main body is extremely huge. Even the ground vine just now may have evolved from it. On the largest flower of mana in the middle, there are giant embryos, which are pregnant with some kind of powerful special creatures. It is most likely a special pole-devouring beast like a dragon-shaped creature. Boss, how do you fix it? Dashin and others looked at Bai Yuekui cautiously, waiting for her decision whether to start a war and destroy this mana flower. Bai Yuekui looked at Yi Hang and asked softly, what do you mean, do you want to destroy it or do you want to take it back for study? She was actually very curious about Yi Hang's decision. Of course I'll take it back and study it. Yi Hang stared at the huge mana flower in front of him with bright eyes. This thing is too big. Moreover, the embryos produced are extremely powerful and mature, just in line with the experimental products of the Yi Hang brood plan. If you take it back, you may be able to speed up the success rate of the brood breeding plan. Red Queen, this mana flower is very important. Make sure you bring it back to the laboratory. Yi Hang contacted the Red Queen and then began to deal with the giant mana flower in front of him. The main body is a trunk vine more than 20 meters tall, with 9 smaller mana flowers split around it. After the ground vines were eliminated, this giant mana flower no longer had much offensive power. It was quickly completed under Yi Hang's operation. The soil Zhao Liu's was dug out and packed directly, and was finally sent back to the laboratory by the Empress Hong, who rushed over. This time the harvest was huge. Not only tens of thousands of specimens of pole-devouring beasts, but also a specimen of a dragon-shaped creature were used as research materials. Not to mention getting a section of vines and a huge giant mana flower. This time I really came back with a full load. Yi Hang was in a good mood and boarded a flight with Bai Yuekui and others. Now I officially invite you to go to the base with me, so that you can see what the base I built is like. Yi Hang smiled and sent a formal invitation to Bai Yuekui and others. Okay, I just want to see the base you mentioned and the current lighthouse. Bai Yuekui stood in front of the entrance of the cabin and looked outside. Buzz. The aircraft slowly took off and accelerated towards the base. Soon after, everyone arrived at the base. Bai Yuekui and the team members were deeply attracted by the scene in front of them as soon as they arrived. This is your base. Get off the aircraft. Shadow, Broken Star, Dashin and others were shocked by the huge base in front of them. From high altitude down, the entire base occupies an extremely huge area. It is divided into huge areas, which are exactly the ground planning areas. There are ecological areas, livestock areas, breeding areas, melon and fruit breeding bases, etc., which dazzled Bai Yuekui and others. A huge base was actually built on the ground. A complete ecological zone has even been established, and a large amount of grain, vegetables, fruits, and even meat breeding areas have begun to be cultivated. There are a large number of newly bred various livestock and other animals kept inside. Soon, a group of people arrived at the experimental area of the base. A large number of mutated creatures and various types of pole-eating beasts are imprisoned here. Lots of specimens of spines. As soon as he entered the door, Shadow looked at the experimental area in front of him in amazement. The place is filled with various large and small spines, hanging densely on the wall, or becoming specimens in test vessels. Snake dog. Pan-generated pole-devouring beast type 1. Shadow's face was full of curiosity, and he looked at the various biological specimens of the pole-devouring beast stored in one laboratory after another in surprise. They are all made into research specimens for research experiments. Some are still alive and roaring in the test vessels. This is the metamorphic poleator type 2, Earth Roar. Soon, everyone saw an automorphic pole-devouring beast in a large laboratory. It is the Earth Roar, a terrifyingly evolved pole-devouring beast with a huge neck that can eject energy waves. It is very powerful. However, he was captured and used as an experimental specimen to undergo various experiments. Awesome. Shadow's face was full of shock. Like everyone else, they were deeply stimulated by the real eyelid specimens in front of them. Look, is that the flower of mana? Really studying the flower of mana. Everyone saw that there was actually a flower of mana in a laboratory. This mana flower is the one that Yi Hang captured and dug up before, and its research is of great significance. Now a giant mana flower has been added here. Master, welcome back. As soon as they entered the core area, the Red Queen greeted them with a smile. Arrange the experimental materials brought back this time, implement the plan as soon as possible, and obtain the experimental results we need. Yi Hang explained directly. Yes, get off. The Red Queen responded obediently. Immediately, people were arranged to bring the huge dragon-shaped pole-devouring beast back to a specially built super-large laboratory for storage. Next, experiments were arranged to begin studying the genetic mysteries of the dragon-shaped pole-devouring beast BFAI. As for this section of vines and the super-large mana flower, we must start research immediately and cultivate the mother nest I need as soon as possible. Yi Hang explained this matter solemnly. The brood is currently the most important plan. He needs to use the mysterious function of the mother's nest to optimize his genes for himself, so as to perform a genetic recombination and adjustment. It is equivalent to a genetic transformation to obtain a more powerful evolution. No problem, just the last step to complete the nest. The Red Queen replied confidently. Now that the master has brought back the giant mana flower and the vine, there will be no problem. Bai Yuekui and others on the side didn't say anything to disturb him. Just quietly watching Yi Hang arrange things and experimental projects. Soon, after the arrangements were made, Yi Hang took Bai Yuekui and others out of the experimental area. What is the brood nest you just mentioned? Bai Yuekui remembered something Yi Hang mentioned. Brood, she was curious about it. Yi Hang explained casually. The mother's nest is a special breeding device created based on the embryos of the flower of mana. It can carry out genetic adjustment, genetic optimization and genetic recombination, thereby obtaining the powerful effect of genetic evolution. Just like the flower of mana giving birth to life. Bai Yuekui suddenly realized that as a top student, the knowledge she possessed could not be ignored. It's easy to understand now, and I'll understand it quickly. That's right. Yi Hang nodded and suggested with a smile. If you are interested, you can stay and participate in every experiment and research. I will think about it. Bai Yuekui did not rush to answer, but decided to think about it. She followed Yi Hang all the way to observe the entire ground base, and saw various newly built areas one after another. I also saw the humans who originally belonged to the lighthouse but now live on the ground. After some questioning, several people realized that these people were not afraid of the influence of scarlet pigment now. It turned out that he had been injected with a scarlatin immune agent. Bai Yuekui had to marvel at the power of biogenetic technology mastered by Yi Hang. What are they doing? Soon, several people followed Yi Hang to the training ground of a base. Here, Shadow and others saw figures training one after another. There are men and women, and they are the newly formed hunting team at the base. They are currently the first hunting team in our base, Captain Mark. Yi Hang pointed to a group of people in the training ground and introduced. They have all been genetically enhanced, their own strength has been greatly improved, and they are training to adapt to the discomfort caused by their sudden increase in strength. His introduction made Bai Yuekui's eyes light up immediately. She saw it very clearly. Among these people, only Mark showed the strongest strength. But compared to her, the difference is still very big. She is confident that she can beat Mark with one hand. Mark, Bai Yuekui looked confused. In fact, she knew Mark, or she knew the secret about Mark. A clone. Some biological clones of Mark can even be found in some ruins. He is like a cloned biological container. What a powerful force. Shadow, Sui Xing and others looked at the people training in the training ground in surprise. Everyone's power is very powerful, and the life essence emanating from them is so majestic that it's hard to believe it. If you join, you can directly inject genetic medicine, and then your strength will be as strong as them, or even stronger than them. Yi Hang mentioned with a smile. These words made all Bai Yuekui's team members feel very excited. Several people have different thoughts and are very excited. But they can still hold back. After all, it depends on what the boss Bai Yuekui wants. Look somewhere else. Bai Yuekui didn't answer, but mentioned something. Let's go and take you to see other places. Yi Hang smiled and didn't care, and then led the way. He took Bai Yuekui and others in the elevator to the lighthouse. Today's lighthouse has completely changed. What is that place? As soon as he came up, Bai Yuekui was attracted by an area. Yi Hang took one look and smiled and said, that place is a factory for manufacturing mechas. Do you want to take you to see it? Mecha. Bai Yuekui was stunned for a moment, and then said, is it a gravity body? It doesn't matter, I just want to see what your gravity body is like. After she finished speaking, she walked directly towards the mecha manufacturing area. In fact, Yi Hang is very curious, is the mecha frozen by the lighthouse hers? With some curiosity, Yi Hang thought about taking her to see the black mecha Lin Yuanji later. Perhaps, the one who faces the abyss is really the leader of the sun and the moon. Lighthouse, mecha manufacturing area. Every staff member was busy nervously. There are also a large number of infrastructure sentries busy here, and groups of mechanical octopuses are building mechas. These mechas are the latest models of mechas currently developed. 12 zodiac signs. What a mighty and domineering mecha. That one is so beautiful. After the group came in, Shadow and others were deeply attracted by the domineering appearance of the mecha in front of them. Shadow stood in front of a mecha, his eyes shining, looking excitedly at the biological mecha that was being built in front of him. Obviously, she fell in love with this mecha at first sight. Brother Yi Hang, this mecha is so beautiful. Her face was full of excitement, and her eyes were staring at the mecha in front of her. Yi Hang stepped forward and introduced. This mecha is one of the 12 zodiac signs, the Mao rabbit, which can also be called the Jade rabbit. It is the first generation of nano-biological mecha. 12 zodiac signs. Dashan's eyes lit up after hearing this. He stared at a huge mecha excitedly and asked, what is the name of this mecha? It seems to be very powerful and domineering. Yi Hang took one look and said, the one you are looking at is the pig, one of the 12 zodiac animals. It has a huge body and extremely powerful defense and attack power. This one is domineering. Shu Tong stared intently at a mecha. According to the information above, it is rat, one of the 12 zodiac animals, which gives people an extremely agile and chilling aura. Broken Star looked at the other mecha, his eyes dazed, as if he was so attracted by the mecha in front of him that he couldn't look away. In front of her is Sea Snake, one of the 12 zodiac signs. The body looks thin and integrated, giving people an indescribable sense of smoothness. So beautiful and domineering. No matter it was Shadow or Dashan, they were all deeply attracted by the mecha in front of them. Their faces were full of excitement, and their eyes looked at Yi Hang expectantly. But no one spoke, because this was obviously the latest mecha developed by others. How could it be given to others so easily? Boss. Shadow pulled his boss. Bai Yuekui was staring at a mecha intently. Can you introduce to me the parameters and performance of these mechas? She thought for a while and finally couldn't help but ask. Yi Hang stood aside and explained softly, the one you are looking at is the Qianlong model mecha of the Chinese zodiac. It is currently the latest generation of biological mecha we have built. This zodiac mecha is built using the latest nano-biotechnology, equipped with a plasma artificial sun as the energy core, and uses nano-core technology to inlay and fuse biological machines. He introduced the various basic parameters of the 12 zodiac mecha in detail. The more Bai Yuekui heard about it, the more frightened he became. Nano-biotechnology, artificial plasma sun technology, and even nano-core technology. Nanocore is the use of cutting-edge nanotechnology to integrate the entire biological mecha into the human body, thereby achieving the perfection of human-machine integration. Once these mechas are completed, they can be perfectly integrated into the body, realizing the integration of man and machine. You can wear the nano-biological mechas at any time during combat, and put them into your body when not needed. And because it uses the latest nano-core energy system and artificial plasma sun device, the mecha's energy supply can last for at least 100 years in continuous combat. Upon hearing this, both Bai Yuekui and others were deeply shocked by these data. It's so powerful, it's simply a different kind of mechanical evolution. Is this what the old world mentioned about flesh and blood being weak and machines flying away? Sha Do sighed with a look of amazement. Others were also extremely shocked, staring at their favorite mecha model with gleaming eyes. You want it? Yi Hang could see their thoughts at a glance and asked with a smile. Yep, brother Yi Hang, can you make us a set of nano-biological mechas? Sha Do asked cautiously. Bai Yuekui grabbed her and said, don't listen to her nonsense, these biological mechas are too precious, you should have your own plans and plans. Yi Hang smiled, patted Sha Do and encouraged, it's not that I can't give you a biological mecha if you like it, but with your current physical fitness, you can't fully display the true capabilities of this mecha. Quote, if you all want it, you can join us, and then you can genetically optimize it and train it carefully, and then you can control this zodiac machine. After hearing what he said, both Sha Do and Dashan, even the silent Xian and Shu Tong looked at their boss with bright eyes. Boss, Sha Do stepped forward and said coquettishly. Bai Yuekui rolled his eyes. Don't make trouble, you can decide for yourself if you want. This matter is too big. I need to go back and discuss it with Master Lai. All right. The others immediately held back upon hearing this, which showed that they respected Bai Yuekui very much. Yi Hang didn't say much about this, he just walked a few people along and introduced the basic parameter information of other zodiac mechas. After truly understanding it, a few people were deeply shocked by the data. So handsome and domineering. Dashan's eyes flashed. I almost stayed and didn't want to leave. 0139055515 Filu 0211183231. Can these mechas actually design their own weapons and equipment? ... Broken Star looked at Yi Hang in surprise and asked. Yi Hang nodded. Yes, after all, everyone is different. The mecha's weapons require the pilot's personal training and running in process before customizing the weapon set. After all, as a small team, everyone has different abilities and functions, so this was taken into consideration when the machine was designed. Bai Yuekui was very moved by Yi Hang's explanation. She fell in love with Qianlong, but she just didn't bring it up. By the way, I'll take you to see another mecha. Yi Hang thought of something, and after speaking, he led the way. Soon he led Bai Yuekui and others to another warehouse. There is a mecha refrigerated here. Standing in front of the cold storage, Bai Yuekui was obviously stunned for a moment. This is zero. There was an obvious change in her expression. Yi Hang explained softly. This is a biological mecha that was refrigerated and sealed when I conquered the lighthouse. I heard from Morgan that this is the Abyssaler in one of Lighthouse's plans. After he finished speaking, he looked at Bai Yuekui beside him. After she saw the abyssal biological mecha in front of her, she became obviously different. She seems to know this mecha, and is even certain that this mecha actually belongs to her. The one who faces the abyss. Bai Yuekui stepped forward and gently stroked the cold black body, with a myriad of thoughts, as if he was trapped in memories. What's wrong, boss? Sha Do and others looked at each other, somewhat confused as to why Bai Yuekui suddenly became strange. At this time, Bai Yuekui woke up from his thoughts, withdrew his hand, and his whole body returned to calm and indifference. Do you like this mecha? If so, I can help you integrate it into the Qianlong and give it to you. Yi Hang walked up to her and said this softly. Bai Yuekui was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. She slowly raised her head, looked at Yi Hang thoughtfully and said, "Are you sure you really want to integrate this mecha into the Qianlong and give it to me?" "Yes, it only takes a month to complete, and the rest of you have it too." Yi Hang nodded affirmatively and mentioned something to Shado and others. "Yeah, great, I have a mecha. Thanks you." Shado, Broken Star, Dashin and others all expressed their thanks excitedly. "Okay, I will tell Master Lai when I go back later that I will merge into your base on behalf of the humans in our base." Bai Yuekui nodded lightly and made this decision. She was so sincere that she decided to officially join Yi Hang's base. Time flies. 3 months have passed. Since Bai Yuekui joined the lighthouse on behalf of the human base on the ground, the two surviving human forces have merged into one. At this point, the two major human survivor forces began to unite to form a community with a shared future for mankind. Of course, the leader of this community of destiny is naturally Yi Hang, as the current leader of human survivors. A month ago, the Tian or Zodiac Mecha project was successfully completed. The first Zodiac Mecha unit is finally gradually completed. This mecha unit is currently divided into 2 squads. They are the first team headed by Mark, and the second team headed by Bai Yuekui. Each team has 12 members, each of whom drives a biological mecha, which exactly matches the 12 zodiac signs. Of course, both teams appear to be biological mechas built with the 12 zodiac signs as totems, but in fact they have different functions. Take Bai Yuekui for example. As the captain, she chose the Qianlong series, 340, biological mecha, which was a tailor-made Black Dragon mecha. The Black Dragon, integrated with the Abyssalist, has a nano-energy core that can continue to fight for more than 100 years. The mecha is equipped with 2 electromagnetic cannons and 2 electromagnetic light blades that are similar to Tang knives. Mark also belongs to the Qianlong series of mechas, but it is the Qinglong. Its weapons are equipped with a Qinglong light blade and 2 electromagnetic secondary cannons. The 2 of them each lead a mecha squad, which is currently the most powerful armed force in mankind. Bai Yuekui's team members were dispersed. Among them, Shu Tong, a man of few words, and Yin Shan were assigned to Mark's group. The hunting members Ran Bing, Fei Shui, Penny and Erica, who originally belonged to Mark's team, were replaced and joined by Yuekui's team. A few more women were selected to complete the number of team members, which was exactly 12. The members of her team are surprisingly all women, and they belong to the first female mecha unit. Another mecha unit, the team led by Mark, selected several others from the hunting team to complete the 12 elite members. At this point, a special mecha team was officially established. "Everyone, my name is Jing Nan, and I am the commander-in-chief of your mecha team." In the mecha training ground, 2 mecha troops stood neatly. On the high platform, Jing Nan stood in front of everyone wearing a special biological mecha and made an announcement. She was officially appointed as the commander-in-chief of the mecha unit. One person is less than 10,000 people. "From now on, I will be responsible for your combat command and logistics support, and I will not interfere with the rest." Jing Nan explained some things clearly and neatly. She knew very well that she could only serve as logistical support and formulate some combat plans for reference. The 2 captains Mark and Bai Yuekui were really leading the battle. "Next, there are 2 tasks for you." After Jing Nan finished speaking, he took out the 2 tasks promulgated by Cheng Yi Hang. Mark and Bai Yuekui got the tasks one after another. When you open it, you will see that both of them have different tasks. Capture the anti-gravity devouring beast. Bai Yuekui was a little surprised when he looked at the task in hand. In the past 2 months, she has led the team to complete many tasks. These are all tasks assigned by Yi Hang, to wipe out the devouring beasts and capture various alien creatures. Now he actually wants to capture an anti-gravity pole devouring beast. If you have any questions, ask them and I will help you make a plan. Jing Nan thought there was a problem and mentioned it. Bai Yuekui put away the mission card and said, "No problem, we will set off immediately," and the mission target of the Queen of Heaven was successfully brought back. Make sure you get the job done. On the other side, Mark glanced at his mission. After he finished speaking, He glanced at Bai Yuekui, the two of them nodded slightly and then led their teams away. Boss, aren't you going to report to the city lord? On the way, Shado came up and asked softly. She was wearing a blue and white jade rabbit mecha, and she looked adorable. And a clear voice came from another mecha next to him. Oh, you want to see the city lord brother, you can go if you want. Erica is wearing a pink mecha. She looks beautiful and petite, but don't underestimate it. As a snake mecha, it contains powerful lethality. A super powerful plasma sniper cannon, with a plasma artificial sun embedded as its energy core, can blast away a mountain with one shot. If it is released with super power, the power is equivalent to a small mushroom bomb. Stop talking nonsense, Ran Bing, Fei Shui, you fly the aircraft. Bai Yuekui gave the order with a cold expression. In the team, Zai Bing and Fei Shui acted as pilots, started the aircraft and headed towards the mission location. The two of them have learned systematically, and as subsidy personnel in the team, they can drive all kinds of transportation vehicles, including aircraft. Master, the two teams have already gone on a mission. In the central command room, the Red Queen reported the news. Oh, I see. Yi Hang looked at the projection screen in front of him and saw that the two teams had already set off. He turned off the projection and asked casually, how is the original plan for super energy going? The Red Queen immediately calmed down and said seriously, back to the master, since we have mastered the plasma artificial sun technology, we have been beckoning to study the antimatter energy plan. Combining the accumulation of scientific and technological knowledge from several worlds, and excavating the technical information data of this world's old era, combined with each other, we have been able to extract some antimatter, but we have not completed the last step of energy conversion. Speaking of this, the Red Queen felt a little ashamed. The antimatter energy project has been launched for a long time, and it still has not achieved results, which makes me feel very sad. It's okay, take your time, don't rush, try to use antimatter as a routine application in the next step, and equip our conventional weapons. Yi Hang comforted. He remembered something and asked, by the way, is the Brood project completed? Master, I was about to report this news to you. The Red Queen was shocked and hurriedly replied, the Brood plan was officially completed yesterday, and the first generation of Brood has been completed. Finished. Yi Hang's eyes lit up after hearing this, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Finally completed this plan. Come on, take me to see you immediately. He stood up as he spoke and couldn't wait to see the newly completed nest. Yes, come with me. The Red Queen led the way, and the two of them arrived at the core area of the laboratory one after another. In addition to the antimatter project that is being researched here, the most important thing here is the Brood project. The Brood plan is now complete. Master, please see, this is the first generation mother nest we developed based on the unique genes of the flower of mana and the earth vine. The Red Queen pointed to a special thing grown in the laboratory. Brood, a round embryo looks like an embryo that is pregnant with life. In fact, it is a biogenetic technology derived from the analysis of the embryos condensed on the flower of mana 3.8. The mother's nest in front of me is 9 feet and 9 inches high, like a glowing embryo. Its surface is smooth and covered with dense lines, which look like blood vessels and exudes a strange aura. This thing is a living, real single mother embryo. Very good. Next, I will use the mother nest to genetically recombine myself. Remember not to let anyone disturb me. Yi Hang looked solemn and began to explain what was going to happen next. He wants to enter the mother's nest and start adjusting his body's genes for a recombinant evolution. It's master, I'll make arrangements right away. The Red Queen looked serious and began to make arrangements in an orderly manner. Blockade, guard, defense. After Yi Hang finished explaining, he walked step by step into the laboratory. He walked towards the huge nest. The mother's nest trembled slightly and opened a gap, just enough for Yi Hang to enter. Yi Hang entered the mother nest and started genetic recombination. Buzz. Mother start. A stream of energy was injected into the mother nest along the official path. I saw the mother's nest shrinking and swelling, as if it was gestating something. With the continuous injection of energy, the mother nest began to glow, and a vague figure could be faintly seen curled up in the center. That was Yi Hang. After entering the mother nest, he began to optimize and reorganize his own body genes. The cells have already been optimized under the powerful and subtle operation of the mechanical heart. Now it combines the gene pools collected from several worlds and begins to adjust its own genes. To be precise, it is genetic recombination. Start injecting the second-generation ancestor potion. Outside the nest, the Red Queen looked stern and screamed. She personally operated and injected the second-generation ancestral potion into Yihang in the nest. The new Ancestor 2 potion, created by combining it with the mana ecology, is more powerful and comprehensive than the first generation. Boom! With the injection of the second-generation ancestor potion, the mother nest vibrated slightly, continued to swell, and emitted bursts of intense light. The Red Queen looked serious and said, "Increase energy injection and activate backup energy." Following her order, a plasma artificial sun's backup energy source was quickly activated, followed by another plasma artificial sun that emitted a strong light. The two artificial suns win energy together, continuously injecting it into the mother nest. For a moment, the mother nest glowed brightly, as if a sun was releasing endless energy. -44 14,746. Waves of electric arcs appeared on the surface of the mother nest. At first, it was a blue arc, and as time went by, the color deepened, constantly intertwined and flickering, exuding a frightening aura. Soon, various electric arcs intertwined and merged together, forming a series of terrifying energy electric lights as black as ink, coiling and flashing around the mother nest. There was a tearing sound in the air, and things around the laboratory and the nest began to vibrate and crack. Beep beep beep. A rapid alarm sounded from the laboratory. Red Queen continuously operates to stabilize the energy input in the laboratory. Her eyes were fixed on the mother's nest, and every change was within the scope of calculation. Time passed minute by minute. As the energy of the two artificial suns becomes weaker and weaker, the light becomes increasingly dim, as if the energy has been drained and is about to collapse. On the other hand, the mother nest emits a terrifying light, like the birth of a sun, surrounded by terrifying black arcs tearing apart the space. The energy is running out. The Red Queen looked solemn, and was extremely shocked when she looked at the two artificial suns that were about to dry up. This means that Yihang in the mother nest has fully absorbed the huge energy supplied by the two artificial suns. Poof! With a muffled sound, the first artificial sun was completely extinguished and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the second artificial sun flickered, and finally went out completely. The energy of the two artificial suns was completely exhausted. Click! There was a crisp sound. The Red Queen's eyes lit up and she said in surprise, "Has the master succeeded?" I saw the light of the mother nest shrinking, just like the sun constantly shrinking, and even the surrounding light was sucked into it. And the countless electric arcs coiled around were sucked into it and disappeared, and cracks began to appear in the shell of the mother nest. Click, click cracking sound came. The mother's nest cracked, dense cracks spread to the entire shell, and the entire mother's nest began to collapse toward the center. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the entire nest evaporated strangely. Only a series of terrifying black arcs were left, intertwining and flashing, forming a black hole-like energy ball floating in the air, releasing a terrifying aura. Zero. An electric arc flashed across, and everything around the laboratory turned into powder and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the entire laboratory was rapidly collapsing, and dense space cracks appeared around it. Oops! Hong Hu's face changed drastically. She realized something was wrong and was preparing to seal off the laboratory to block the terrible energy impact. But the next second, this black energy suddenly flowed back. Soon, a figure slowly emerged and floated in the air. This person turned out to be Yihang, who had completed genetic recombination and physical transformation. At this moment, he was floating in the air with his naked body, releasing a powerful arrogance, surrounded by dense black arcs. Zitsa! Zitsa! The arc flashed and the space burst. Yihang slowly opened his eyes, and two dim lights flashed away. He felt the changes in his body carefully, with an expression of joy on his face. This genetic recombination resulted in amazing transformation and growth. Name: Yihang. Gender: male. Race: human. Occupation: mechanic. Talent: myth level. Mechanical heart can be upgraded. Martial arts: master of Chinese martial arts. Mechanical body: nano-mechanical biological mecha. Physique: 99,999. Extraordinary life form. Spirit: infinity. Ability, Flame, Fire. Points, 94,000 points. Merit, 1.2 billion points. Check the changes in his information. Sure enough, he has made great progress, and his physical fitness has soared to the extreme, becoming an extraordinary life form. Yi Hang is now considered a truly extraordinary being and is no longer a mortal. What is extraordinary is the transformation and improvement of the level of life. Just like lower life forms and higher life forms, Chaoran is a higher life form. Human beings can only be regarded as a kind of lower life form. Because human beings only have a lifespan of a few hundred years, their bodies are weak, and their souls are fragile. However, advanced life forms have broken the shackles of lifespan, and are extremely powerful in both body and soul. Therefore, it is called an advanced life, and it is also an extraordinary life form. Now, after this genetic recombination, Yi Hang has finally broken through the boundaries of the mundane world, stepped into the ranks of higher beings, and become an extraordinary life form. ZZ. He stretched slightly, and countless black arcs coiled around him suddenly tore apart the space, exuding a terrifying aura. Yi Hang's body 393 naturally floats in the air, completely unaffected by gravity and gravitation. Song Yao can fly into the air at any time he wants. The most important thing is that the aura he exudes at this moment is so powerful, like a god, that it makes countless people in the entire base kneel on the ground, unable to breathe. This is a kind of biological field oppression at the life level. The natural pressure from higher life forms is simply not something that mortals can resist. At this moment, the mana ecosystem on the entire Earth suddenly became manic. An invisible and unknown force is spreading crazily. Mana eco-awareness. Suddenly, Yi Hang noticed the existence of an invisible will and had a guess in his mind. Unexpectedly, I was actually noticed by the Earth's mana ecological consciousness. Yi Hang was thoughtful. It was obvious that he had just completed the genetic recombination and became a supernatural life form, which caused mana ecology to become aware of it. Thinking of this, Yi Hang closed his eyes, and the countless electric arcs coiled outside his body converged, and the breath continued to shrink and finally returned to its original appearance. As the breath of the whole body disappeared, the vague consciousness exploration disappeared. And everyone in the base also woke up. Congratulations, Master, for successfully advancing. The Red Queen stepped forward to congratulate her with a face of joy. Yi Hang nodded slightly. Summon all the senior leaders of the lighthouse and call Mark, Bai Yuekui and others back. I want to explain something. Yes, Master. After hearing this, the Red Queen hurriedly responded and conveyed the order. A blink of an eye. The 2 years are coming to an end. I only have 2 years to stay in the dungeon, and it's over in 3 days. On this day, Yi Hang called the Red Queen to conduct a 2-year summary. He stood in front of the window of the command center of the brand new lighthouse, looking into the distance. After more than a year of renovation, the current lighthouse has changed greatly. Today's lighthouse is like an aerial fortress flying in the sky. A total of 360 artificial suns serve as the energy core, supporting the energy use of the entire fortress. On the fortress, there are 11 sky platforms built on which various fighter planes, aircraft, small interstellar spacecraft, etc. are parked. The starship is a new small starship that was rebuilt after the ruins of the previous starship were restored. Can conduct orbital space flight operations. Owner. The Red Queen came to summarize. Yi Hang stood there without looking back. Tell me about our development and gains in the past 2 years. Good Master. The Red Queen obediently stepped forward and turned on a projection. Her response. Master, we have been in this world for nearly 2 years, and we have 2 major plans in total. The first plan is biological genetic research. More than hundreds of thousands of pole-eating beast specimens have been captured and collected for research, and a complete genetic map of mana's ecology has been obtained. And based on these genetic studies, we created the second-generation Ancestor 2 potion. We also obtained the upgrade and improvement of genetic technology, and successfully mastered the life brood technology from the biological embryos of the flower of mana. Having said this, the Red Queen turned on the projection and continued. For the second planned energy technology, we have mastered the primary antimatter technology and can initially extract antimatter for storage and production. It can be used as a new energy supply and begin to be used in weapons. Currently, we have extracted a total of 1,800 grams of antimatter and successfully produced 3 antimatter bombs, 1 experimental type and 1 portable 10 missile type. In addition, based on new energy technology, we have mastered nanocore technology, successfully created a mature second-generation biological mecha, and upgraded the mechanical army. After the Red Queen finished speaking, she opened a data projection. Master, please take a look. She pointed at the projection and said, "This is the new generation of mechanical army we have upgraded and built, called the Heavenly Soldier Project. On the projection, there is a brand new black armored warrior. This one is no longer a robot, but a super war king born from a combination of biogenetic technology and mechanical transformation technology. It is the Heavenly Soldier plan. Well, what are the specific parameters of the first generation of Heavenly Soldiers?" Yi Hang touched his chin and asked thoughtfully. The Red Queen waved her hand, and a large amount of data emerged. Master, the specific combat power of the first generation of Heavenly Soldiers is equivalent to 100 times the genetic enhancement of ordinary people, and because of the integration of mechanical transformation, it has a new mecha shell and a new concept of weapon design. The combat effectiveness is very impressive. The Red Queen opened up all aspects of the data parameters of the Heavenly Soldiers. The basic combat power is 100 times that of ordinary human beings. Combined with the shell of the biological mecha, it is equipped with 2 plasma suns as energy cores. It is also equipped with 2 high-energy particle cannons, a high-energy particle knife, an anti-gravity system, etc. It can go to the sky and the sea and become an all-round super warrior on land, sea and air. At present, the number of our upgraded first-generation Heavenly Soldiers has reached 1 million, and the remaining resources are not enough to continue to expand. After the introduction, the Red Queen showed a look of pride on her face. These are the results of 2 years of hard work. Well, leave a small number of Heavenly Soldiers to guard the fortress and the base. Yi Hang thought about it and made the arrangement. At the end of 2 years, he is about to leave this copy world. By the way, how is the progress of the encirclement and investigation of mana ecology? Yi Hang asked casually. For 2 years, we have been continuously encircling and suppressing the ma ecology. The 2 mecha teams led by Mark and by Uekui have repeatedly eliminated the devouring beast and the flower of mana, eradicating the scope of the mana ecosystem, and the effect is very good. Master, currently we have cleared 2/3 of the impact of the mana ecosystem on the Asia continent. Only the last small core area remains. The Red Queen said, opening an information projection. A high-altitude map is displayed above, which is the real continent. Master, in the central area of this continent, there are countless pole-eating beasts gathered in various varieties, among which a large number of mana flowers have been detected. And there are a large number of vines at the core of mana's ecology, and even intelligent pole-devouring beasts have appeared. According to the collected intelligence, it is very likely that there is a humanoid pole-devouring beast inside. The Red Queen gave her calculations and intelligence information. Yi Hang was thoughtful and looked at the map information. Humanoid pole-devouring beast. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly thought of the mana ecological consciousness that he had sensed after completing the genetic recombination before. Perhaps, mana ecology has evolved a complete and powerful ideology, and has even become independent. It is very likely that it has evolved to a higher level of life with a humanoid body. Perhaps, the so-called light and shadow is a humanoid pole-devouring beast with super intelligence. Or is it mana's ecological consciousness itself? Can't the mecha troops attack? Yi Hang checked and found that the 2 mecha units were unable to invade the core area. Yes, Master. The Red Queen nodded and said, currently, the 2 major mecha teams, by Uekui team and Mark team, are unable to penetrate the core area. There is a huge star swirl there, which is the core of the mana ecology of this continent. If it is destroyed, it can completely destroy the mana ecology of this continent. After hearing Queen Hong's explanation, Yi Hang nodded to show his understanding. He checked where Bai Uekui and others were, and they were cleaning up the outside of the area but couldn't break into it. After all the pole-devouring beasts in the entire Asia continent are gathered there. Let them withdraw. Yi Hang thought about it and made a decision. Master, how to eliminate the mana ecology in this area next? The Red Queen looked at him curiously after conveying the order. Yi Hang thought for a long time and his eyes flickered. Didn't we just develop an antimatter bomb? We just dropped one there to test it. Understood. The Red Queen nodded, her eyes filled with flying silk threads. It's finally time to experiment. Whether antimatter bombs can achieve the expected results is unknown, and real experiments are needed to obtain accurate data. Order all teams to withdraw and prepare to release antimatter bombs in 10 minutes. Yi Hang gave an order, and Bai Yuekui, Mark and others who were on a mission received the order to retreat. Nuo Jiaohao. Although he was confused, he still carried out the order and retreated in a small spaceship. On their way back, they saw a special aircraft flying towards the core area of Mana ecology. Why did the city lord suddenly order a retreat? On the spaceship, everyone looked puzzled. Bai Yuekui frowned slightly and looked at an aircraft flying past. I just received a notification that the Lord is preparing to drop a powerful bomb to bomb the core area. She suddenly received the notice and her face changed slightly. Look, that aircraft seems to be flying towards the core area. Shado pointed back in surprise. Everyone looked around and saw a special aircraft flying towards the core area of Mana ecology. Didi arrived at the target designated area. Start delivery, _#. After the aircraft arrived at the target area, it suddenly dropped a special bomb. As the bomb fell rapidly, it suddenly exploded 30 meters above the ground. Puff! A terrible light erupted, and everything turned pale. That is, ... On the spaceship, Bai Yuekui and others exclaimed. Then a dazzling light burst out, and everyone couldn't help but cover their eyes. The light was so bright and intense. Even more dazzling than the sun, the sky was so white that nothing could be seen. Only a ball of blue light burst out in a thousandth of an instant, like a huge hat slowly taking shape. Immediately afterwards, violent radiance erupted in circles inside, like a yin-yang tai chi diagram erupting with terrifying light and heat from within. Wherever this powerful light and heat reaches, everything is annihilated. Whether it was the ground, the pole-devouring beast, or various creatures, the flower of mana, turned into nothingness. The moment the antimatter bomb exploded, it destroyed everything within a radius of 100 kilometers. Everything was annihilated and disappeared in an instant. The terrifying explosion power is simply appalling. Ouch! Ho! In the Mana ecological core area, roars resounded. Turned into ashes in the horrific explosion, countless powerful pole-devouring beasts in the central area were evaporated before they even had time to scream. Countless huge vines danced crazily in the central area, but unfortunately they were wiped out on the spot by the impact of the explosion energy. Large areas of vines disappeared and were wiped clean. Not even a trace of dregs was left, and it was completely annihilated from the physical level. Vaguely, you can see a vague figure below the core area 560, making a miserable howling sound. It was a strange figure that looked like a person, but was actually a humanoid pole-devouring beast. Sure enough, there is a humanoid devouring beast. Yi Hang's expression changed, and he finally captured the existence of the humanoid pole-devouring beast under the powerful observation of his mind. Unfortunately, it was vaporized within a second of the antimatter bomb explosion. Although he could only resist for a second, it was enough to show how powerful the humanoid pole-devouring beast was. After all, being able to withstand an antimatter explosion for even 1 second is extremely valuable. You know, the countless pole-devouring beasts, mana flowers and ground vines gathered in the core area evaporated after being evaporated within a second. Boom! A shocking loud noise came, and the whole earth trembled. The continental plates shook. Huge clouds of smoke and dust billowed, sweeping in all directions as the shock wave swept away, sweeping away everything in its path. The vibration was so strong that even the base felt violent vibrations. Countless people stared at the intense blue-white light in the sky in horror. Although the time was short, it made people feel extremely panicked. When the light dissipates, everything calms down. The central area turned into a scorched earth, and the original waste and countless bites were wiped away. There was only a piece of red land left with traces of smoke rising, and a powerful energy and high temperature remaining, scorching the earth and everything. Beep beep beep. System detection returned to normal. In the sky, the starship swayed and soon returned to normal. At the moment of the explosion, it was almost destroyed by the huge impact. Fortunately, it was controlled remotely by Yihang and the plane did not crash. Otherwise, Bai Yuekui and others would have been in a much worse situation. Even if you don't die, you still have to shed a layer of skin. Doff. Everyone struggled to get up, all in shock. Oh my god, what explosion was that? It's so scary. Is it scarier than mushroom bombs? Shadow, Erica and others looked at the location of the explosion in shock. The light has disappeared, but the terrible explosion just now left them in a state of fear. Antimatter bomb. As a top student, Bai Yuekui said this answer with a solemn expression. Antimatter bomb. Everyone gasped. For a moment, they looked at each other with fear. They all feel like they are surviving a disaster. Horrible. It was actually an antimatter bomb, and the explosion was simply more terrifying than a mushroom bomb. The City Lord's brother is really awesome. He actually developed an antimatter bomb. Erica sighed with a shocked look on her face. It's really awesome. It feels like there's nothing the City Lord can't do. Everyone was talking excitedly about this matter. Watching the mana ecology wiped out by an antimatter bomb in the core area of the Asiao continent. For a moment, everyone had mixed feelings. They worked so hard but couldn't get in, but an antimatter bomb wiped it out. Sure enough, technology is the real #1 killer. The other side. Lighthouse, Control Center. Master, I've calculated it. The Red Queen reported excitedly. The explosion power of that antimatter bomb has been calculated, and the explosion power of 1 kilogram of antimatter is equivalent to a 50 million ton hydrogen bomb. It has no radiation, no pollution, is very clean, and is suitable for use as a conventional weapon. She gave the calculated results and data of the explosion in detail. Yes, if we increase our research, the next step is to make an antimatter energy core device. Yihang is very satisfied with the power data of this antimatter bomb explosion test. Understood, the Red Queen responded, and then reminded, Master, the 2 mecha teams have returned to the base. Well, informed Jing Nan, Bai Yuekui and the others that I have something to explain to them. Yihang explained and turned around and left. Next, he still has 3 days to explain some things clearly before he can leave with peace of mind. Soon, Jing Nan, who received the notice, came to the residence of the City Lord of Yihang. Are you looking for me? As soon as Jing Nan came in, he sat in Yihang's arms and asked curiously. Yihang patted her. There are some things that need to be explained. When Bai Yuekui and the others come, I will tell you together. Okay. Jing Nan adjusted his glasses and leaned forward a little nervously. She whispered in Yihang's ear. Sure, Yihang asked with a smile. Jing Nan blushed and nodded lightly. Forget it, I will stay with you for the next 3 days, and then I will go into seclusion. After saying that, he picked up Jing Nan and walked into the cabinet. Not long after, Bai Yuekui, Zai Bing, Erica, Fanti, Fei Shui and others arrived here. Yihang stayed with them for the next 3 days and explained some important things. He made arrangements before leaving and announced to the outside world that he was going to retreat, so no one doubted it. Only Bai Yuekui was vaguely aware of it, but she was smart enough not to ask. With the ecological destruction of the pole-devouring beasts and mana in the Eurasian continent, mankind can finally regain the place of survival that belongs to mankind step by step. Next, we only need to clean up step by step. In the future, the Earth will still belong to humans. 3 days flew by. In a blink of an eye, Yihang entered a secret room under the reluctant eyes of Bai Yuekui and others. Boom. The door is closed. Yihang announced the retreat. The time is uncertain. Let Bai Yuekui, Jing Nan and others handle the outside matters. Return. Looking at the closed door, Yihang took a deep breath and communicated the system choice to return. Whoosh. The next second, his body turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the secret room. Ascension Island. A ray of light fell. Yihang returned here and relaxed. Ding. Start the settlement of this copy. Congratulations, you have completed the main mission, survived for 2 years, received a D+ rating, and been awarded 10,000 points. Congratulations, you killed 2,000 snakes and dogs, and your reward is a 10,000 points. Congratulations, you have destroyed a large number of pole-devouring beasts. Calculation is in progress. Evaluation A+, reward, 20,000 points. Congratulations, you destroyed the ground vines, rated S, reward, 30,000 points. Congratulations, you successfully destroyed the mana ecology, rated S+, and awarded 50,000 points. Congratulations, you have successfully developed the Ancestor 2 potion, rated SS+, and awarded 30,000 points. This statistics is over. Congratulations to the game player Yi Hang. Your final evaluation level for this copy is SS+, and you have gained 150,000 points. I hope you will continue to work hard. Yi Hang looked at the harvest calculations for this copy and didn't care too much. Just as I was about to close it, another prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, congratulations on reaching S level for 3 consecutive dungeon evaluations, and you will be rewarded with an S level lottery. Looking at this prompt, Yi Hang was stunned for a moment. There is actually a lottery. If you look carefully, it turns out that you have to get S level ratings consecutively to get a lottery. A lottery. Yi Hang opened it to check, and sure enough he saw a lottery screen pop up. There are various prizes displayed on it. The lowest ones are A-level items, and there is a high chance that you can get S-level or even higher level items. Seeing this, Yi Hang was moved. Lottery. He started to smoke without saying a word. Buzz. I saw the roulette wheel spinning rapidly, and countless things and prizes passed by. When the lottery wheel slowly stops. Ding, congratulations, you won the SS level Thunder Fruit. At the end of the lottery, Yi Hang had a thunderous and flashing ball of light in his hand. It is the SS level thunder power that I just drew. ##. Yi Hang looked at the thunder power in his hand and was speechless for a while. Is this a good thing? Yes, it is indeed a good thing. But the problem is that he has already awakened the power of thunder. Isn't it a bit redundant to draw this thing? Forget it, it's better than nothing. Yi Hang shook his head and laughed, swallowing the thunder ball in one gulp. Boom. As soon as he swallowed the thunder ball, a powerful thunder force burst out from his body. The whole person was wrapped in lightning, and dense thunder coiled around the body, releasing an extremely powerful, terrifying aura. The power of thunder. Yi Hang was surprised to find that after swallowing the SS level thunder power, the awakened thunder power in his body soared. He felt that the power of thunder in his body became more and more powerful, even more than 10 times more powerful than before, and its destructive power was even more terrifying. It's okay, it's not wasted. Feeling the surge and improvement of the thunder power in his body, Yi Hang showed a satisfied smile. He restrained the surge of thunder power in his body and returned to normal. Rumble. At this time, Feixiang Island expanded rapidly and soon doubled in size. Moreover, the island is rising rapidly, as if it is flying towards an unknown place. But it soon stopped. There is a lot of fog around. Ascension Island stands in the void, and you can vaguely see the twinkling lights of the surrounding stars. I don't know where Ascension Island is. Yi Hang looked at everything around him thoughtfully. It's a pity that even his now incredibly powerful soul can't break the secret that Zhou Duiyuanyuan saw here. I could only give up exploring and choose to leave Ascension Island. Whoosh. The next second, Yi Hang returned to reality. He returned to the base and stretched before walking out of the secret room. Master, are you awake? As soon as she came out, she saw Kyoko waiting pretty at the door. She stepped forward with a face full of joy and served Yi Hang to bathe and change clothes. Is there any news outside recently? Yi Hang enjoyed the maid's attentive service and asked casually. Kyoko hurriedly replied, Master, there are a lot of things happening outside. Oh, tell me. Yi Hang lay with his eyes squinted and relaxed. Kyoko replied, in the past 2 days, many major events have happened outside. Unknown creatures emerged from the black clouds, causing huge panic and causing countless casualties. I heard that a large number of monsters emerged from the black clouds south of Tokyo early in the morning, and strange monsters attacked and killed a large number of people. There are also some scary monsters who kill everyone on sight. Everything is in chaos outside. Kyoko looked worried when she talked about this. Minkai on the side said with lingering fear, Master, there are monsters everywhere outside. Fortunately, there are guards in the manor. There were 2 monsters that tried to break in before, but the black armored guards killed them. Monster. After hearing this, Yi Hang opened his eyes with a surprised expression. Immediately, the powerful thoughts dispersed and enveloped the entire island country, and they could be seen clearly in an instant. It didn't take long to figure out what was going on. It turns out that many major events have happened in the island country. A large number of monsters suddenly appeared in some black clouds, and some scary weird things appeared. For a time, people in the island country were panicked and in chaos. Tokyo is even shrouded in dark clouds. Please give me flowers. The city is filled with gunpowder smoke, the streets are dilapidated, houses have collapsed, and there are flames shooting into the sky. All kinds of monsters were rampant, strange things were rampant, and people fled in fear. Some hid in houses, and some were torn apart by monsters. It was like a scene of doomsday. Seeing this, Yi Hang was shocked. Why do so many monsters suddenly appear? Could it be that Saturday is really a gateway to a foreign world or other dimensions? The monsters that emerge from it are from foreign spaces or other worlds. Looking at the scenes of rampant monsters everywhere, Yi Hang even saw a strange monster that was more than 10 meters high and hundreds of meters long, with a huge human head and densely packed strange hands. Wherever it goes, it eats people it sees. There are also various other monsters that make people stunned. It's really, Yi Hang originally wanted to blurt out a sentence about a job well done, but quickly swallowed it back. 0. He thoughtfully observed these monsters destroying and killing people everywhere, without any intention of taking action. People are destroying island countries, what does that have to do with us? On the other hand, if you can be kind and save some beauties, you can already do your best. Hey, it's really 10, Yi Hang suppressed a smile. At this moment, he really wanted to sing a good luck song to celebrate. Not just island countries, all kinds of strange creatures appear in black clouds all over the world. It's just that the situation in the island country is more serious, and it seems to be a paradise for monsters. It's too dangerous outside, don't run around. Yi Hang hurriedly told Kyoko and Akina not to run around. If I meet some poor ladies like you, I can treat them a little bit, but don't mind other people's business. He confessed casually. Kyoko and Akina looked at each other and understood the underlying meaning of Yi Hang. Okay, master. The two bowed obediently in response. Yi Hang nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was talking, the TV in the hall suddenly flickered inexplicably. Snowflakes suddenly appeared on the TV that was playing the news. Sizzling. The TV screen flickered in black and white, and an ancient well suddenly appeared. Yi Hang was stunned for a moment, his expression moved, and he immediately felt an inexplicable magnetic field energy filling the air. Rustle. In the well, a long-haired woman in white climbed up from the well, and climbed out towards the TV in a flash. Owner. Kyoko and Akina's eyes widened, and they hid behind Yi Hang with horror on their faces. Sadako. When Yi Hang saw this scene, instead of being surprised, he showed a hint of excitement. Sadako is here. Chapter 91. Rustle. On the TV, Sadako with long black hair slowly poked out of the TV screen. She climbed out. The strange scene in front of them frightened Kyoko and Akina behind them. The two of them had never seen such a scene before, so it was pretty good if they didn't faint from fright. Coming. Yi Hang smiled and stared at Sadako, who crawled out with bright eyes. Seeing him, Sadako made a move and suddenly stopped halfway out. The human in front of her doesn't seem to be afraid of her. Not only was he not afraid, he saw that she was not afraid at all, but also showed an excited expression. Sadako can't handle this. Shouldn't you cringe, be afraid, scream, and run away? Sadako sensed something was wrong and had a vague feeling of uneasiness. Danger. Sadako suddenly retreated, and she chose to retreat cautiously. Seeing that Sadako actually wanted to withdraw, and finally met her, how could Yi Hang let her slip away? The 850 is here, don't leave in a hurry. Yi Hang suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Sadako's little hand. It has an icy and cool feel, which is very nice. Sadako's body trembled and she shivered instinctively. She looked up at Yi Hang in shock. Her long hair covered her entire face, making her expression invisible. But it was clear that she was shocked at this moment. I tried to pull it out, but it didn't come out. Sadako was a little frightened. Something was wrong with this person. Your name is Sadako. Yi Hang looked at her with bright eyes. Half of his body was still stuck on the TV screen, and he was in a dilemma. Sadako nodded hurriedly, trying hard to break free and return to the TV. But Yi Hang held on to her hand, unable to break free at all. It's fine if it's you. Aren't you uncomfortable being stuck here? Come out and let's have a good chat. After saying that, Yi Hang pulled out Sadako, who was stuck in the TV. Wow! Sadako fell to the ground and the whole team was stunned. She looked at the man in front of her blankly, with a confused look on her face. Immediately, she noticed something repeatedly and shivered all over, unable to stop shaking. Why are you shaking? Yi Hang stepped forward and observed Sadako carefully. This scene frightened Sadako so much that she trembled all over and knelt on the ground shivering in fear. Because there was a trace of thunder and electric arc in Yi Hang's hand, which scared Sadako to the point of almost screaming. She was terribly frightened. Don't be afraid, I'm a good person. Yi Hang showed a smile that he thought was very kind. Little did he know, this smile actually made Sadako tremble with fear. Woo, TT. Sadako trembled and moaned for mercy. This scene deeply stimulated the two little maids Kyoko and Akina behind them. The two looked at everything in front of them in astonishment, it was so dreamy. It would have been scary to see a monster crawl out of the TV. As a result, Weiguai was dragged out by Yi Hang without saying a word, and Weiguai was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and trembled, begging for mercy. The world is crazy. Be good, don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you. Yi Hang endured his excitement and comforted him in a gentle tone. Sadako trembled and screamed for mercy. She regretted crawling out. I thought it was a little kid, but I didn't expect it to be a terrifying brain axe. Ooh, Sadako whined and begged, and she was so anxious that she could only say a few words. Hey, Yi Hang smiled slightly, pinched Shizi's neck and lifted it up. He said warmly, don't be afraid, I just want to study the difference between monsters and humans. Stay in the manor and don't run around. Yi Hang told the two maids, and then walked towards the underground base with Sadako in hand. He brought Sadako, who was full of fear, to the laboratory at the base. Owner. With a wave of his hand, the Red Queen was released. As soon as he became famous, he was surprised to see Yi Hang holding someone in his hand. Master, what is this? She was extremely surprised. Yi Hang explained. This is a spiritual creature, a weird one, just to study the mysteries of spiritual bodies and souls. Spirit. The Red Queen's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard this. Studying spiritual bodies is a very interesting thing. Without saying a word, she opened all the equipment in the laboratory and began to prepare to study the strange spirit that was brought to her door. Woo. Sadako was trembling with fear and begging for mercy. Be good, just study it, it won't hurt. Yi Hang heard the comfort and touched Sadako's hair. I don't know if it was deterrence or comfort, but Sadako stopped shaking. She nodded obediently and cooperated extremely well with Yi Hang and the Red Queen's research. Next, the laboratory lights up with a glow of energy. Sadako was studied in all directions, with various instruments and equipment constantly studying the mysteries of the spirit body. Yi Hang personally went into battle and studied the spirit and weird bodies inside and out. Through dual research with powerful computing power and mental power, the strange body was clarified. Master, there is a strange magnetic field on her body. It seems to be a spiritual magnetic field. After some research, the Red Queen was surprised to come to a conclusion. There is a strange psychic magnetic field on Sadako's body, more like a mental magnetic field. Could it be that all weird things have this kind of magnetic field? Also, various chaotic energies were detected in her body. The second discovery is that there is a lot of chaotic energy in Sadako, various negative energies, negative emotions, hatred, resentment, etc. It's like a combination of negative emotions. Yi Hang is thoughtful, not only researching, but also figuring out all the secrets of the weird spirits. Even in simulation calculations, whether it is possible to create weirdness. After all, it has a powerful soul power coupled with the powerful computing power of the mechanical heart, trying to build intelligent weirdness based on intelligent programs. Artificial intelligence has been created, and artificial weirdness is also feasible. Sure enough, Yi Hang studied for a while and directly created the first artificial weirdness. A weird combination of intelligent programs. Master, this thing is like a virus that will corrode all electronic devices and network facilities. After checking, Honghu was surprised to find that the artificial weirdness created by Yi Hang was like a virus. Titty. Hey, it's a bad time. In front of him, a strange black data flashed and twisted, turning into strange and ferocious faces. There were also bursts of terrifying laughter that made people's scalp numb. Even Sadako on the side was frightened. She looked at the strange things created in front of her in horror. They seemed to be the same kind, but different, giving her a feeling of fear. It seems that as long as it is contaminated, it will be contaminated or even eroded and swallowed immediately. You laugh so disgustingly, please kill me. Yi Hang 4.8 frowned slightly and waved his hand. With a hiss, the artificial weirdness that was just created was immediately destroyed. After eliminating this thing, Yi Hang fell into deep thought. It feels like the artificial weirdness created is very wrong. It can not only pollute the network, but also directly swallow real weirdness to mutate and grow. If he hadn't controlled it just now, the artificial weirdness might have swallowed Sadako immediately. Sadako, stay here from now on, cooperate well and be obedient, otherwise you know the consequences. Yi Hang touched Sadako's head and explained in a gentle tone. Woo-woo, Sadako nodded hurriedly, scared to death. In this way, Sadako stayed in the base laboratory. She didn't dare to run. She was obviously frightened by Yi Hang and became extremely obedient. Red Queen, you stay here and study carefully. Yi Hang confessed, then turned and left. He decided to go back to Sha Kingdom first. Sha Kingdom. Capital City, a secret meeting room. A group of big guys are gathering here to discuss something. Where did this information come from? A white-haired old man looked at the large amount of data in front of him with excitement on his face. Because the data shows that it has ultra-high biological genetic technology, as well as controllable nuclear fusion technology, top mechanical technology, etc. These technical information were suddenly sent by a person named Hong, proposing transaction matters. This incident alarmed the upper management, and an emergency meeting was immediately held to discuss the matter. Everyone, after reading this information, what do you think about this matter? On the main seat, a big boss spoke slowly. Everyone present fell silent after reading the information. One of them said, "These information are all true according to verification, but they are missing key core information and are incomplete. That's for sure. If someone is looking for a deal, how can they give it all to you?" An old man said this. "We guess these things came from some high-tech replica world. Perhaps a certain player who refuses to disclose information wants to trade with us. Everyone, you and I can speak freely. Who here doesn't understand the National 15 Ascension game? So I guess this possibility. Then what does the other party want to trade? Money, status, or something else?" Someone asked this question. What does the other party want to trade? Money is out of the question. Some people directly rejected the possibility of monetary transactions. After all, in the National Ascension game, as long as you are braver, you can get enough money in the dungeon. What's more, if you get something and bring it out, you can exchange it with the state officials. So generally speaking, few people value money. As that status. Someone mentioned it again. No more guessing. The big boss in the main seat directly interrupted everyone's speculation. He said bluntly, "According to the transaction list sent by the other party needs to trade various rare resources. Take a look for yourselves." After speaking, he handed over a list of transactions. When everyone present saw the contents of the list, their eyes widened immediately. What is he trying to trade? You're kidding, are you trying to destroy the world? How can mushroom bombs be traded? And it requires both types of atoms and hydrogen, and the number is shocking. The scene exploded, and there was nothing wrong with some of the precious resources listed on the list. But the key point is that people actually want to trade two types of mushroom bombs, each of which costs hundreds of pieces. Can't trade. Someone immediately rejected it. But there was a quick rebuttal. The scene was noisy and divided into two groups of people. Everyone expressed their opinions, and some thought it was too dangerous to trade. Some people think that it can be traded. The other party has ultra-high-tech technology. Take controllable nuclear fusion technology as an example, it is absolutely impossible to trade. You know, in the dungeon world of the National Ascension game, how many times have the officials wanted to obtain high-level technology in those dungeon worlds? But for so many years, I have never encountered it, let alone obtained it, so now someone suddenly has obtained technology that far exceeds Blue Star technology, how can I miss it? Although the other party's request is outrageous. But when you think about it, if you don't trade, there is probably someone else who is willing to trade. All right, the minority obeys the majority, and there is no need to discuss it when deciding on a transaction. The big boss in the main seat made the decision directly. The scene was quiet. Everyone looked at each other in shock, unable to believe for a moment that they actually agreed to the deal. How to trade? Soon, another question came up. I saw a projection suddenly light up in the conference room. Hello everyone, my name is Hong. A virtual projection appeared. It was the petite projection of the Red Queen. Everyone looked stern when they saw the Red Queen's projection. Hello, the leading old man nodded kindly. Have you discussed it yet? Do you agree to the deal? The Red Queen tilted her head and asked. We agreed, but don't know how to deal. The old man gave the answer directly. The Red Queen replied, you prepare the things on the transaction list, and I will send you the complete information next. After speaking, the Red Queen passed over all the technical information to be traded. At this point, the transaction is considered preliminary. The next step is to wait. After the other party has prepared all the things, they can take them away directly. It was the Red Queen who came forward to deal, but in fact it was Yi Hang himself who was behind the scenes. He returned to China this time to repay the country's upbringing. After all, I have raised him for 18 years, and I will repay what is due. As for the transaction, it is just a formality. 3 days later, Yi Hang returned to the island base with the items of this transaction. 200 mushroom bombs are not bad, you can throw them around for fun. Yi Hang looks at the things in this transaction. In addition to mushroom bombs, there are also a large number of precious resources, just in time to expand your own army of heavenly soldiers. Master, the precious materials from this transaction are enough for us to double the size of the heavenly soldiers. The Red Queen counted the supplies and said happily. Yi Hang nodded, and then said, Red Queen, you stay here for the time being and develop well. I will leave you a medium-sized interstellar spaceship, and you can go to Mars with 50,000 infrastructure centuries for development. He has decided to go to alien planets to develop his own power. One is that Mars has more abundant mineral resources, and some precious resources are not found on Earth. Good master. The Red Queen obediently agreed. Next, Yi Hang began to make arrangements and released a medium-sized interstellar spacecraft, carrying 50,000 infrastructure centuries and 10,000 heavenly soldiers to follow them to Mars. For a long time to come, the Red Queen will stay here to preside over the development of Mars and the development and security of the base. Master, the real dragon experiment failed. At this moment, the Red Queen suddenly reported the news. Yi Hang was stunned for a moment, and then came to a laboratory. Watching a mother's nest in the laboratory shatter into pieces, the dragon-like creature conceived in it was dead, and its genes collapsed and died. What happened? He frowned slightly and asked with some confusion. The Red Queen explained. Master, according to research, it is found that the dragon's gene has a big flaw, and problems occurred during the gestation process, causing the gene to collapse. Is that so? Yi Hang walked into the laboratory, inspected it personally, and verified it. Then I realized that it was indeed a genetic defect. Real dragons were mythical creatures and were definitely not comparable to the dragon-shaped creatures bred by the mana ecology in the spiritual cage world. It's just a short piece of genes, it just has some signs of a dragon, it's not a real dragon at all. It seems that we need to find a way to complement this gene. Yi Hang fell into thinking and already made a decision in his heart. He paused the experiment and first replenished and expanded the biological gene bank, waiting for follow-up plans. After doing all this, Yi Hang stayed with the two maids for 2 days. Finally, I chose to enter Ascension Island. Next, continue to enter the dungeon world and proceed to the next mission. Ascension Island. After Yi Hang appeared, the copy refresh was turned on. Looking at the refreshed copy world, Yi Hang showed a hint of surprise. Ding! This dungeon is a promotion dungeon. You can only enter the dungeon in soul mode and complete tasks to advance. A prompt sounded, and Yi Hang was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the 4th dungeon world was actually a promotion dungeon. After experiencing the dungeon world 3 times, you will experience a promotion dungeon. And there are still restrictions. You can only enter the dungeon as a soul, and you can advance after completing the dungeon tasks. This is the first time I have met. Someone published on Ascension information that the 4th time is to advance to a dungeon, but they didn't mention that the soul must enter the first dungeon. Yi Hang looked thoughtfully, checked it out, and simply didn't bother to think about it. Regardless of whether it's the soul entering or the real body entering, it's actually the same to him. Let's open the refreshed copy first and take a look. Eagle Project. Who I am. You are the one. Solid as a rock. 6 copies were refreshed, and the first 4 made Yi Hang frown. I feel that the first 4 copies did not bring much benefit, and there was not much value to him at all. Fortunately, 2 copies were refreshed later. Han River Monster. Kong. Skull Island. The last 2 copies are monster copies. Yi Hang directly set his sights on the last dungeon world. King Kong. This is the monster universe, and there are a lot of ancient titans in it. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly had thoughts and decisions in his heart. In the world of Kong, Skull Island, there are not only the giant King Kong, but also a large number of giant creatures in the underground world. There are also various sleeping titans, such as Godzilla, Mothra, Rodan, and even Ghidorah, a 3-headed dragon from Aliens. Since it's the soul entering, maybe it's time for me to experiment with the evolution and completion of the true dragon gene. Yi Hang was thoughtful, and a thought flashed through his mind. His real dragon plan failed. Gene complementation causes the collapse to fail. Is it possible to realize the genetic complementation plan in the monster universe? Perhaps, you can directly experience the process of genetic evolution or mutation. Yi Hang thought for a long time and finally chose the last dungeon world. I choose King Kong, Skull Island. As soon as he selected, the other copies disappeared. Only the selected copy world is left. Ding, the selection is completed. Start the soul transfer 1. As the prompt sounded, Yi Hang suddenly put on nano-biological mecha covering his whole body and sat directly in front of the stone monument in the center of Ascension Island. As soon as he closed his eyes, his entire consciousness disappeared from his body guided by an invisible force. Because his soul was integrated into the mechanical heart, the mechanical heart was transported into the copy world along with the soul. It can be said that with a mechanical heart, Yi Hang is not afraid of any challenges. What's more, the heart of machinery contains the great achievements that Yi Hang worked so hard to create. During the time travel, Yi Hang did not lose consciousness. On the contrary, he was extremely sober, and even saw countless shuttle scenes under the powerful function of the mechanical heart. There are also all kinds of strange bubbles, space turbulence, time and space storms, etc. that disappear in a flash. Yi Hang's consciousness was constantly calculating and simulating, and suddenly a strange realization came to his mind. Unfortunately, the shuttle was too fast and ended in just an instant. If it takes a little longer, Yi Hang believes that he will be able to directly analyze the mysteries of space and time and space with his powerful soul computing power and master this ability. What a pity, Yi Hang felt a flash of regret in his heart. Later, he found that he had arrived in the copy world. Ding, this copy is a promotion copy. If you complete the promotion task, you will be successfully promoted. If the task fails, you will be disqualified from the game. Main mission. Kill King of Monsters Ghidorah, no time limit, complete the mission to complete the promotion. Yi Hang looked at the 2 prompts and saw only one task. That is to kill Ghidorah, the King of Monsters. It looks simple, but is actually very difficult. It will definitely be difficult for ordinary players, because what comes in is the soul, not the body, and the abilities acquired before cannot be used. But it's not a problem at all for Yi Hang, because he has a strong mechanical heart, and his entire family fortune exists inside. Even without relying on these, Yi Hang is confident that he can kill Ghidorah, the King of Monsters. Well, great, am I a python now? Soon, Yi Hang was so far away that his soul entered the body of a giant python. This time the soul entered, Yi Hang chose not a human being, but a potato. A giant python, just in time to experiment with an evolutionary process of its true dragon genes and a kind of information produced by mutations. It's just an experiment anyway. In addition to completing the task, Yi Hang's purpose here is to confirm the evolution process of the true dragon and complete the true dragon genes. He is now a titanoboa, with a length of 15 meters and a weight of 1.5 tons. He can be regarded as an adult titanoboa. However, this titanoboa is not among the top predators on Skull Island. On Skull Island, there are other powerful top behemoths. For example, King Kong is a handsome boy. King Kong is 31.6 meters tall and weighs 158 tons. He is the guardian of Skull Island. There is also King Kong's old enemy, the skeleton lizard from the underground, called the Death Lizard. They are numerous and huge in size, and are the old enemies of the King Kong clan. D. Yi Hang spit out the letter, carefully observed his current body of the python, and scanned the genetic map in depth. Soon, he took action. Titanoboa looks very strong, so I just made some genetic adjustments and optimization first, adding the incomplete dragon genes to see if it can evolve to complete these incomplete genes. After Yi Hang thought about it, he began to control it with his powerful soul power. Nanoparticles quickly poured out from the mechanical heart, performing a deep genetic adjustment and optimization of the python's body. Kakaka. I saw Yi Hang's incarnation as a giant python curled up into a ball, with irregular sounds coming from its body. Black nanoparticles flowed through the body, constantly transforming Titanoboa's genetic map, and began to adjust and optimize. After injecting a fragment of the dragon gene, Titanoboa soon underwent astonishing changes. First of all, the body of the giant python is expanding, and a large amount of black particle-like matter emerges from the inside, constantly twisting, transforming the body, and becoming stronger. Countless scales Qian Jiao fell off and brand new scales grew. The head split open and expanded continuously, as if it was about to turn into a dragon head and become extremely ferocious. Time passed by minute. The Titanoboa that Yi Hang transformed into had already changed its appearance greatly. Its head turned into the shape of a dragon's head, and its body expanded 10 times. It was 150 meters long, and its whole body was covered with thick blue-gray dragon scales. On the back, there is a long black dorsal fin, which is majestic, and 4 sarcomas grow on the abdomen, and soon each of them grows a lizard leg and sharp eagle claws. He assembled the genetic maps of various organisms, fused the incomplete dragon genes, and constructed a dragon body. The antlers are like a deer, the head is like a camel, the eyes are like a rabbit, the neck is like a snake, the belly is like a house, the claws are like an eagle, the palms are like a tiger, and the ears are like an ox. It is exactly the image of the Chinese dragon. It's a pity that it just looks like it, but it's not a real dragon, because it doesn't have the ability of a dragon. Hold head high. Yi Hang shook his head, raised his dragon head high, and opened his mouth to let out a high-pitched dragon roar. In an instant, the entire creatures on Skull Island were boiling. Hold head high. A dragon roar resounded throughout Skull Island. In an instant, countless creatures on the island were alarmed. Somewhere, next to a mountain, a huge King Kong who was sleeping suddenly woke up, got up with his huge body, and looked seriously towards the direction where the dragon roar came from. Roar. King Kong opened his mouth and roared. It stood up, its huge body like a mountain, and beat its chest with its arms and let out a deafening roar. This is an assertion of supremacy. On Skull Island, he is the most handsome boy. Now the roar of something aroused King Kong's alertness, and he seemed to sense a hint of threat. At the same time, other creatures on the island became alert. Ouch! To the north, a group of knife-spine jackals howled low. One of them, a 20-meter-long wolf king, stood on a boulder and looked into the distance, seeming to notice something. To the south, a 30-meter-long tiger with a body covered in black and white slowly raised its head, staring at this side with a hint of cold cruelty but a hint of wisdom in its eyes. To the southwest, there was movement from the cliff. I saw a large number of creatures that looked like pterosaurs causing a commotion. One of the terrifying creatures with a wingspan of tens of meters was standing on the cliff looking into the distance. This is the wings of Icarus. The leader, King Icarus, obviously has considerable wisdom. It tilted its neck and looked here, feeling an inexplicable threat from the dragon's roar. Quack! It barked twice. Suddenly, several Icaros flapped their wings and flew towards this side, obviously to investigate the situation. On the island, all kinds of creatures were startled by Yi Hang's dragon roar just now. For a while, the atmosphere on the island became a little unusual. It's not just the creatures on the island. Even a group of Iway indigenous people living on the island were alarmed. A large number of natives stood on a huge and towering wooden wall, looking at the direction of the sound with solemn expressions. At this time, Yi Hang, who had completed his first genetic adjustment and evolution, felt a little disappointed feeling the changes in his body. Sure enough, the real dragon is not like this. Yi Hang felt a little disappointed. It has just undergone in-depth adjustments and optimization at the genetic level. Although Titanoboa's body has been changed to look like a dragon, it is not actually a dragon at all. It's just a physical resemblance, but it's not a dragon. Because according to Yi Hang's current feeling, it is just the evolution of body genes, but there is no special ability belonging to the dragon. It can't even fly unless it uses strong mental power to fly directly. Strictly speaking, he can only be regarded as a python now, not a dragon. Further adjustments are still needed. Genetic evolution will complement the true dragon genes. Perhaps we can truly transform into a dragon from the genetic level. Yi Hang thought for a long time and felt that there was still a long way to go. At least if you want to transform into a real dragon from the level of genetic evolution, you are missing some key factor or thing. But Yi Hang was thinking about whether he could integrate his own special abilities into the body of this python. For example, the power of fire and thunder is integrated into genes to obtain this special ability. As soon as he thought of it, Yi Hang began to communicate with the mechanical heart, and integrated the key genetic map of the flame and thunder power awakened at the genetic level into his body. Buzz. The next moment, the body of the python changed. Bursts of red light appeared on the skin, and there seemed to be flames burning in the scales. Then wisps of electric light emerged, wrapping around the body, flashing with light, and actually made the body smoke. Hiss. Yi Hang took a breath and felt severe pain all over his body. It was the pain of being burned by fire, and the pain of being struck by lightning was even worse. The body was about to be scorched and electrocuted. It's done. 10 seconds later, Yi Hang stared at his own tail in stunned silence. The tail is smoking, exuding bursts of meaty aroma. Impressively mature. Yi Hang looked at his tail silently, and it was cooked by the electric shock. He was a little dumbfounded, and in the end he had to operate carefully carving the flame gene and the thunder gene into the body's genes at 10 points. It's like genetic programming, modifying genes from the inside, thereby optimizing and becoming stronger, and gaining stronger evolutionary capabilities. Soon, Yi Hang completed the genetic optimization and integrated the fire ability into the genetic level, truly giving birth to the ability of fire in this body. The genes all over his body began to change, and something seemed to be brewing in his throat. Yi Hang felt his throat itchy and opened his mouth immediately. Boom! A burst of flames spurted out, instantly burning the flowers, plants and trees dozens of meters ahead into charcoal. When the flames dissipated, Yi Hang opened his mouth, and there was a ball of flame extinguishing inside. That bite just now seemed to be dragon flames or dragon breath. Yes, with the ability of dragon breath, it is a step forward. Yi Hang nodded with satisfaction. Next is the power of thunder. As a true dragon, how can it lack the ability to control wind, rain and thunder? Zero. Soon, streaks of thunder erupted from Yi Hang's body, arcs coiled, crackling explosions were heard, and bursts of burning smells filled the air. He was surrounded by dense thunder, which converged on the dragon's horns, forming streaks of blazing white lightning that were extremely dazzling. Give it a try. Yi Hang tried it, and his horns condensed with strong lightning. Boom! 2 bolts of thunder shot out, instantly shattering the mountain in front of them and flying into pieces. With just one blow, the mountain was blown to pieces, and the power was quite powerful. Not bad, you're looking like a dragon now. Yi Hang nodded with satisfaction, and his huge body quickly climbed up a huge stone mountain. The 150-meter-long body crushed the rocks, like a huge dragon crawling out of mythology, with 4 claws, a dragon head and a dragon body coiled on the mountain peak. The dragon's head was held high, looking at the entire island, and his eyes swept over the giant creatures on the island. Roar! In the distance, the handsome boy on Skull Island roared. It stands among the mountains, its black body is more than 30 meters high, like an ancient demon ape, exuding a wild and ferocious aura. King Kong. Yi Hang saw King Kong, and the other party also saw him. The two sides were confronting each other from a distance. King Kong's hair stood on end, his eyes were fierce, and he stared at me domineeringly. And Yi Hang's huge 15-meter thick body is coiled on the mountain peak, with the dragon's head held high, exuding a powerful ominous power, as if announcing the birth of a king. Hold head high. Yi Hang opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. Roar! Not to be outdone, King Kong roared. It seemed to be angered, as if its majesty had been challenged. Dong dong dong. The next second, King Kong beat his chest and ran towards this side with rapid strides. The earth shook for a moment. Just in time. Yi Hang was not surprised but overjoyed. He roared and jumped away from the mountain with his huge body. His body rose into the air, like a real dragon flying towards King Kong. Two behemoths are about to stage a battle for supremacy on Skull Island. Dong dong. King Kong came running wildly, shaking mountains and water everywhere he went. It jumped hard and rushed towards Yi Hang. On the other hand, Yi Hang's body was flying in the air. The ferocious dragon opened its mouth wide, and a strong burst of fire spurted out, instantly turning into a dragon's breath and hitting King Kong's body. Boom! With a loud noise, King Kong's entire body was blown away and hit the edge of the mountain. The hair on its body was scorched, bursts of black smoke erupted, and the hot flames burned its body, causing it to be seriously injured on the spot. Roar! King Kong roared in pain. It never expected that the other party would not respect martial ethics and engage in long-range attacks. In an accidental move, he was seriously injured by a breath of dragon's breath. Boom! King Kong rolled several times, and the flames on his body were extinguished by the water. Then he staggered and tried to get up. At this time, Yi Hang had already rushed to the front and threw King Kong to the ground. The huge body was coiled, and the dragon's claws pressed against King Kong and held it tightly, making it unable to move and struggle. Roar! King Kong was extremely angry and struggled hard to resist. The huge body of more than 30 meters was originally powerful, but under Yi Hang's suppression, he was unable to resist. The sharp claws of the dragon pierced King Kong's body, and the blood quickly stained his body red. Blood oozed from the burnt hair, and he looked extremely miserable. Are you convinced? Yi Hang pressed a dragon's claw against King Kong's head in the water, rolling up its body as if to crush it completely. King Kong's body made the sound of cracking bones and howled in pain. After struggling for a while, King Kong fell there slumped and unable to struggle. There is a kind of violence, fear, and a trace of confusion in its pupils. Because I have never seen a creature like Yi Hang, but I can't beat it. As soon as they met, he was seriously injured by a breath of dragon's breath. And it suppressed it tightly, making it difficult for King Kong to compete. It failed. The handsome boy from Skull Island was easily defeated by Yi Hang. In fact, it is normal. King Kong only has a huge body shape and has no other special abilities. How could he be the opponent of Yi Hang, a cheating guy? Roar! King Kong let out a wailing cry. It gave up struggling, sending a signal. Are you convinced? Yi Hang's huge dragon head came up to him, and the dragon's horns emitted bursts of thunder. This dazzling lightning made King Kong's heart beat with fear, and he let out a low cry in fear. Woo! Oh! Oh! King Kong whined to express his submission. It has to accept it because it can't be defeated. The handsome boy was convinced. Yi Hang conveyed a thought. Since you have accepted it, you will be my younger brother from now on. Remember, I am your elder brother. Quote? Quote. King Kong looked at him blankly. I can't figure it out why this snake-like creature can actually talk in its head. Although he couldn't figure it out, King Kong still nodded sincerely. If you are timid, then be timid. Anyway, if you can't beat it, what does it matter if you are timid? Hiss. At this moment, a terrifying roar came from the distance. King Kong looked stunned for a moment, then let out a roar. Yi Hang looked up and saw strange creatures appearing out of nowhere on the surrounding peaks. These creatures look like weird lizards, with ferocious mouths and fangs, making them look particularly fierce. Death skeleton lizard. Yi Hang understood. It turned out to be a group of dead lizards. Perhaps it was because he had just competed with King Kong that he alerted these death lizards to emerge from the ground. Now he wants to take advantage of the situation and pounces on Yi Hang and King Kong. Court death. Seeing this, Yi Hang immediately became angry. Without saying anything, he opened his mouth and spit out a breath of dragon breath. Boom! The first dead lizard was hit on the body, and turned into a ball of fire on the spot, hitting it in the distance, and was burned to coke in the blink of an eye. Zera. A bolt of thunder exploded, and another skeletal lizard twitched and arced, and was soon turned into coke and lay there motionless. Hold head high. Yi Hang let out a dragon roar, this quick doctor. A flick of the tail. Boom! A skeleton lizard was blown away and exploded into a ball of flesh in the air. Then the other two skeleton lizards were pressed to the ground one by Yi Hang. Click, click. After two crisp sounds, the heads of the two skeleton lizards were crushed, and the red and white ones were scattered on the ground, dyeing the surrounding water red. Easily defeating a group of skeleton lizards, Yi Hang raised his dragon head and let out a deafening dragon roar. Hold head high. Waves of dragon roars resounded throughout Skull Island. Countless creatures were trembling with fear, as if they felt an unprecedented threat. King Kong watched Yi Hang kill several skeleton lizards neatly. His eyes were in trance, and he was obviously stunned. There was a hint of awe in its eyes, and it was obvious that it admired this big brother from the bottom of its heart. Because of his injury, King Kong lay there panting. Yi Hang solved the skeleton lizards. Looking at the corpses of these lizards, the instinct to eat came from his body. This is the instinct of living things to eat. Point 0. After thinking about it, Yi Hang opened his mouth and swallowed a skeleton lizard directly. Swallow it one bite at a time, and in a blink of an eye it will be digested into a stream of pure biological energy that spreads throughout the body, replenishing the energy of the body's genetic cells. Well, it seems that they deliberately consume biological energy to promote the evolution of the body's genes. After Yi Hang absorbed several skeletal lizards, he felt a little improved when the source of life returned. Perhaps, this is a path for biological genetic evolution. Devour, digest, absorb, evolve. After thinking about it, Yi Hang decided to try to accelerate the genetic transformation into a dragon, quickly complete the incomplete dragon genes and truly transform into a dragon. Roar! Over there, King Kong wails in pain. Because the injury was really serious, not only was the dragon's breath burned, but Hang was also scratched by two dragon claws. Looking at the King Kong in his hand, no matter what, he is a young man who dares to accept it. Point 0. Yi Hang crossed his body and came to King Kong, opened his mouth, and a stream of nanoparticles poured out and penetrated into King Kong's body to start repairing his physical injuries. Since you surrendered, as the elder brother, I will give you some help. As he spoke, Yi Hang manipulated nanoparticles to help King Kong recover from his injuries while optimizing his genes. Roar! King Kong noticed the changes in his body and recovered from his injuries. Moreover, his body continued to expand, and there seemed to be a powerful force gushing out of his body. With the help of Yi Hang, the body that was originally more than 30 meters taller and taller, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a 50-meter tall giant ape. The bone density, muscle strength, and physical weight of the body increased rapidly. The astonishing changes shocked King Kong himself. Its eyes have become more and more agile, as if its brain cells have been optimized and strengthened, and its ideology has become stronger. He seems to have considerable wisdom. Moreover, Yi Hang passed on a lot of things to it and taught it how to communicate. Boss, King Kong relayed a thought intermittently. It understood that it was the old man in front of it who had just defeated it that helped it achieve a more powerful evolution. King Kong is completely convinced. Soon, King Kong fully recovered and became more powerful. Roar! The recovered King Kong beat his chest excitedly and let out a roar. Okay, pretty boy, take me to the underground entrance. Yi Hang sends a message. .. King Kong immediately nodded obediently and led the way. It already knows how to communicate with Yi Hang. The two giant beasts walked towards the underground entrance of Skull Island one after another. Skull Island, the entrance to the underworld. Boss, this is it. King Kong roared and pointed at a huge underground entrance in front of him. Yi Hang twisted his body and floated over, standing in midair, looking down at the huge entrance below. It looks like a basin, surrounded by thick smoke and a smell of sulfur. There are a large number of skeletons scattered in the basin, including various creatures of all sizes. There are even two huge King Kong skeletons, which are obviously King Kong's parents. There are also the skeletons of other huge creatures scattered here, including dinosaurs, knife-spine jackals and other creatures. There are even more weird-looking skeleton lizards, the kind of creatures that come from the ground. Obviously, this is the entrance to the underground world. Back off, Yi Hang conveyed. King Kong tilted his head and backed away. I saw Yi Hang opening his big mouth and spitting out a breath of dragon breath towards the huge smoking pits. Boom! 350. Rumble. In an instant, fire swept across and explosions continued to be heard. Explosions occurred directly in the huge pits. A terrifying wave of air swept across, and flames shot into the sky. The huge movement awakened the monsters underground. Soon, a huge skeletal lizard emerged from a large pit. But as soon as he showed up, his head was blown off by King Kong's punch, and he received a box lunch on the spot. After being genetically optimized by Yi Hang, King Kong's strength soared, and it was easy to punch a skeleton lizard. Roar! King Kong roared, reminding Yi Hang to be careful. But Yi Hang didn't care. A pair of dragon horns burst out with strong thunder, and suddenly a huge thunder shot towards the underground entrance. Boom! Zera! Zera! The terrifying thunder was vented toward the entrance. In an instant, the thunder light flashed and flooded the underground entrance. Before I could see a large group of skeleton lizards below, they were overwhelmed by the sudden influx of thunder and instantly turned into charcoal. Go, follow. Yi Hang turned around and instantly entered the underground entrance. The huge body rushed in with a rumble. When King Kong saw it, he was naturally unwilling to lag behind and jumped into the underground entrance. Two giant beasts entered the underground entrance. After Yi Hang came in, he found that the underground world was extremely empty, with huge passages extending in all directions and very spacious. He went all the way down, constantly rushing towards the underground world under the guidance of King Kong. Doff. Underground, a large number of skeleton lizards were alerted and attracted to surround them. King Kong entered here and was immediately attacked by a large number of skeleton lizards. He was so crazy that he rushed forward desperately. Da. King Kong roared angrily, opened his bow left and right with both hands, and blasted away one skeleton lizard after another with one punch and one palm. And Yi Hang's huge dragon body twisted, and the dragon's claws crossed, crushing the heads of the skeleton lizards. The dragon flicked its tail and destroyed several of them. But there is not enough underground space to allow activities. Yi Hang had no choice but to directly use the power of thunder and explode. Rumble. The underground space was filled with endless thunder, and the densely packed skeleton lizards were strangled by the thunder before they could pounce on them. Only charred corpses were left on the ground, with smoke and a burning smell. King Kong looked at Yi Hang with some fear, feeling a little afraid of its thunder power. Boom! Boom! Skull Island shook slightly. A fierce battle broke out underground. The two behemoths King Kong and Yi Hang rushed underground and directly broke into the skeleton lizard's lair. It was like poking a hornet's nest, causing countless skeleton lizards to become furious and kill them like crazy. It's a pity that in the face of Yi Hang's powerful thunder, no matter how many skeleton lizards there are, they can only hate them on the spot. Hiss. At this time, a roar sounded. I saw the crazy skeleton lizards turning around and running away. Are you afraid of being killed? Yi Hang turned around and looked in one direction of the passage with a pair of dragon eyes. There was a roar just now, obviously coming from the leader of the skeleton lizard. Was this because he sensed a threat and ran away? The underground world is too complicated, and Yi Hang is too lazy to pursue it. His purpose is to find the underground world naturally. He doesn't bother to pay attention to these skeleton lizards. On the way, he swallowed the corpses of many skeletal lizards, and after digesting them, he obtained a lot of life essence to enhance his body genes. Not to mention, it has been enhanced a lot. Without the obstruction of the skeleton lizard, Yi Hang soon found a huge building. The huge building should have been built by humans in ancient times for the King Kong clan. Obviously, this is the place that the King Kong clan once protected. Deep in the castle, there is a strange stone door. There is a blue energy circle all around, with strange blue crystals on it. The energy emitted by these crystals forms vortices like apertures. The vortex of energy released by the crystal acts like a portal. This vortex-like portal is the entrance to the underground world. Roar! King Kong stepped forward and roared. It pointed to some huge statues next to the gate. There is a huge stone wall not far away, and the patterns on it look like they were painted and recorded by some ancient people. Yi Hang took one look and understood that it was the symbol of the King Kong clan. Next to the stone wall, there are many stone tablets erected with some ancient patterns carved on them. On one of the stone tablets, there is a picture of King Kong holding a stone axe in his hand. Pretty boy, that weapon seems to be the inherited weapon of your King Kong clan. Yi Hang delivered a message reminder. King Kong looked at the pattern on the stone tablet with a hint of excitement in his eyes. In fact, his original strength would not allow him to enter here. Now follow Yi Hang in and see the ancestor patterns. The battle axe on the wall attracted King Kong's attention. Roar! King Kong stepped forward excitedly and looked at the battle axe on the mural excitedly. Yi Hang looked at the giant axe pattern thoughtfully. Obviously, the giant axe is made from a piece of Godzilla's dorsal fin, and it contains a special radiant energy inside. The energy on the stone axe should be similar to the energy radiated by the energy crystal. He vaguely understood in his heart that the mysterious energy crystal was the fundamental reason for the mutation and evolution of the giant beast. For example, Godzilla absorbs the energy of this crystal with special radiation to gain powerful evolution and strength. I wonder if he can absorb this energy and accelerate his evolution. With some interest, Yi Hang floated to the door and carefully observed the energy crystal above. Behind this door is the mysterious underground world. The rumored inner Earth world. King Kong, you go back first. Yi Hang observed for a while, and after entering the door with his mind, he sensed a huge world. He immediately ordered King Kong to leave and prepared to enter the gate alone. Who? King Kong became anxious. 0.5. It hurriedly shouted to convey the message. Boss, it's dangerous there, don't go there, you'll die. Hearing King Kong's anxious reminder, Yi Hang nodded but didn't care. This is the message passed down by King Kong, knowing the danger behind the door. Perhaps, the King Kong clan is guarding this door. Anyway, Yi Hang decided to go in and find out. It's okay, just wait outside and I'll be out soon. Yi Hang explained something, and then plunged into the mysterious energy light gate. Wow, as soon as I touched it, I immediately felt a strange energy acting on my body. There was a strong resistance, but it still couldn't stop Yi Hang from entering. In the blink of an eye, his huge dragon body got into the vortex and disappeared into the blue-purple halo of light. Only King Kong was left standing in front of the door, scratching his head anxiously. It looked around and simply sat aside quietly waiting for Yi Hang to come out. The other side, Yi Hang passed through the vortex aperture and entered a strange space. This is the inner Earth world. The first thing that caught the eye was a large number of thunder and lightning storms, forming a huge terrifying storm circle. Dense thunder and lightning swept across violently, and any weaker creature that entered would be instantly turned into powder. Fortunately, Yi Hang's body is strong enough, and he also possesses the power of thunder, so he is naturally immune to the damage of the surrounding thunderstorm vortex. Boom, boom. In the thunder and lightning storm, Yi Hang shuttled quickly. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the vortex of the thunder and lightning storm and entered the inner world of the earth. As soon as I entered, I felt that the gravity here was chaotic, with different gravity and gravity systems. His whole body floated in the air, looking at the mysterious and empty inner Earth world in front of him. Is this the inner Earth world? Yi Hang looked at everything around him. The light of the inner Earth world comes from the huge thunder and lightning storm overhead. Dense thunder and lightning gathered to form a storm, which actually illuminated the inner world of the Earth. This is the only light source in the inner Earth world. What a wonderful inner Earth world. Yi Hang's body floated slowly by, the huge dragon body floating in the air, and above his head was a large dense mountain of giant mountains. Just like countless stalactites hanging down, in fact they are all mountain peaks. There is no sky here, only countless towering and hanging peaks with no end in sight. On the ground, there is an endless underground world, a strange and mysterious world. There are mountains, rivers, and even some strange waterfalls on the earth that flow upward, which looks weird. Moreover, Yi Hang saw strange plants growing here, which were not only strange in appearance but also extremely huge. One of the giant mushrooms is like a huge flesh umbrella opening in the inner world of the earth, with little crystal light spots floating around it. Like some dust, with a dreamy luster. Scene. At this time, a roar woke up Yi Hang. He glanced over and immediately locked onto the two giant creatures flying in the sky in the distance. These two creatures look very much like a kind of snake, but they actually have a huge umbrella-shaped structure on their head, which looks very much like a snake body bat. War bat. At a glance, Yi Hang recognized the identities of these two giant titan creatures. It is a kind of titanic beast in the inner Earth world, the war bat, which looks like a song snake. This kind of creature usually comes in pairs, with one male and one female hunting. The pair in front of me happened to be a pair. They discovered Yi Hang, a huge creature, and immediately regarded it as prey and prepared to capture it. Treat me as prey. Yi Hang showed a sneer and looked at the two snake-like creatures flying over. Their body length is close to 100 meters, and their wingspan is even tens of meters. The sides of their huge heads look like bats spreading their wings and flying. The two war bats separated and attacked Yi Hang, one from the left and the other from the right. Court death. Seeing the opponent launch an attack, Yi Hang snorted coldly, opened his mouth and blew out a breath of dragon breath. Boom! A war bat directly in front was hit directly, and its body was knocked down to the ground, creating a huge crater. It twitched twice and then stopped moving. The last one was hit by the strong thunder that bloomed from the dragon horns above Yi Hang's head, and fell instantly and drank in hatred on the spot. Two war bats were instantly killed by Yi Hang as soon as they met. He twisted his body and dived down, biting into the dead war bat and devouring it directly. He swallowed it in twos, and soon, the corpses of two war bats were eaten into his stomach and began to digest. After digestion, it turned into a pure and huge source of life and integrated into the body, making his body stronger and gaining a lot of improvement. Quack quack. While he was digesting, suddenly there was a noise from the ground around him. Yi Hang cast his eyes and saw the rocks on the ground cracked, and huge rock crabs emerged one after another. These crab-like creatures are covered with thick armor of hard rock, much like rock crabs. They are huge in size, have two giant pincers, and are huge in number. They stay in groups disguised as rocks and wait quietly for prey to come. The movement just now obviously attracted these rock crab creatures, and they woke up one after another and surrounded Yi Hang. Click. He took a bite of a rock crab and chewed it. It felt crunchy. Tasty. Yi Hang was surprised to find that this creature looked hard, but actually tasted really good. I don't know if it's because of the giant beast, but it tastes pretty good anyway. What a treat for every meal. Nothing to say. Yi Hang started eating, took a big bite, pressed his claws, and got a crunchy rock crab in one mouthful, which was not very satisfying to eat. Scene. As we were enjoying our meal, we suddenly saw a giant creature hunting rock crabs in the distance. Yi Hang looked in surprise and saw a lizard creature covered in thick and hard armor, swallowing rock crabs one by one. It looks weird, and there is actually a row of strange dorsal fins on its back, emitting blue light, and it looks like a Godzilla. But Yi Hang is definitely not Godzilla. It seems like a distant relative of Godzilla. Yi Hang thought thoughtfully, guessing that the other party should be a species of the same evolutionary chain but different branches of Godzilla. Hiss, the lizard monster saw Yi Hang and let out a low roar while spitting out the letter. It approached step by step, and its 50-meter-long body looked extremely burly and majestic. But facing Yi Hang's 150-meter-long body, he actually dared to take the initiative to challenge him. Looking for death, Yi Hang curled his lips and flicked his huge dragon tail. Boom! The earth shattered and rocks flew. The huge and heavy blow sent the lizard monster flying directly, scattering a large amount of blood mist in the air. It hung motionless hundreds of meters away, obviously without much energy. Kill with one blow. Yi Hang twisted his body and floated over, coming to the lizard monster and taking a closer look. It really looks like Godzilla. The dorsal fin 963 on the back is flashing with blue light. It really looks like it. He opened his big mouth and began to swallow the lizard monster, absorbing the other person's genetic map and integrating it into himself to achieve greater evolution. After some digestion, Yi Hang not only obtained the genetic map of the lizard monster, but also obtained a huge source of life. There is also a strange energy in it, which seems to be some kind of radiation energy. Just like the atomic radiation energy in Godzilla. Integrating this energy into his body, Yi Hang was surprised to find that his dorsal fin had changed, with wisps of blue light flashing. But it soon turned red, with wisps of flames beating, and the dorsal fin turned red, like a burning flame. Radiated energy can be absorbed. Yi Hang understood and felt a little happy in his heart. He felt that this radiation energy seemed to be deliberately accelerating genetic evolution, or making genetic mutation easier. Thinking of this, he immediately focused his attention on a special energy radiation mineral that exists in the inner Earth world. Perhaps, deliberately try to absorb this Earth core energy mineral. Yi Hang thought about it and made his decision. Give it a try first, absorb this energy mineral, and see if you can achieve greater evolution. Wow! He twisted his body and flew quickly, and in the blink of an eye he came to a piece of blue-purple energy ore floating in the air. Yi Hang opened his mouth, bit a few energy stones, swallowed them, and began to try to absorb them. After entering a few energy stones, Yi Hang noticed something strange. This energy stone contains a strong radiation energy, which originates from the center of the earth. Moreover, the energy inside the condensed mineral crystal seems to have some kind of change, and it can actually directly affect the genes of living things. What a strange radiation energy, similar to the sun's nuclear fusion, but different. Yi Hang silently absorbs the radiant energy in the mysterious energy minerals. Soon, traces of radiation energy were absorbed, and the body immediately produced some kind of wonderful reaction. First, the genes have changed, and the cells have mutated. They seem to be stimulated by radiation and become extremely active, constantly dividing. His body was expanding, and there were blue and red lights flashing in his body, as if it was about to explode from the inside. It's like there is radiation energy escaping from the body. Yi Hang tried his best to absorb this energy, and under the supervision of powerful soul consciousness, he observed obvious changes at the genetic level. Is it mutation or evolution? Boom! Yi Hang directly coiled his body on top of the dense energy stones, and his entire body coiled there. Then he let go of his body's restrictions and continued to absorb the radiant energy inside the energy crystal. For a moment, his body was enveloped in blue light, and the dragon scales flashed with red lights. The dorsal fin on its back began to glow, the dragon's horns glowed with thunder, and even a layer of flame began to burn on its body. The power of fire and thunder in the body began to be stimulated. The newly integrated radiation energy stimulated the two energies to actually merge with each other, creating a ball of thunder fire with a red interior and a blue exterior. These thunder fires danced around the body, making crackling sounds of thunder and lightning. As more and more radiation energy was absorbed, Yi Hang felt that the genetic mutation became more and more intense, and even the original genetic map began to undergo inexplicable changes. A strange feeling came to my mind, and my body seemed to have a new kind of energy. His throat felt stinging and itchy, the cells inside his body were in excruciating pain, and his genes felt like they were being torn apart, as if they were dividing and reorganizing, evolving in a certain direction. If there is an instrument for detection, it can be clearly detected that his body is emitting bursts of strong radioactive sources at this moment. The surrounding ground began to burn inexplicably, and even the stones turned into ashes. There were balls of red flames rising above the dragon's claws, exuding a thick area of radioactive energy. The scales turned red, with green and purple light flowing, and the body gradually grew larger. There were balls of thunder and fire intertwined on the dragon's head, and a blazing light was shining. It was as if a powerful atomic energy was blooming. Large areas of energy minerals around him were extinguished one after another, and the energy existing inside was absorbed by Yi Hang and turned into ashes. When the absorption of Yi Hang is completed, the body has also completed its final transformation. The entire body grew larger. The body that was originally 15 meters thick suddenly grew to 20 meters thick, and the body length reached an astonishing 198 meters. The scales on his body became extremely hot, bursts of red light emitted a frightening and terrifying energy radiation. The surrounding air was twisted and scorched, and the ground was burned red, turning into pieces of boiling lava. Wow! As soon as his body moved, waves of hot magma were set off. Yi Hang raised his head, and there was energy in his throat that he couldn't help but burst out. He opened the dragon's mouth and saw a burst of crimson light spurting out, mixed with a large amount of thunder and fire, and spread all over the sky. Rumble! A mouthful of dragon breath spurted out, and the underground world shook violently. The mountains and rivers in front were directly penetrated and turned into powder. The ground melted and a huge ravine appeared. The scene of rolling magma inside was shocking. Yi Hang himself was stunned for a moment, as if it was the change brought about by this physical evolution. Dragon breath has become different. It not only incorporates thunder and fire, but also has a brand new energy attack. Atomic energy. He figured it out after a moment's thought. After carefully examining the changes in the body, I quickly understood. It is due to the fusion of the genetic maps of other underground world creatures, including Godzilla's genetic map, allowing genetic evolution. Has the ability to obtain atomic breath. It's just that his atomic breath is fused with the power of thunder and fire, and the cyan dragon scale structure all over his body is covered with red lines. The dorsal fin on the back turned completely red, with blazing flames burning on it, making it look mighty and domineering. The dragon's horns completely turned into crystal clear purple, and the dragon's eyes were like a sea of stars, dazzling and mysterious. As for the dragon's mouth, dragon whiskers grew out and danced in the wind. And his body floated inexplicably at this moment, without using any mental power, it just floated in the air naturally. It's as if the gene has awakened some ability to fly freely, completely ignoring the effects of gravity and gravity. He seems to have evolved some special gene by accident, like a dragon with atomic energy. Is this a real dragon? This thought flashed through Yi Hang's mind. In any case, now he not only looks like the dragon in Chinese mythology, but also has some special abilities. Can you fly through the clouds, control thunder and rain, breathe dragon breath? Yi Hang soared excitedly in the air, with a blazing halo glowing on the 4 dragon claws, as if they were surrounded by clouds and mist. It's actually a cloud of radiation. Can I absorb nuclear energy now to become stronger and more charged? Soon, Yi Hang thought of this problem. After all, Godzilla can eat nuclear energy to supplement himself and become stronger. There is no reason why he can't master atomic energy by himself. How about trying to eat a mushroom bomb? Yi Hang was eager to try, but he couldn't hold back the thoughts in his heart. There are simply a large number of mushroom bombs stored in the mechanical heart, with various powers, large and small. Thousands of mushroom bombs are of no use just sitting there. It's better to just order it and eat it yourself and see if it works. If it succeeds, it will be easy to handle. Just give it a try, and if you die, find a titanoboa and continue trying. Yi Hang made a decision after thinking of this, and directly released a mushroom bomb with the smallest yield. Only the 10,000-ton level. He directly set it to detonate in 10 seconds, then opened the dragon's mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. 10 seconds later, boom, the mushroom bomb inside the body suddenly exploded, instantly forming a powerful burst of energy, Ma Li Hao. Almost instantly, Yi Hang felt as if his body had been evaporated. His expression changed instantly. Feeling pills. Hold on for me. Yi Hang roared, and his powerful mental power controlled the terrifying energy of the explosion and began to absorb Zhuang. Even under the suppression of the powerful ability of the mechanical heart, it was finally saved from the fate of being destroyed and began to absorb the terrifying nuclear energy generated by the explosion of the amine. Eventually, Yi Hang absorbed the energy from a mushroom bomb explosion. The whole body became extremely red, exuding terrifying light and heat all the time. Did I evolve a nuclear dragon? Yi Hang looked at the nuclear energy released by his body with a wry smile. Is this a real dragon? I feel like I'm on the wrong track. There seems to be a huge building complex over there. Yi Hang restrained the boiling energy all over his body, and suddenly found a huge group of ancient buildings in the distance. His body moved and he flew quickly that way. The inner world. In a group of mountains, a large group of ancient buildings suddenly appeared. The buildings here are extremely huge, with giant pillars erected one after another. You can also see some King Kong statues around, which were obviously built for the King Kong family by some humans who lived in the center of the earth in ancient times. In the deepest part of the building, a throne stood on a huge platform. That is the throne of the King Kong clan. On the platform in front of the throne stood a huge stone axe. Is this the stone axe inherited by the King Kong clan? Yi Hang flew over and looked at the stone axe in front of him. It was obviously the inheritance of the King Kong clan. Represents a symbol of power and a symbol of force. The stone axe is made from a piece of Godzilla's dorsal fin. It has a faint blue light and contains powerful radiation energy. The stone axe is a bit rough. Yi Hang stretched out a dragon claw and picked up the stone axe, looked at it carefully and shook his head. The manufacturing process is so poor. He thought about it and felt that he should be able to build a suitable set of equipment for his little brother King Kong. The stone axe in front of me can also be remodeled for the better. Take it back first. Yi Hang grabbed the stone axe and prepared to take it out to King Kong. As for the issue of transformation, let's go out first. He turned around and flew towards the entrance from which he came. At this time, in the underground space, in front of the whirlpool door, King Kong was waiting patiently. Suddenly, waves of ripples appeared in the aperture on the door, attracting King Kong's attention. King Kong stood up and stared at the aperture. Only a flash of light was seen. 833. A huge dragon head came out of it, startling King Kong. It was Yi Hang who came, but he was now bigger than before, frightening even King Kong. Old boss, King Kong looked puzzled and looked at the huge dragon that emerged from it. If he hadn't sensed a familiar aura, he might not have dared to recognize it. The changes were so great that even the breath became more terrifying and dangerous. Pretty boy, here you go, this is the inheritance of your King Kong clan. As soon as Yi Hang came out, he threw the stone axe he was holding directly to King Kong. The latter took it hurriedly, staring directly at the stone axe in his hand, with a strong sense of excitement in his eyes. Roar! King Kong roared excitedly. Many skeleton lizards hidden around were attracted and approached quietly. But the next second, King Kong swung his stone axe and hit a skeletal lizard on the head, instantly blowing the opponent's head open. Kill instantly with one hit. With the inherited stone axe, the battle power of King Kong has skyrocketed. Seeing the result, King Kong howled excitedly, waving the stone axe like a child dozens of meters tall who had gotten his favorite toy. It had a great time, but it suffered from the skeleton lizards who were watching around. Almost one axe, killing them until they screamed. Okay, stop playing, Yi Hang shouted helplessly. Only then did King Kong calm down, still not satisfied. It carries the stone axe and follows Yi Hang around like a loyal brother. The two left the underground space one after another. Not long after leaving, the skeleton lizards that had disappeared appeared one after another. Hiss! An extremely large skeletal lizard roared. This is the skeleton lizard king, but it's a pity that he didn't dare to show his face before. Because of the fierce power of Yi Hang and the power of King Kong, he dared to appear now. On the other side, Yi Hang led King Kong back to the surface of Skull Island. Roar! As soon as he came back, King Kong let out a deafening roar. This is a warning to other creatures on Skull Island, sending a message. Skull Island has a new king. That is its boss, Yidongfang. King Kong, as a handsome boy on Skull Island, you should have handsome and powerful equipment. Yi Hang floated in the air, looked at King Kong in front of him and said something. Roar! King Kong roared without knowing why. It doesn't quite understand, so it's at a loss. Yi Hang shook his head and immediately began to think about what kind of equipment to build for King Kong. As a weapon, it has a heritage stone axe, which can be charged. So just give it a little makeover. All that's left is to build a suit of armor. After all, protection is needed. If King Kong puts on a battle armor, wouldn't he be too bullying? Yi Hang couldn't help but think about this problem. But I quickly forgot about it. It makes sense to build some equipment for my own little brother. After all, we can't let it be bullied, right? Thinking of this, Yi Hang has already decided to build a set of protective armor for King Kong. King Kong, give me your axe and go and play with it yourself. Yi Hang took King Kong's stone axe away, casually handed it over, and then flew towards the other one. Next, he will design carefully and build a suit of armor for King Kong. It is best to be able to defend against missile damage BFEH, and it must also have the ability to self-repair and absorb radiation energy. This requires careful study, and it is worthy of his design and research to strengthen his technical reserves. Crash! Soon, Yi Hang sank directly into the water, and his huge body quickly disappeared into the water. King Kong couldn't help but scratch his head when he saw this. He didn't know why the boss ended up sleeping in the water. Because it could see Yi Hang entered the water and just lay down without any movement. At this time, Yi Hang was sinking into his mechanical heart. Only a vast and boundless world came into view. This is the boundless world inside the heart of machinery, and a large world has been developed. There are steel structures everywhere, countless high-tech buildings, countless densely packed mechanical octopuses, mechanical puppets, and various mechanical creatures. First transform King Kong's battle axe. Yi Hang threw the stone axe to a large group of mechanical octopuses for transformation. The next step is to design a suit of armor for King Kong. Use nanotechnology to create a suit of armor that is consistent with King Kong, has nanoparticles for self-healing, and powerful protection. Yi Hang even embedded a plasma artificial sun as the energy core. It took a day to finally modify the tomahawk. The manufacturing of the battle armor has also been completed. The overall black style and the huge and ferocious battle axe give people an extremely domineering visual impact. King Kong should be strengthened physically and genetically. Yi Hang thought for a while, took out a tube of G1 medicine and prepared to inject King Kong. In this way, King Kong's strength can be strengthened 50 times, and with the greatly increased strength, he should be able to deal with most behemoths. Even if he fights Godzilla, there will be no problem at all. He may even fight against Godzilla. Are you bullying me a bit? Yi Hang smiled awkwardly. I feel like this little brother, armed King Kong, is bullying Mr. Huan. No matter what, it makes sense for my younger brother to be stronger. After leaving the world of mechanical heart, Yi Hang returned to the outside. Boom! When he looked up, a huge wave rolled in. The huge dragon head was raised, and the huge body jumped up and took off with empty hands. By chance, King Kong, who had just returned from hunting, roared happily when he saw Yi Hang waking up. It dragged a huge creature corpse to Yi Hang and put it down. This is the prey brought back to him. I'm determined. Yi Hang nodded with satisfaction when he saw the prey. King Kong, it's not in vain for me to help you build a set of equipment for you. Put it on and give it a try. Next, Yi Hang put on King Kong's newly released suit of armor. Then the modified battle axe was replaced with it. Putting on the battle armor and holding the battle axe, King Kong's overall temperament changed drastically, and he instantly exuded an extremely powerful momentum. Finally, Yi Hang injected King Kong with a G1 potion, and his whole body surged in aura. Coupled with a suit of armor and a battle axe, King Kong exuded an invincible domineering aura. Roar! King Kong picked it up excitedly and roared loudly to vent his inner excitement. It was happy, but the other giant beasts on Skull Island were in bad luck. Roar! Suddenly, a tiger roar came from the distance. Yi Hang and King Kong were immediately alerted, and they all followed the sound. Tiger roar! Yi Hang tilted his dragon head and looked through the mountains. He clearly saw a huge tiger on the other side of the island, standing on a high mountain and roaring in the sky, facing the moonlight. It is looking at a huge wall in front. That's where the Eevee of Skull Island are. Roar! King Kong roared in anger. It obviously heard the cry of the sacred tiger and showed a hint of ferocity. How dare a bloodthirsty and ferocious tiger be called a holy tiger? Yi Hang smiled disdainfully and said, King Kong, let's go over and take a look. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, he twisted his body and flew directly over there. King Kong behind him roared, quickly picked up his axe, and ran after him with long strides. Dong dong dong. King Kong didn't take a single step before the earth shook. Because the G1 drug was just injected, the whole body was strengthened 50 times. The body became even larger. Now it has grown to a height of 108 meters, which is like a big mountain, and its weight has soared to a terrifying level. Yi Hang estimated that the current King Kong weighs more than 80,000 tons, and his walking motion is simply shocking. Seeing that King Kong's weight and strength had soared and he still couldn't fully control it, he thought that he should teach King Kong to control his body and strength. It would be even better if you could practice martial arts and control yourself perfectly and even reach the subtle level. Perhaps, you can teach King Kong to learn Chinese and then practice Inter-Milan. A thought suddenly came to Yi Hang's mind. I couldn't suppress this idea as soon as it came up. Now that you have accepted your little brother, teach him well. Learn Chinese, practice Chinese martial arts, and it is best to teach King Kong to deal well with China when he leaves this world, and maybe he can become a giant beast of China. After all, as his younger brother, he can't let those foreigners fool him into becoming a thug, or even use the King Kong to make profits, right? Why not teach King Kong directly how to deal with China? After all, Chinese civilization is open to all rivers, and it is still easy to accept a King Kong behemoth who can speak Chinese. Well, there's a clue. Yi Hang secretly made a decision in his heart. Maybe you can also use King Kong to trade some warheads with China. After all, he can now eat warheads to replenish himself with energy to grow and evolve. Soon, Yi Hang and King Kong both came nearby. From a distance, I saw a huge white tiger standing on the top of the mountain, seeming to want to enter the giant wall. This giant tiger is very weird. It actually has a pair of antlers and looks like a freak. You could say it's a white tiger, but it's not. It's just a genetically mutated tiger with black markings on its body. Its huge body is 30 meters long, and it's at the level of 1,000 eyes. But for the current King Kong, the holy tiger in front of him is not on the same level at all. Even the previous King Kong could easily crush the holy tiger, not to mention the current King Kong's 108-meter high body and terrifyingly powerful power. Arriving nearby, Yi Hang clearly noticed that the sacred tiger seemed to be exuding a strange power. It seems to be some kind of strange power that can actually affect the will and mind, making it easy for people to have hallucinations. Interesting. Yi Hang looked at the holy tiger thoughtfully. The holy tiger also sensed an abnormal aura, and there was a sense of danger approaching. It discovered the existence of King Kong, but did not discover the terrifying dragon Yi Hang in the sky. King Kong, go catch it and keep it alive. Yi Hang thought for a while and decided to capture the sacred tiger. Roar! When King Kong heard this, he clapped his chest and roared. The holy tiger suddenly became nervous, opened his mouth and let out a tiger roar at King Kong. Roar! The holy tiger looked at King Kong with vigilance, a hint of fear and confusion in the tiger's eyes. Because King Kong is so big, it's bigger, more terrifying, and more dangerous than what we saw before. In particular, King Kong holds a ferocious battle axe in his hand and wears a set of battle armor. He looks like an Iron Tower demon ape, full of intimidation. Ouch! Shenggu sensed the crisis and turned around and ran away without saying a word. It was never a rival to King Kong, and it is even less so now. So it simply ran away. Doll. Seeing the sacred tiger running away, King Kong roared and stepped to catch up. After the ground shook for a while, King Kong caught up with the holy tiger and jumped in front of the holy tiger, blocking his way. Shenggu came to a sudden stop and looked at King Kong in horror. Before it could react, King Kong slapped it. Boom! The ground exploded, and a huge boulder was shattered where the holy tiger was. The holy tiger rolled around in confusion, although it avoided King Kong's blow. But as soon as he got up, a giant hand pinched his body and lifted it up completely. Roar! The holy tiger roared in fear and struggled hard but failed to break free. King Kong held the holy tiger and shook it twice disdainfully, and then brought the holy tiger to Yi Hang. At this time, on top of the giant wall, a group of natives were quietly observing the outside. They were originally afraid of the sacred tiger and did not dare to take the lead, let alone look at the sacred tiger. Asterisk 10. Because once he looked into Shenggu's eyes, he immediately fell into an inexplicable hallucination and ran out to become Shenggu's meal. This is how many indigenous people were deceived by the sacred tiger and used it as food. Unexpectedly, the huge sacred tiger was actually held by King Kong with one hand and captured directly. A large number of natives were shocked by what they saw. Seeing King Kong holding the sacred tiger and throwing it on the ground, the natives soon saw a huge thing floating in the air. When the dim moonlight then saw clearly the huge creature floating in the sky, everyone was stunned with shock. Yi Hang slowly flew down, and the huge dragon head looked closely at the sacred tiger. The sacred tiger was thrown to the ground, and suddenly he saw a huge dragon head approaching. He was so frightened that his hair stood on end, and he let out a series of roaring sounds in fear. A strong crisis hit him, and Shenggu was frightened. It lay on the ground shivering and did not dare to move. Surrender or die. Yi Hang observed it and suddenly conveyed an idea. The holy tiger trembled all over, lying there with his head buried on the ground, and whimpered for mercy from his mouth. It gave in immediately. It's okay not to be cowardly, the creature in front of you is too huge and too intimidating. The huge dragon capital is 20 or 30 meters in size, not to mention the body that is close to 200 meters, floating in the air, its huge and sharp dragon claws flashing with a terrifying cold light. In the darkness, the dorsal fin on Yi Hang's back flashed with red light, and the flames danced, looking mighty and domineering. He stretched out a paw to hold the sacred tiger in his hand, lifted it into the air, and slowly flew towards the giant wall. Arriving above the giant wall, Yi Hang looked down at the countless natives under the giant wall. The next second, Countless natives knelt down in unison. Oh, Maga, my god, is that the Eastern Dragon? On the huge wall, among the indigenous people, there was a bearded Westerner kneeling on the ground in fear, not daring to raise his head. He was frightened. The surrounding natives were muttering something and kowtowing repeatedly, with expressions of fear and fanaticism on their faces. Yi Hang is like a dragon that stepped out of mythology, exuding an unparalleled aura that makes people afraid to look directly at it. Hold head high. He raised the sky and let out a high-pitched dragon roar that resounded throughout Skull Island. Countless creatures were so frightened that they all fell down, trembling. After taking a look at the natives kneeling on the ground, Yi Hang turned around and flew away without saying a word. Roar. King Kong glanced at the giant wall, roared, then turned around and followed Yi Gong. Soon, the two giant beasts disappeared into the vast darkness. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.